Good morning, everybody. 1 second. Good morning, everybody. Today is August 29th, 2025. We are live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we'll do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using pivot point, cyclical analysis, trend analysis, and more to find the wind direction, trend direction, and traps. The market is opening in 2 minutes. A quick legal disclaimer: please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial decisions. I'm not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Let me send the invite links out. Good morning, everybody. The CNBC news that we have overnight is that core inflation rose 2.9% in July, highest since February. S&P futures retreat record as traders assess new inflation data into long weekend. The market has gapped down a little bit. I am thinking about selling my SPX positions that I got at the top yesterday and at the open. I want to sell at least 2. I'm thinking about selling everything. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, 5M Partners. Good morning, everyone. The WhatsApp group that is coming on now. Pushing down at open, 36 seconds. Market is very choppy at open. Testing the lows of the bottom of the PCE candle. Market opening in 19 seconds. I think I'm going to run into this, most likely. I'm going to sell 2 immediately. We are at 647, 574. Okay. I'm out 4.8K, 2 contracts filled. I have 1 left. Okay. Good morning. The market is opening in between the PCE candle, top and bottom. If she decides to go up, I'm going to sell my last contract, and I will most likely go long if it breaks out, retests or not, and I will probably take another position later on, re-enter. The market is pushing down. Time is 9:30. Trying for 40 seconds. I have 1 left for 2.4K right now. September 2nd, 6,500 that I was in yesterday at the top. So I think we see a bounce at some point, but yeah, I got it somewhere here at 649.20 something. QQQ pushing down. Time is 9:31. This is 9:30 to 9:30. The wind is just trying to push south. However, it is still 9:30 to 9:30. Okay, we are in between the PCE candle. It is just volatile in between the PCE candle. 9:30 bounce trying on SPY already. QQQ at the midpoint. Okay, the bulls and bears are both fighting, is just what it is. Right, showing south on QQQ, nothing on SPY, just the middle. When we go further into the day, I will draw the arrows. Morning cycle is very fast. There is a bounce trying at 9:31 or 9:30 itself. Yep, 9:31. Time is 9:35 and 46 seconds. Good morning, Josh. Good morning, Zach. It is very important to mark the top and bottom of the PCE candle. It is most likely an algo range that we will test at some point or another. even if we break down or break above. And the previous day, 9:30 a.m. close at 646.85, and the previous day 4 p.m. close at 648.61. $2 difference. Time is 9:35 and 10 seconds. The bulls and bears are both fighting. QQQ pushing south, trying. SPY trying. Mixed bearish. Bearish mixed. Showing. Time is 9:35. Floor is already here. Alright, 9:35 LOD is already here. SPY trying for the LOD. 9:30 candle is trying to break. It did not break yet. Okay, I cannot put this at the floor because it did not break yet. This is 9:30 and 9:30 at the same time. The wind direction is mixed on SPY. The wind direction is south, showing for 5 minutes on QQQ. Alright, the moment I see a reversal, I'm going to leave. But, because I'm trying to get one max profit exit. Let's see what happens. We have 99 people watching. Please hit the like button as you come in. Good morning, everybody. If you're whether you're doing futures, right, or stocks or whatever it is very important to mark the top and bottom of the PCE candle today on QQQ as well as SPY. We are kind of pushing south. The wind is now south officially on SPY and QQQ. The wind is south from 9:30 to 9:35 at the minimum. We will see what happens. Time is 9:34. I still have my one September 2nd 6,500 SPX puts. Just one. I'm still in. Most likely I'm going to leave at the lows, test, but yeah, that's greed too. This could be the lows already, right? This is morning cycle. Everything is super fast, so expect some sort of bounce, expect some sort of trap to come is the best type of, right? Thinking, but you need what? You need the MACD, volume, and you need time cycle confirmation to basically allow you to go. QQQ bounce trying, time is 9:34. SPY bounce trying, time is 9:34. Off the floor for 1 single minute, and let's see what that does. The wind direction was neutral from pre-market to 9:30. The wind direction is south from 9:30 to 9:35. 9:35 bounces trying off the LOD, low of the day, pivot point. Low of the day, and they're going through the floor. Time is still 9:35. This is not 9:40. LOD, HOD. High of the day. We could see a reversal at some point or another, right? There's a lot of bears coming in. You got to think about it. The futures players printed out crazy last night. Futures people printed out already crazy, and now I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know how many people got puts at the top yesterday. I don't know how many people, the 0 DTE puts got yesterday shredded completely. To forever. But the 1 DTs, 2 DTs, 3 DTs, you know what I mean? That is now a completely different story. Time is 9:36, 9:35. They're still going south. We could see a bounce at some point here. The candles are coming in thick red now, right? At the morning. Testing the bottom of the PC candle on QQQ. Testing the bottom of the PC candle on SPY trying. Good morning, Roland. Good morning, Venkat. Let's take caution at the morning. Morning cycles are super fast. I'm expecting some sort of a bounce. Bounce coming at 9:35. I'm gonna let my 1 DTE puts run, but my 1 DTE put run, but I am thinking about going into 0 DTE call or put at some point today. I just need more confirmation than not. We gapped down big time on SPX from 6,500 at 320. We were at 6,510s, and we just gapped down from 6,500 to 6,484. The wind direction is still south. Time is 9:40. This is 9:40 PCE bottom testing. Okay, 9:35 was somewhere POC. Now time is 9:37, signifying 9:40. Okay, PCE and previous day 9:30. Oh my lord, guys! Oh my lord! Oh my lord! Alright, now I'm up hefty. Man, if I kept everything, I would be at 9K right now, but I have one, right? I'm up basically 2.7K. This might be best safe exit. Morning cycle 0 DTE, best safe exit. That might be time is 9:37. So if this bounces at 9:37, that signifies a 9:40 bounce. In 3 minutes, we might be up here. We might be back at POC or somewhere up here, right? So let's be careful. Until the low of the 9:37 candle breaks, all bears are basically chasers are stuck at the bottom is how you have to look at this thing, okay? Even though the wind direction is south showing for 10 minutes, right? From 9:30 to 9:40. We called out in our WhatsApp group that it's kind of mixed bearish at 9:32, and that's the start of the, 9:32 was the start of it. Confirmation was after 9:35, somewhere here. You just wait, and then the moment, yeah, I don't know. This might be the best safe exit at 9:40. There's a 9:40 bounce trying at 9:37, right? So until the low of that candle breaks, all puts are in danger. They're gonna get trapped, and they are trapped from the floor is how you have to look at it. We are at the bottom of the PC candle, breaking out, breaking down, faking out, whatever this is at the morning. Right? Expect the massive volatility right at morning, because it probably will happen. PC top and bottom in our WhatsApp group. I will send the SPX put to live ratio call now, live real quick, so that we could have a better understanding of how many people are in puts and calls. If you guys would like to join our WhatsApp group, the channel description, or the reality group is our WhatsApp group, is in the channel description. Holy mother. Time is 9:40 and they're still pushing into 9:39. Let's see what happens. Right? There were, dude, look at the amount of calls at 6,500. That is insane. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why there were so many calls at 6,500, but they're draining them. That is insane work. Look at the picture I just sent right now. Why is there like 150% SPX 5,000 calls, and then literally, do you guys see that? LOD being broken into 940, guys. The wind is so south right now. The MACD is crazy bearish. Okay, this is truly, I have to call out. I'm not gonna lie. This is best safe exit. Most likely for now. Time is 9:39. 9:39. That's a crazy floor. 9:40. That's a crazy floor. I'm thinking about leaving into this right now. I'm at 2.8K basically, 2.7K. I bought it for $1,700. Bounce trying at 940. Man, the puts went fucking crazy off off 4 p.m. yesterday, man. 2.8K. 940 bounce trying off of LOD. Right, let's see, into 945, what happens here? High of the day at 930, low of the day at 940 for now. Right? But this is so bearish. So bearish. Don't know why. If somebody's up massive on NVIDIA puts, they said $1,600 on NVIDIA puts. Good for you, bro. That was the call out yesterday, right? In our WhatsApp group, we said, yo, they screwed up NVIDIA calls and puts. And literally go look at our 4 p.m. Me and Mutual were talking about it at 4:30, right? We were like saying, I said somebody's about to print big time into one side basically. Previously 9:30 open testing on QQQ. PCE bottom is being bounced at 9:40. 9:45 is coming. Let's see if there is a confirmation or a tiny pullback at 9:45 to go more into 9:50. There's a bounce at 9:40. 9:41. Is that the reason why there's so many people here? Someone said no. Oh Lord. Yeah, no talking about him in here. Appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, hit the like button, guys. 170 people. Appreciate it. I'm gonna put you on a timeout for 5 minutes, Eddie. There's a rejection at 9:45. 9:40 rejection. There's an algo range being created here. 9:40 rejection into 9:45, and 9:45 bounced here. So we gotta watch out here. They're creating an algo range, which is what we love on, right? They basically bank on those. So 9:40 bounced at 9:41. 9:40 rejected at 9:42, and we are at 9:43. We're testing the floor of the 9:40 algo range. We might bounce after we break out, fake out, or we might, retest the bot. We might do something or another. But what is going on is there is now an algo range at 9:40 for now. Something is going on here. Really quick at the morning. Time is 9:45 and they're testing the bottom of the algo range right now. The wind direction is, okay, the floor just broke into 9:45. The floor is breaking to the south. $9.45 floor broke into, so 9:40 previous day, 9:30 a.m. testing looks like into 9:45. The longs are still a little bit risky. They're showing, but they could be trapping a lot more bears down here to go higher above, to bounce above, somewhere above this algo range. That is also what is possibly going on. So take that into consideration. Previous day 9:30 open on QQQ is 573.83. The wind direction is still south. Time is 9:45 and they're going lower into 9:45 itself. Okay. Wind direction is still south. I'm at $3,000. I'm about to leave. This is basically the profit that I wanted. I was going to leave at 3K each or 4K each contract, but this is looking pretty good. Low of the day 9:45. QQQ. SPY still pushing south. The MACD coming in bearish. The MACD and the 1 minute candle coming in crazy bearish on QQQ. Let's see if the thing stops or not. The wind is still south. Alright, they're burning all calls on all this algo range, looks like. Going more south for now. Man, that is absolutely bearish. I'm at 3.3K right now. This is absolutely bearish now. I'm most likely about to leave here. 646.5 tested. This must be previous day low. Must be previous day low. Absolute bearishness. 9:45. Let's see if there is any sort of bounce below. Previous day 9:30 open. Previous day 9:30 open. SPY algo range. PCE top and bottom candle. Or not. Most likely retest coming at some point or another is best thing to think. But it is very bearish right now, right? FTSE yesterday, right? London Open was so bearish as well. I do not know why, but futures, everything was dumping overnight. At 4 a.m. it just started going. Time is 9:45. LOD is still pushing south. I'm at 3.5K. I'm actually about to leave. This is massive profits. Zero DTs must be printing crazy right now, but they're going crazy low. Time is 9:50 now, and this is 9:45 somewhere here. 9:45 rejection at 9:44 into 9:47, 9:50 LOD. That is how bearish we are. Wind direction is so south off of morning open. We have 208 people watching. Let's get the like buttons up. We have some futures friends coming in as well from the OCS AI community trader, as well as people coming from the other side of the community because someone's offline. But we welcome anyone where they're from. What we do on this channel is best analyze the intraday stock market using pivot point analysis, wind direction, and we do not speculate, estimate, or hope or hold as much as we can. What we do here is deduct 24/7 when everybody is fearful and most euphoric. So let's be careful right now. These are massive, massive red candles. There could be a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 playing out. You do not want to be caught in the 3/3. Time is 9:48. This is the 9:47 low. So until the low of the 9:47 candle breaks, bears are in danger. That is just the fucking reality, and that is how you have to look at this thing. Because there's so many things we could test up top, there's so many things we could retest before the market decides to do anything. There's a ton of bears in the morning, so that is the reality, right? We could go lower because there's no cycle confirmation, there's no bounce right now that is trying, that has tried, or that is holding. So the wind direction is either neutral or north from 9:47, 9:50 a.m. Time is 9:48 going into 9:50, but like the wind is deciding, right? The candles are deciding to break 9:47 low, to hold it or not, signifying 9:50, right? This is still 9:50 if they break the low, the 9:47 candle. So there's no bounce trying for now, but all we're saying is, right, we gotta just respect the market. So they're fucking crazy bearish right now, and they're going lower into 9:49, 9:50, and this might be a major bear trap, but I mean they're coming in right into 9:50 still. They're coming in big time into 9:50 still. I would be at 10k if I had all my contracts right now, but I sold 2 at open, which I don't give a fuck, and I have 1 left. So I'm about to leave. Basically, yesterday was a really bad day because I went into 0 DTE puts looking at the SPX put to call ratio, and then I took a September 2nd put and it turned into a fucking best trade of the year, basically from the worst trade of the year yesterday. So it literally, today is basically my day. Right, I was up basically from 9 p.m. to basically 4 a.m. and I went this, holy fuck, okay, the wind is so south, 9:50. Okay, I'm at 3.8k, I'm gonna call it, most likely in a minute. 6:45, I'm pretty sure this is to pay out people that took puts at the fucking tippy top yesterday. Or look at the tippy top yesterday, look what happened. We went to 649x, right? And where are we? 645 right now. So we dropped $4 basically. And time is 9:50. This must be, you know what I mean, somewhere for all these smart money people that took 1 DT, 2 DT, 3, whatever they did at the top yesterday, to probably leave. The market's gonna bounce, the market's gonna cycle, and they're probably gonna figure it out at some point. But still, it is very bearish, and the 5-minute candle is coming in thick red, just like what happened yesterday in the London open. And there was a wedge that was created in the London open, and it kind of broke down. So there might be a wedge that is created, and it might break up or break down. Let's see. The best safe exit is 9:50 a.m. standing. So let's move what we said at 9:47 into 9:50, and we will see what happens from there. Okay, there might be a bounce here. This thing shredded like crazy. So, right, these people, Mito said these people played the call put ratio games yesterday. I think 100%. But like, you know what we talk about all the time, like 0 DTEs are basically used for the true move of the day, right? Like, because, you know, they were created every single time the market, you know, dropped a little bit, whether it was 2018, 2020, 2022, you know what I mean, a little bit more days, and it became every single day. And now I feel like these things are used for the real moves intraday. So 0 DTs could be screwed completely, and then they could push the thing up and down crazy, right, using them. And the next day, or you know, the next day after that is basically, yeah, because the setup is mad hard, right? The setup is literally NVIDIA. Yesterday we were pushing up with IWM, you know, SOXL, everything. Right? White House press conference at exactly at 1:20, and we just flew. But literally everything is just set up. Everything is just okay. 950 bounce into 950. It's not even 955. So 950. Rejection trying. QQQ is trying to run into 955. The MACD and the volume is dying bearish. So there may be a bounce. They may be faking out on SPY. Let's see. Time is 955. The cycles are going to trick, and the cycles are going to show difference on SPY and QQQ at some times or another. And they're going to be super fast to get one side or another for the cycle or two. So this is a 950 bounce to 955 at 950. Time is 953. 950 bounce to 950. 950 rejected into 953. Did not. See, that was a fake, right? Now time is 955, 9:53 a.m. and they're both going. So this is now one cycle bounce trying from the floor trying, right? And the market's gonna what? Either small pullback and then blow up, or either pull back, test the floor, get more bears or something, and then go up higher, most likely, right? Or it could bear trap, bull trap, and then go a little bit lower. Nobody knows right now, but what we do know is the market will cycle. The market will tell us with time, and we will be able to deduct with the time, and we will be able to deduct with the 1 minute candle in relation to the 5 minute candle, in relation to the bigger picture, to deduct through the cycle and time confirmation at best. Deductions at best. Deductions at best. Edison said left 6K on the table. Don't think like that. Don't ever think like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you guys are up thousands right now in the morning drop right now, you know, be blessed. God bless. You have to think about it. So many people printed thousands of dollars on futures yesterday. I'm telling you, it was insane. So right? The fact is, a lot of people printed, whether it was on futures, options, whatever it is, and they're still pushing south, or this is the floor testing. Floor testing. Raz says core PCE price year over year on July uptrend 2.9% now. So this is the floor testing at time is 9:55. So 9:55 rejection into 9:55. Time is not even 10 a.m. Time is 10 a.m. at 9:57, and the market is trying to bounce at 9:55. So we need to wait. There is a small cycle, intra 5-minute cycle happening right now. Small. I think they're gonna go crazy on my puts. I'm not gonna lie. It's already absolutely insane right now. It's at 3.9K almost. It's at 4 grand now. That's absolutely nuts. I knew these people were gonna go nuts on this. I'm not gonna lie. Look at how much the puts got killed. You know why? They have to let the puts go up a little bit, and then the calls go down a little bit, so that they can play into next week, into today, into. Holy, look at that. My God. Okay. I'm out. 4.1K. I'm trying to book it. If I held everything, I would be at 12.5K right now, basically. That was basically my target destination for me. Time is 9:55. I'm trying to book it. 4.1K. No fill yet. No fill yet. Time is 9:55. The floor is here into 9:55 still. That is how bearish we are right now. That is how much they're pushing down these people. I told you they created a wedge in the London exchange, and then they brought it down, right? Same thing happening right now in SPY. I'm not gonna lie. This is the same exact thing I saw at 4 a.m. There was a little wedge that was created, and then they just brought it down real quick. And the first hour or two was so bearish. Literally, the first 3 hours was so bearish for no reason. I do not know why. I literally don't know why. They literally did that. And futures dumped like fucking nuts. Time is 10 a.m. guys. This is it. This is it. Time is 10. You see this shit? Time is 10. Time is 10. Time is 10. 9:57. 10 LOD. Right, this thing can go even more, but I'm just saying 9:57 signifies 10. They created a wedge, right, with 9:55. They bounced. You guys get what I'm saying. Time confirmation, but like literally, this is literally what happened. And we drew 9:55 here, and we were like, oh, blah blah blah, and then we just changed it to 9:57:10, right? Because that is okay. I just left that 4K basically. Oh my fucking god! Man, last one. 3 out of 3 SPX, last one. Alright, I'm gonna let the thing bounce most likely. I'm gonna go long intraday, and then I'll probably grab some, long or shorts into the week, depending on what the fuck happens. But like, wow, that was crazy. How much are you guys up? Let's see. Who the just printed into this? That was absolute. That was absolute. Man, that was amazing. Alright, every time you talk about that guy, you guys are getting like a 1 minute timeout. So please, alright. I understand everybody is from the same community, right? I understand you guys type the same thing on YouTube and it might pop up or not, but please, let's try to talk. Let's try to keep the the environment positive as much as we can. That's all I'm saying, alright? There's no need to just as soon as he's just go. I don't care. Time is 9:50 or 10 a.m. Time is 10. LOD. That is insane. It's at 4.2K right now. Guys, it's at 4.5K right now. If I held everything, it would be a 13K trade. That would have been the best day of my this is the best trade of the year basically. Man. Wow. Bro, and I bought it at 4.5K yesterday. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is nuts. That is nuts. I don't care. I'm happy though. I'm happy. Time is 10. A.m. bounce trying at 10 exactly. That you saw that flash candle, right? That might be a small bounce trying, right? Bounce trying at 10. I'm gonna wait for a confirmation to even go long, but we saw that flash candle and that was weird. It literally went from 4K to 4.2K to 4.5K instantly. That was so weird. We tested 6:45.19. We are so far away from the previous day 9:30 open, the bottom of the top of the PCE data candles, 10 a.m. bounce, 10 a.m. rejection trying. This is small cycle from the floor, deciding what to do. We will know, and we can basically deduct it right with cycle and confirmation with the MACD and time confirmation mostly. This is basically everything is based on 5-minute increments, right? 5-minute increments are a checkpoint, right? We do not look at candles and speculate. We do not look at candles and be like, oh, this is the. No, we look at the time confirmation and we let the market do whatever the hell it wants and we let the thing confirm on time. We let the thing cycle and make cycles. There's a lot of bears here, so if they trap people, this is basically called, right, 1/3 2/3 smart money printed, right? from 9:30 to 9:50ish, and then yeah, 3/3 people printed too, but like this is getting risky now because we got super low to the floor, super low to the floor. Same thing could be applied at futures. If these people bounce at 10 into 10:05, 10:15, 10:20, or try it later, it means that these smart people printed. These people at the end are printing, but they will get trapped. Because what's going on in life, right? Reality, this is, what's going on in real world is most of the people that are in the trade, whether it's long or short, when they're in massive amounts of profits, will not leave. They will not run, and they will want more and more and more. And when that happens, the market is wanting that because they're creating a cycle, bearish cycle to go lower, bullish cycle to go higher, whether it's, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is. Okay, let's focus. Time is 10:05. Okay, there's an algo range being created here clearly. 10:05 just broke the floor again. LOD 10:05. See, this is basically no confirmation long, and they longed for 1 minute, and these smart people ran, and it was like a 2 minute, 1/3, 2/3 as well, and there's some algo range at 10 to 10. It's so bearish right now. Absolute bear control. Time is 10:03. They just bounced at 10 and they just rejected at 10. That is super bearish. This is exactly what happened on the FTSE. If you guys follow the London index or whatever overnight, this is exactly what happened. They broke the wedge at some point, and then they just kept pushing lower for 30 minutes or another, whatever this push was. And this is absolute now. Time is 10:05. Wow. 644.77. 644.77. Each contracts are at 5K now. Wow. That is absolute bear control. The put was at $1,700 at 3:55 p.m. yesterday, and that thing is at 5K now. Getting nuts. And it's not even expiring today. It's expiring September 2nd. That's how crazy this thing is. That's how crazy this thing is, because that's how smart people are printing smart money, I guess. Time is 10:05. Absolute. There's an algo range here at 10 that they created as well, but they're going lower and they do not care. I'm going to bring this lower into 10 since that's closer. Time is 10:05 and MACD is crazy bearish right now. Just literal dump. This is basically what happened in the London Open yesterday. A literal dump. Yesterday's low broken. The day before is LOD being broken or being tested. So yeah, this is absolute. This is the low of the Nvidia low. Alright, I'm pretty sure Nvidia is dumping right now. This is exactly what's happening. One side is printing big time right now in Nvidia, and it's going southward or something. Right, Nvidia did not really break the Tesla. Look at Tesla right now. Okay, things are taking its turn, going southward. Right, now that we did go southward, let's be careful, right? This half of the drop is Nvidia, basically, you can think of it. Half of this drop is Tesla. So, right, Tesla, Apple, whatever it is, right? You guys go look at the stock names and please tell us what's super bearish right now, but time is 10:06. 10:07 is coming. Every single candle is going lower. So, this thing could bounce at 10:05, 10:06, 10:07, but they're going continuously lower from 10 to 10:05. Time is still. LOD is continuously being broken. That is absolute bear control. Into 10:05 from 9:30 open. What a day. What an absolute dump day. It's at 5.3K right now. Each contracts. Each contracts are at 5.3K. This shit could have turned into a 20K trade. Oh my lordy. Oh my lordy. Oh my god. This is the setup of the month. The setup of the month. That is crazy. Time is 10:07. 10:07. 10:05 bounce trying at 10:06. Time is 10:07. Is barely above the 10:06 candle. Barely above the 10:06 candle. Alright. Let's do a poll. Who thinks this is going to go up and test the top and bottom of the 10 a.m. candle algo range in the next 30 minutes to an hour? Who thinks this is going to go lower again for 30 minutes to an hour? Okay, let's do a poll right now. Let's do a poll right now. Who thinks this is going to go higher now or lower, okay? We have to be absolutely careful here, and we have to look at everybody's market sentiment. You have to realize the things that we're doing in this channel and the things that we ask in our polls is basically us times 100,000 people, or basically 1,000,000 people, because everyone's looking at the same thing, right? It's just whoever is able to deduct the best, whoever is able to guess and speculate the least is the most printer, right? Is the most winner, because that's basically smart money, institutional printing, and everyone else is dumb money, retail, you know what I mean? Dumb money that gets trapped in the 3/3, right? The time is 10:10, and this is how bearish they are. They just keep going lower, and the floor broke once, twice, 3, 4 times, and now we're on the 5th floor. And that is what happens when the wind direction is south. The wind direction is north. We would see the time, confirmation, cycle, everything keep breaking the roof, right? We broke the roof how many times yesterday? On SPY, 10 times. On SPX, 7 times. On QQQ, 9. I remember everything, I'm telling you. QQQ, 9 times. I remember everything, I'm telling you. That is absolute, right? These people are fucking volatile. 0 DTEs, they go crazy. Up and down, they want to move crazy, right? Using the power of setups. And using the power of, right, people speculating like at every single point. So that is the most absolute thing to worry and watch out for. People said, Chris said higher, Joe said lower, Zishan said looks shady, waiting. Don says yeah, waiting. And Mike says bounce coming. Agnes says lower. Let's see the poll. Nobody voted in the poll in the community chat. That is dope. Okay. Let us be careful. Time is 10:10. 643.75 was tested, and now we're at 644.31. The market is moving a lot. It's moving a lot. Absolute focus is needed. Time is 10:10. Bounce to 10:10. 10:10 deciding what to do. Into 10:15 looks like. Looks like. Six, 569 on QQQ. Yeah, back in the day, I used to not watch time, and I used to not watch cycle, and I would get crushed. And the reason was I would struggle on looking at these candles for the exact time that they were, and then deducting it to exactly what's going on into the 5-minute candle, into the bigger picture. And that's what I literally stayed away from. But the reality is in life, right, is if you want to be great, is if you want to do shit that actually makes sense, or you want to like actually be logical, you have to face things that are the most hard in life. You know what I mean? Like the things that you want to basically stay away from. If you literally dedicate yourself to that, then you're gonna master it at some point or another, or you're gonna do it better than you've been doing at some point or another. This is the reason why we continue to say oh, practice, 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 and they're going lower into time is 10:12 on QQQ. Time is still 10:10, 10:12. So that doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? 10:15 is coming. This is just a weird. They're just rejecting every single cycle, right? 10 bounce into 10, and then we might see a bounce at 10:15, or we might not. But time is 10:12 into 10:13. LOD at 10:10 as well on SPY, holding. Let's go look at the VIX, IWM, NVIDIA, and other stuff. NVIDIA is at 174. IWM had a nice run. Is at 234. The VIX is at 15. That is crazy. Look at that 5-minute gap. So those might fill at some point today. QQQ has been super bearish into. Time is now 10:15. 10:15 bounce trying at 10:13 on QQQ. SPY did not go lower into 10:15, and it is bouncing trying from 10:10. So it is creating a divergence at the floor, and it is bounce trying at 10:15. Technically speaking, one single candle, but we have to call out what is going on. Okay, so 10:10 bouncing on SPY, 10:15 bouncing on QQQ. There's a divergence on the floor to maybe make people more bearish, but they are bouncing. The MACD volume is coming in bullish now. There may be a rejection that continues to go higher, not breaking the floor of the 10:13 and the 10:09 candle, right? As long as 10:09 doesn't break on a pullback and it goes higher and breaks these two candles, then that's a good long into the next time confirmation checkpoint. But this is one single candle bouncing from 10:15, so let's just call it for what it is. We call out everything absolutely to the teeth, and we basically just deduct off of what's going on live, which is reality, which is what happens every single day, which is why we tell people it doesn't even matter if the market gaps up, gaps down crazy. Just calm down and come to the market every single day without a bias, without estimation, guessing, whatever it is, and just deduct through the cycles. Take whatever cycle that you want, and then print, and then fucking leave. You know what I'm saying? And then just come back later or do whatever you want. But that is literally the best way to do this thing, and that's the best way to live life, because why the do you want to stress yourself, right? 10:10 bounce into 10:15, 10:15 rejection trying, 10:15 bounce into 10:15, 10:15 rejection trying. Time is still 10:15 into 10:20. 10:20 is 10:17. The floor is testing though on SPY. They're literally testing the floor on every single bounce, making it very hard to go long right now. Very hard to go long. Right? You could say that there's an algo range being created at 10:15 right now too, right? But not on SPY, on QQQ. But like, we don't want to draw an algo range on every single abnormal. You guys see what I'm saying by abnormal, right? 10 bounce into 10:01, and then rejection into 10:05. So like, this happens a lot. Wow. Time is 10:15. Breaking the floor again. Look at the MACD volume though. Not bearish that much on 1 minute, but the 5-minute is crazy bearish right now, man. That is crazy. Look at the 5-minute going crazy bearish. Look at that volume too. Everything's being used to go lower. Looks like another low is coming, but like, that is absolutely a crazy thing to say. All puts are up 380% right now, 350% since open, right? The puts were down 30% at morning open, and now they're up 358%, 346%. That is fucking crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Somebody could have traded today and been done for the month. They basically would have made up everything that they lost for the month, whether that was on calls or longs or puts or whatever the fuck that was. That is crazy work, right? Crazy work. What the It's so easy too. They were just going so south for no reason. Just so easy, so that people up there could leave in massive profits down here, man. Them puts that I had are at I don't even know. It went to like 5.6k each. Oh my god. Open interest 3,000, man. What the it went up 300%. That is nuts. Man, these people are fucking monsters though, man. Eat the 0 DTs, print out 1 DTs, 2 DTs, crazy, right? It's all about buying the thing at the most perfect time, right? They shredded the September 2nd calls were puts for literally a week since August 20. I don't even know. Literally, yeah. Literally a week. And then it boomed up on one day, big time. 0 DTs as well for August 29th. That is huge, right? Let's focus, okay? 9:15 bounced into, or sorry, 10:15 bounced into 10:20. Time is 10:15. LOD bounced into 10:20. Time is MACD in volume is trying bullish. Okay, I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio live in the group chat now, so that we could have a better understanding of what is going on in the market live. Let's hit the like button, please. We have 360 people watching. I appreciate you all for being here. Just please get the like button up. Thank you very much. Okay, the SPX put to call ratio is being sent live in the group chat now. There is a lot of puts at 6450 SPX. Okay, 6450 SPX. There's a crap ton of puts down there, so be careful of that. There's also a crap ton of calls at 6,500 still. A lot for some reason, so be careful of that as well. Hoping on too much high for the day. But yeah, time is 10:20. 10:20. Small time rejection trying on QQQ. There has to be a cycle that confirms to go long, so I'm just waiting. The MACD is confirming to bounce small time trying. Time is 10:20. Time is 10:20. QQQ coming back alive. SPY coming back alive as well. Okay. Man, the calls dropped insane. It was at $6,000 in yesterday close, and now it is at $1,400. That is disgusting. That is disgusting work. They printed it out like crazy into close, and then now they dumped it crazy into 10:20. Time is only 1 hour. It's been since the market, and the market is bouncing. I'm eyeing the call, but I'm not going in on purpose. Like, I'm waiting. That was the confirmation to go higher into there, 10:20. But it only went up like 10%. So if I was to put in maybe 1K, I would only be up $100. That is just, I need more confirmation than not, and I'll do a bigger size trade most likely. But time is 10:20. Bounce trying at 569.30. SPY at 643.67. We are trying to go back to 645.17. So we are going to now draw the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 box from morning open. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 box is now being played out into 10:15 into 10:20, happening live. We do not know if it's going to reject that 10:20, 10:20, 10:22, and then go confirm to go higher, you know what I mean, into 10:25, 10:30. So we will see. The MACD is coming super, right? Coming back, pulling back, coming in super bullish on the 1 minute, but that was from 10:15 into 10:25 minute push, right? 10:15 into 10:20. If you got in somewhere down here and then you held, that was great. If you got in somewhere here and got held, great. If you got in somewhere here, now it's getting a little risky, right? Because someone went long down here, someone went long down here, and they printed into the 1/3, 2/3, the massive green candle, and they might have left to let them cycle, to let them confirm to go higher or lower, because they already did go higher from 10:15 to 10:20, 10:15 to 10:20. Okay, right? Rejection coming at 10:20, 10:22. So now time is 10:25. 10:25 is deciding what to do into 10:30. 10:25 is inside the 10:20 candle as well on QQQ and SPY. They're both deciding what to do inside the 10:20 candle. So this candle is not lower than the 10:22 candle. 10:23 candle is higher than the low of the 10:22 candle. That is something important to take note of. Josh says SPX has a gap at 6,500. Let's go take a look at that. That is a massive gap. That is true. Overnight gap. 5 minute on the SPX. The 15 minute on the SPX. We are at previous all-time high, somewhere here. Right, so we may get some sort of bounce here. That is absolutely something to take note of. Look at the 1 hour. Previous all-time high. Right, what do we talk about intraday when they break out of the pivot point and blah blah blah, right? All-time, our pivot point turn into support. So if they do find some support here into, you know, Tuesday, Thursday, whatever it is, don't be surprised. You know, they may go lower into Tuesday and Wednesday, or Tuesday and then go pop right back up on Wednesday. So do not be surprised if they bounce somewhere here, but that is absolutely true. But what is also true is we ran like nothing yesterday after this doji candle, right? That came in at 9:30. At 11:30 we broke it, and at 1:20 we pushed it up like crazy into 4, and then we dumped it like fucking nothing into. Time is 10:30. So we'll let the 1 hour candle close, let the 4 hour candle close, let the 30-minute candle close, and then we'll see where it goes. The 5-minute PCE data algo range is up here. That is important to note, right? Somewhere up at previous day 9:30, previous day 4 p.m. close. So we could come back at some time today and retest that as well, or we might leave that into next week. We do not know. We will know as we let the market cycle. We will know as we let the market confirm and let us deduct through the time confirmations and get a better understanding of what is going on. 2, find the real direction, trend direction, and to play the traps, right? That is literally it every single day. Every single day. Now imagine we go super up, right? And then we gap fill, and then we start going lower from there. That would be the ultimate day. Well, like, you know what I mean? That would take super power. 10:20 to 10:25 rejection coming. 10:20 to 10:25 rejection coming. This is one single cycle, no confirmation shorting. This is one single cycle, no confirmation long after 10:15 to 10:20. That is all it is. That is reality. That's literally all I say every fucking day. All I talk about, right? Reality, right? Because why? This is the roaring 20s. We are in the 2020s. This is the roaring 20s, just like there were the 19 roaring 20s, right? And people back then, people in the 1980s were fucking speculating and hoping and holding like absolutely fucking nothing, right? What we have to do is we need to be smart. What we need to do is we need to understand that, we need to acknowledge that, we need to respect that, and we need to not speculate and estimate and guesstimate and hope as much as we can. The only way you could do that is if you practice by looking at what you don't want to look at, and you just find a system that works for you, that calmly allows you to tell you what is the wind direction, what is the, what is the blah blah blah, what are we confirming, who is trapped, how many people are here, by looking at live data, by looking at live chart, by looking at live setup, to print every fucking day, the majority of the day, basically, right? Because you want to be up basically 85% of your trades, right? 78% of your trades. You don't want to be wrong. It's 50-50. That is an absolutely terrible statistical number, right? So you want to be risk managing as well. You want to have different amounts of, things you want to risk, right? I looked up on YouTube the best trader in the world. I had no idea, right, until about half a year ago I saw this video, and it's that the best trader in the world has 3 different setups. He uses 1K. Fuck, my headset died, my bad. He uses 1K, 2K, and 3K. That tells me that man is like, he's printing and he's rich as great, but I'm telling you, the fact that he does that, whether it's on futures or stocks or whatever options he does, but like, that is a clear tell sign to me that tells me he's making deductions on certain cycles. He's making deductions on what he wants to trade, and he's doing risk to reward analysis truly by looking at the cycle, by looking at where you are, right? Because if you are in this big moment, right, and you're printing like fucking nothing, you want to be big, you know what I mean? And you want to print big time. If when you're here and you see big massive reds, do you want to be in the same amount? Do you want to be in a, you know what I mean, 100%? No. What you want to do is you want to be in for, like, let's say your risk reward, your trades are 10, 15K, 10K, 5K, whatever it is. You do this for 10K, 7K, and then you leave, right? You do half of that, 2.5K, 2K, 3, whatever it is. You risk manage because you don't know where it's going to bounce. You don't know, where it's going. You don't know what it's testing until the market tells you, until the cycle tells you, based on time, confirmation, and everything, the setup, right, traps, whatever it is they're creating. News catalysts sometimes we look at too. Time is 10:30. They're bouncing off the floor. Okay, this is a confirmation trying to go higher. Time is 10:30. Trying long. Now this is looking nice long. Alright, this is looking nice long. But I'm kind of scared. But like 1 minute, nice long maybe. MACD coming in super nice. That is looking beautiful. Time is 10:30, and then they could basically, what if they create a flag here too? And that's the only thing. We either V up to algo range, or we channel here. So that is just scary. Time is 10:30, but to go long here is perfect. When I was just yabbling and blabbering and blah blah blah, right? Because why? The 10:15 low never broke. The 10:15 low never broke. So you make the deduction in this first green candle that, like, okay, I'm gonna go long, and then if they break the low, I'll leave, and then because that's not a lot of loss. Even if you, as soon as they break, if you leave, that's not a lot of loss, as long as they don't super dump, which is insanely hard to do right now. But you make the deduction, and then you get a big green candle or two, and then you're like, okay, they could run it, but they could, stop it here. So I'm gonna leave into this big green candle because of blah 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 blah. Because you're making a deduction, because you're using setups, and you are estimating, you are, guessing, but you are doing that on logical things that are happening in front of you live, which means you're deducting instead of just, going off of indicators or candles or whatever. Okay, there may be a rejection here. Why? There's a lot of bulls here. I think that was a good long from here to here, right? Another 10%, but it's just, what does everyone think here? Okay, higher or lower? The MACD is dying on QQQ, bearish. The MACD is trying to die on SPY, bearish. The candle is coming in, big hammer candle to go higher, trying. Time is 10:30, so we're about to have an answer into 10:35. If the high of these candles break, then maybe I might get enticed real quick. Time is 10:30. Right, if it breaks, it's gonna break super fast, but there is a possibility. Edison said higher. Gifford says higher in the WhatsApp group. People in the YouTube chat saying ZW says filling up the gas to go higher or lower. What do you think? I think there may be a bounce today, a decent amount, and then it's going to be fair game at some point at the middle, maybe. Right? The middle will be somewhere here, right? 646, and we're already like 1/4 of the way up, basically. We're at 2080 MA on QQQ, deciding what to do. So this is basically 50-52. But if we do run up here, it could also be 50-50 here in terms of the long-term picture, in terms of, you know, the picture into the next week. So we really got to watch out what is going on today, right? You want to look at everything. I mean everything. Tesla, Nvidia, SOXL, IWM. It is very hard to look at everything continuously, but we could do it because we are in the community, right? People can look at fucking everything. People call out effing everything. The last 3 days, Chris was calling out IWM bullish, 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 like crazy, right? And SPY was. Yo, the breaking out time is 10:30. Filling up the gas trying. MACD is coming in super bullish into, this is 10:35 now, okay? This is 10:30, deciding into 10:35 to go higher. Basically 10:30 somewhere here, and then it decided to go higher, looking into 10:35, 10:33. I don't know if it's gonna run though, but they did run, looks like. Right now it's starting from here to here, great, right? Time is 10:35. 10:35. I am not in a position right now, long or short. I am not biased right now because I do not have a position right now, so I'm going to most likely see how it does right here, basically. There is an algo range up here that we know for sure. I just don't know if there's an algo range down here that we're testing because I really didn't look down here when we were going straight down, down, down. So to be careful. Okay, there is a wedge. I guess we could draw a wedge, right? We might break out of, but I also don't want to draw too many things in the chart. I like to keep things simple, so we'll let the thing be for a little bit, and then we will draw whatever we need to draw. Time is 10:34, 10:35, and it's going to be 10:40 in basically 3 minutes into 10:37. Right, we went higher into 10:33. It is signifying best chance to leave for calls at 10:33 for now. There's a small time rejection happening here, okay? It could be, or we could go higher, you know what I mean? But like that's what the candles are showing right now. So let's see. Small time rejection happening. But it might not be nothing. We are at 2080 MA on QQQ. We're basically evaluating what to do. The market is deciding what to do after it did go higher into 10:35 from deciding at 10:30. Right, small time rejection happening now. Fake or real. You do not want to basically short until the low of the 10:15 candle breaks, but I mean I call out what happens, right? Time is 10:35. 10:33 pulled back into 10:35. The candles are both coming in red on SPY and QQQ. This could be faked out to go higher into 10:40. That is absolutely true. Time is 10:36. We will know in 51 seconds. Time is 10:40 in 46 seconds, and the candle is coming in big red, big green. So now they're showing, you know, the bears are trapped in this small cycle, right? Now they're showing the bears are trapped in this small cycle. I'm going to say this is 50-50 deciding what to do into 10:40. If the high of this breaks, they're going to run it into 10:40, 10:37. If the low of this breaks at 10:36, they're going to go lower into 10:37, 10:40. Let's see. I am personally not in a long or short right now. I am deciding what to do as of right now. If anyone is in long or short and you want to call out what you are doing in the chat, feel free. We do that in the WhatsApp group as well. Time is 10:40, 10:37, deciding what to do into 10:40 itself. 10:40 is here. 1040 is here. The MACD is bullish rather than bearish on the 1 minute candle. It is stacking. It is candles are trying to stack, trying to break the high this. Alright, the 5 minute candle is coming in, squeezing on QQQ as well. Time is 1040. Okay, the bulls are in control here. It's showing, but like that is scary stuff. I want to go long on one call, but like, yeah. Time is 1040. I also don't want to get dumped on too. There's somebody that is up, so. Time is 1038, 1040, and they are going higher into 1040 and 1038, 1039, 1040, 1041, 1042. Is 1040? It's just, it was best to go in the pullback, right? And I'm just waiting for the time confirmation, and the moment they break out for me to chase that is kind of iffy, right? Because this could be 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Why? Because they're going higher. Sure, the confirmation cycle is going higher. It's just somebody long that 1025 and they're printing. Somebody long that 1025 and they might have left into this big candle, this candle or not, but they're still printing. And somebody longed here and they're printing into this. So best longs are from here at 644 and then went up $1 basically, right? Yeah, it went up $1 from 643.90 to 644.95. $10.39, $10.40. The wind is north or neutral since 10:15 a.m. You do not even think about shorting until the low of the 10:15 a.m. candle breaks, because this is how they kill everybody. This is how they did it yesterday. That is how they do it every single day when they bear trap. So you have to see time confirmation to short into the next time even, or you need to see time confirmations to long into the next cycle even. You have to look at the bigger picture always, and you need to look at where you are. We are above the 28 EMA, but we are slow. Alright, we are slow. Time confirmation does says we're about to run into 1040, but like either it's slow on purpose or it's slow on purpose. Right? So why is it slow on purpose? And for what reason is the question. Guys, can we all hit the like button, please? 416 people. I think this is about to be the biggest video or the biggest live stream watch for me. So let's all hit the like button. Let's try to push the likes to 200. I would all appreciate it. That would be huge. Okay, 1040 push coming. Candle is. Everything is stacking. Okay, so they were grabbing liquidity, they were just taking their time, right? All these bears in this big 3/3 is getting squeezed now, right? SPY also 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 we will draw, since there is actually a bounce trying now, and there actually is a bounce that is confirming with time, cycle, and everything. So 1/3, 2/3, and also 3/3. Who is getting trapped? The 3/3, right? And these people are being used for the upside. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going north. Okay. So we will see how this develops, but for now this is what is going on. We might test the bottom of the 10 a.m. candle soon. We have not. 645.19 looks like. Okay, 1040 rejection trying. We need to see what happens. So calls did print from 1015, 1025 into 1040, right? The candles are clearly showing us. So let's see what happens here. 1040 small time rejection coming. This is no confirmation shorting. Why? 1040 into 1040. The thing could literally bounce before 1045. If you want it to truly short, you gotta let the thing go from 1040, 1045, bounce to 1050, and then 1050 rejection into 1055 or something clearly. Or if you want to go long, you have to let the thing try to bounce, right? Before 1045, and then you long in between real quick, or you let the thing reject and then bounce somewhere, and then you play that bounce into making people think it's going to break the roof, or actually breaking the roof, or whatever it is. Okay, now that we have 400 people watching, I'm going to say what I have said to people. Okay, the market constantly throughout the day makes people hope on the roof, 33.3% chance, or in between the two pivot points, the HOD and the LOD, pivot point 1 and pivot point 2, 33.3% chance, or the floor, 33.3% chance. The reason why people get stuck, and the reason why people hold, and the reason why people get hurt like big time is because they are thinking the system is bull versus bear. They are thinking it is 50-50. Time is 10:45. They're rejecting from 10:45, 10:40 into 10:45 on QQQ and SPY. Okay, they're thinking that this is a 50-50 thing, but it is never a 50-50 thing. If you look at the candles, right, what is going on? I'm going to explain what is going on, right? 10:15, we're at the floor, okay? 10:20, we're what? Going towards the midpoint. So midpoint hoping, right? We are really going towards the midpoint right now, but I'm saying, you know what I mean? More towards the midpoint. 10:25, what is this? Floor hoping, right? 10:30, we went back up. 10:35, we're at the midpoint, right? 10:40, we're going more towards the midpoint, right? I'm just saying, like, the market go up, down, big time, but what is truly going on is when there is a pivot point as we're going down, or when there is a pivot point intraday, they make people hope on the roof in between the two pivot points or the floor. What you want to do is you want to deduct through everything, and you want to play the cycles that are like, oh, we're showing people the floor, but we're going to the midpoint. You don't really care that it's going to the midpoint, but you want to print in the 1/3, 2/3. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we're at the roof, we're going to the midpoint. Oh, we're at the roof, we're going to the floor. You don't really give a if they're going to break the LOD. You don't give a if they're going to go to the midpoint. What you care is that they're showing the majority of the people that we're at the roof to the midpoint, and you leave somewhere in between, in the 1/3, 2/3, right? What the fuck is that rejection? 1040 rejection to the 1045. But you guys get what I'm saying, though, about, like, cycle, and, like, you can decide what to do, because that is literally what's going on right now. 1045, what we're making people think on the floor. This is no confirmation shorting. You can expect this shit to bounce at 1045, 1046, 1047 for some horseshit game. I guarantee you that. We could break the floor, that is true, but, you know, yeah. I don't want to speculate right now, but, like, I'm just saying, you basically are going to see time confirmations more likely than not here. This is basically, if somebody shorted at the top, they're going to leave into a massive red candle, whether it's up here, whether it's down here, wherever it is. They're going to leave into 1045. They're going to probably let the thing bounce at 1045, 1050 into wherever it needs to, and they will time confirm to go long or short. That is all it ever is, and that is all they will ever do. That is, I'm talking about they as in smart money, institutional players, and we can be smart money too. We are all a part of the market, and we are all deducting, right? There's millions and millions of people that do this. Hundreds of thousands of people that do this. The reason why this shit works to the teeth, the reason why the system works to the teeth is because, right, people do not have a system. People are speculating and hoping like crazy. They are not looking at the time for the cycles that they are. They are not time confirming for what they are. They're looking at the 1-minute candles. They're looking at whatever they are looking at, price indicator, price level, whatever they are, and they're not caring about the major market factors, which is time, cycle confirmation, wind direction, pivot point, and more MACD volume. We can go on and on and on and on, right? So blah blah blah, right? People say, oh, chips. People say we can go on and on, but the fact is, like IWM, VIX, everything. The fact is, every fucking thing is interrelated. Every fucking thing reveals and does things in 5-minute increments, and we are all deducting through the market live, 24/7. That is all it is, and that is all it ever is. This is 1040 rejection into 1045. The thing might bounce here. But that was a good long at 1015. That was a good long at 1025. That was not a good chase, right? Why? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 playing out. So, if that is true, let's see what the fuck happens, okay? Right? If that is true, right? Who printed into these big candle at 1029, 1033, 1037, right? What I say is not horseshit. I do not make shit up. I'm literally saying this because this is what I've seen. I'm saying this because this is what I've got screwed on, and I'm saying this because, you know what I mean? I'm so fucking passionate about this shit because this is how I print every fucking day. This is how I, you know what I mean? Like, this is how I stop myself from hoping so goddamn much, because if you don't do this, if you don't like do certain, like, how I literally look at myself a year and a half ago or 2 years ago and I'm like, how the did I ever even make money to even lose that money? Because that is absolutely nuts how I didn't even have a system, right? If the thing bounces here, this is what? LOD floor hope trapping, right? So if somebody shorted up here, if somebody shorted, they left into the before LOD floor hope trap break, you know what I mean? Before the LOD breaking, right? I'm not saying the LOD is gonna not break right now. The MACD is coming in bearish on QQQ and SPY. I'm just saying, if the thing bounces at 1050, then these people would be what? They would be used to go a little bit higher. That's also true, right? So if that's true, why not reduce your risk? You know what I mean? If you print it on 5K here, you could go $500. If you print it on 4K, you could go 1K. You know what I'm saying? You could risk manage live instead of being a fucking instead of throwing rice at the wall and seeing if it sticks on 50% of your trades is what I say. But yeah, at the end of the day, everyone has their own opinions, everyone does their own shit, which I respect, but I just hope wherever they are, right, I just hope that they have a system that they can explain how they are doing what they're doing, how they're printing what they're doing, how they're seeing what they're doing, and they can explain how other people are seeing what they're seeing. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio on live now in the WhatsApp group, because now that we are at the floor, we are near the floor, it is very fucking important to have a analyzation of what is going on. We are at 6,450, where it's 70% puts and 35% calls. That is how bearish we are right now. We are breaking through the floor. The floor broke. The floor is breaking. It is super bearish right now. I do not know why, but this is basically free money south for basically a minute or two or 30 seconds. The floor is breaking into 1050. That was a confirmation short from 1040, 1045 rejection at 1044 into 1050 time is. That is crazy. That is crazy. Another floor break, right? SPX put to call ratio has been sent live. There is a divergence on the floor. QQQ did not break the floor, right? QQQ did not break the floor, and SPY did. Looks like puts are printing today. Okay. I'm in for $965. The risk is there. I'm going to leave in a minute or two. I'm at 1,000 already. The risk is absolutely there. 6,445. I'm leaving right now. I'm going to leave into this shit. LOD breaking on QQQ. 1,000. 1,060. I'm leaving right now. I'm out. $1,150. Booked. Fucking booked. LOD broke on QQQ as well. The wind is still south into 1050 at the minimum. Right? The QQQ LOD broke together with SPY. That is a classical divergence clear at the floor. Classical divergence clear at the floor. They pushed it like fucking nothing in the last 2 minutes again to break the floor. The wind is something like this. It's a big ass 1/3, 2/3 going south from the morning open into something like this. This is like I don't want to get people trapped on this. You know what I mean? This box, so I'm gonna erase it. But you guys get what I'm saying. This bounce, they broke the LOD into 1050, so that's the reason why puts are spiking right now, and it did spike into that 1-2 minute basically. But let's see, LOD 1050. This thing could bounce right now. Because why? We cleared the divergence on the floor. Because why? That shit was so bearish, right? Calls got shredded, another 10-15% on that drop. Puts, puts went up 10-15% on that drop. Okay, LOD, time is 10:52. Time is 10:52. And they're going lower into 10:50, 10:52. Today something is going on. They're using all calls to go lower. It looks like they're using all put. I don't know if they're gonna print out puts like crazy, but this is absolutely nuts. We're at 569. 569. This is something that people are not expecting. This is something that people are not thinking after yesterday and the day before, because Nvidia, everything was holding. Let's go look at Nvidia, Tesla, IWM. Nvidia dropping like mother of Thanos rock, going at 173. IWM dropping like mother. Jesus Christ, that's crazy, man. Everything in sell-off mode. VIX spiking up crazy, right? VIX gap filled one and then gapped up. So fucking nuts. Crazy sell-off today, looks like, man. Crazy sell-off today. Into the floor. Wind direction was north from pre-market into 930. The wind direction was south from 930 to 1050. The wind direction was north from pre-market to 930. 930 to 930 showing. And the wind was south from 930 to 1055 showing. Time is 1050 LOD on QQQ. 1050 LOD on QQQ as well. Bounce trying for 1 minute. This thing could bounce here. Why? This is the previous LOD. So previous LOD turned into support or resistance possibly. We will draw that because it is always important and it will always be used most likely than not. This is previous LOD on QQQ as well as SPY. That is how we do every single day. We just calm our ass down. We just mark things that are important. We just do things systematically. We do things cyclically, and we calm down. When everybody is euphoric, when everybody is fucking fearful, there's a bounce coming at 1050 into 1055 trying. The market needs to cycle confirm, or it's going to bear trap everybody off the floor right now. Okay, it is possible, right? When nobody knows what's really going to happen, all this shit really means is they killed the calls, they fucking printed out the puts all the way to the max possible drop, and there's a bounce trying at 1050 into 1055. So that's just reality, and we are above the previous HOD or previous LOD now. Previous low of the day, pivot point 2, turned into support or resistance is what you call this. That is what the British UK trader guy that I sent a video of 1 month ago, that has posted the video since 2008, educational videos, right, have said about trends, pivot points. So I have not made my own remake video of that yet, but that is literally what is going on right now. Time is 10:55. If somebody has watched that, and if somebody has taken it seriously to their heart, they will know exactly what I'm talking about right now. Time is 10:50, bouncing into 10:55. Trying. The MACD is dying. Bearish. The 5-minute MACD was not even bearish that much, but we made a new LOD and we broke the floor, and there's a bounce trying. Calls looking kind of good. High call front now. But just because it looks good doesn't mean, you know what I mean? Because it looked good every single time, and then now they're shredding it every single time. So yeah, they could keep shredding it every single time, but they have shredded it crazy. So they're making it hard as hell to go long. But I mean, you know, the setups are there, the possibilities are there for it to nuke and go hit the algo range. We do not know. Nobody knows. Unless you look at the time cycle confirmation and you go off of time confirmation cycles alone. What did I say yesterday as I was losing? I said I'm basically going short on 0 DTs against all my rules, breaking confirmation, shorting with no confirmation, just on the SPX put to call ratio, right? And I got whooped, right? That is why you get humbled when you break your rules. That is why you never absolutely ever break any fucking rules, whether you do options, futures, stocks, whatever it is. And you just absolutely do what you said you are set out to do, and you sell and you do what you say you're gonna do, because that is literally the test of yourself in this system that we are in. Time is 10:57, 11 a.m. 10:56 rejected, 11 a.m. Now we are at the previous previous LOD turned into resistance support. I will type that out here. Previous low of the day turned into resistance slash and or support. Okay. Previous low of the day turned into resistance and or support. We QQQ might have broke the LOD. 640, 569.09. So QQQ did break the LOD. There is a divergence on the floor. Low of the day 11 a.m. on QQQ. Low of the day 10:50 on SPY. Right? People may ask, why is there a divergence? The divergence is there because the indexes, IWM, NVIDIA, they all do different crap at different times, and they're literally used perfectly to trap everybody and kill everybody, especially people that are hoping, right? So it is so paramount to look at everything. It's insane what they do. And QQQ is going lower. Time is 11. So we may see some sort of barcode here, but yeah, this is some dangerous stuff happening now. They're making longs have a hard time going long. They're making puts. Their puts are getting trapped, right, since 10:50. So time is 11. So yeah, they're making it hard for people to go long. They're trapping puts and they're consolidating at the floor, near the floor. We made the floor 10 minutes ago. We made the floor just now on QQQ, meaning there's no confirmation to go long on QQQ. There is a confirmation to go long on SPY, meaning there's a divergence. You know, divergence at the roof makes shorting dangerous and longing dangerous, right? You got to have the perfect timing and setup. Divergence at the floor makes shorting dangerous, and you got to have the perfect setup and time, basically. So 11 a.m. bounce trying, 11 a.m. bounce showing as well in SPY. Nobody really knows here because of the previous day low of the day turned into resistance, whatever. So this is a basically pivot point, right? We bounced up at 10:50 into 10:55. 10:55 rejected into 11, basically is showing, right? So the market is evaluating what to do at the pivot point. When the market is at the pivot point, evaluating what to do, it's going to be very trappy and go like this, or it's going to, you know, break the floor, make people hope, or it's going to, whatever it is, because we're at a pivot point, right? This pivot point, dangerous stuff, basically. You want the market to confirm at best to go long, right? Breaks are in levels. You want the market to confirm at best, breaking the low of the day. But I mean, I wouldn't short anymore. But you get what I'm saying here. But yeah, time is 11. They're just showing super bearishness for no reason, right? And now it's bouncing, trying off the previous, the below the previous LO day. So now it's showing as, you know, breaking out or fake out, break down below previous LOD, finding support above it, finding support above it. We could be bullish above this, or we could not. Nobody knows. We could barcode here after we go a little bit bullish, or truly. So bigger picture, you know, you just want to let the thing get away from the pivot point mostly. Time is 11:01. Time is 11:01. So 10:55 rejected into 11. 11:01 broke out. So trying to run into 11:05. I don't want to say it's going to run to 11:05, right? But like we will see what happens, right? They could be creating whatever they're creating here. Nobody really knows right now, so we just got to see. Okay. Okay, the MACD is bullish, but just because it's bullish a tiny bit, we're not going to say, oh, it's running here. It was 100% running here, right? 100% into 1020, into 1035. We even call that best safe exit somewhere up here, right? And then they even went higher into 1040, and then they did a pullback. So, okay, now the MACD is building, trying. QQQ, a little bit weaker looking than SPY, but SPY is trying its best. Let's go look at IWM, NVIDIA, Russell 2000. Bounce trying off the floor at 1050. SPY looking strong with IWM, NVIDIA also. Bounce trying off the floor since 11. Bounce trying off the floor since 1055, right? Aligning with SPY. Isn't that kind of weird? But that is not a coincidence. It's just on time. Everything is on 5-minute time increments in relation to the 1-minute time increment. Future is overnight as well. Everything is the same. Time is 11:05. The market is deciding what to do. We rejected at 11 small time. We rejected at 11 small time into 11:05. Time is 11:05. We are in between the 11 candle for now. It is either building liquidity to pop up at some time at 11:07, 11:05, 11:06, or it is stuck in between the 11 candle. If you guys like the live deductions that we do here, please hit the like button. If you want to ask some questions about what you are seeing here, feel free to ask some questions. If you want to say this is going to go higher or lower a little bit, feel free to do that too. We'll welcome everything. You can. SPY is trying with IWM, but like things are looking kind of weird because of NVIDIA. Things are looking kind of weird because of QQQ. So, you know, I'm not gonna say we can have our eyes on Tesla, Apple, NVIDIA, and everything at all times. So you guys have to help me out here too, please. You know what I mean? I don't want to keep switching back and forth like crazy. So if you guys see some big move on something that you are trading or that you are doing that you like, just let us know. Whether that's, you know, the chips index or whether that's VIX or whatever. People do different stuff like crazy, so trust me, man, I used to do different stuff like crazy. There was a time where I did crude oil. There was a time where I used to trade VIX. There was a time where man, I've fucking done it all. So, yeah, I like people when they're like, you know, IWM this and that, because I used to do IWM back in the day too. You know, everything's helpful, but like it's so hard when everything's doing different shit. For example, yesterday, prime example the day before that. So, you know what I mean? Like we called it out as it happened, but like I'm just saying, like it's very hard. Like that's just the reality. It's super hard. Why? Because they're trying to show you things and they're trying to trap you on that too. So the best thing you could really do is to like best analyze. Right? Time is 10:05 and they're trying to go into 10:05. Maybe QQQ is going. They're showing that they're about to do another run real quick, but yeah. Okay, let's see. CW said look at the short. I think when it goes up a little bit, or Mushi said about to go to 642.5. Damn, that's really low. Public said UVIX cheap puts today. Yeah, I used to do UVIXy back in the day, like big time, man. But like, this is what I say to people, right? Whether you're interested in futures or VIX or crude, I highly suggest, right? You practice with small fucking money first, and then you learn for a long fucking time. You get screwed on it big time or a long time, and then you learn a long time for a little bit, a couple of months at least, and then once you learn a certain thing, you could then practice and perfect it with time. But everything really starts with small amount of practice and trying and practice and literally learning what you hate the most. But you have to get good at it. You have to become the best at it, because the fact is there are people that are doing IWM, that are people that are doing crude oil, that are people that are doing UVIXy, that are people that are doing whatever it is, NVIDIA, Tesla, for years, and they're doing that only for years, if that makes sense, right? right? We literally talk about Tesla, and I literally say, oh, I don't want to be like I'm a know-it-all on Tesla, but all we do is we call out levels, you know what I mean? That these institutions play, you know what I mean? Like 307, 327, 318, 3 like 333, 320 something. We've been calling that out forever, right? And they've been using that for literally 3 months. But like, in order for you to trade this perfectly, you have to be a pro. You understand that? You cannot be a hoper. You cannot be a speculator. You cannot be a guesser. You cannot be a hoper. You cannot be a speculator. You cannot be a guesser. You need to be literally the top of the top of the top. You need to be the best of the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? You have to absolutely understand what you're doing in order to print consistently and not just throw shit at the wall and seeing if it sticks. But that takes a long time of perfection, and that takes a long time of doing that one thing for a long period of time, which makes people professionals at it. Time is 10:10 and they're pushing higher. Those are actually coming, right? That cycle actually was go higher at 10:05. 10:05 broke at 11, right? That was the confirmation. 10:05 broke at 11. That was the confirmation to go higher into 10:10. Time is 10:10. Sorry, 11:10. I'm talking like fucking nuts, but like you guys, yeah. Hopefully you guys are making good deductions right now. Hopefully you saw that break too and you took that risk. But like, yeah, I'm talking like nuts right now. So let me not talk right now. Let me not talk too much. We have a divergence, right? LOD divergence, and they are booming since that. MACD is coming in bullish. Cycles are confirming to go higher. Cycles are confirming to go higher. The only thing is there's an algo range here. There's an algo range here at 11 for some reason. That is also why I do not want to go long, but like that was a good long from this pullback to here, right? We do not know if this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 to go. Okay, I'm gonna erase this because if I draw the small box, it's gonna look more confusing. But it's like now this, right? And then going up higher is also something like this, right? 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3 up there. So we will see what happens. Time is 11:10. Look, it's doing something like this now, right? 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3 higher up there. Time is 11:09, and they're going higher. Right, that was the confirmation, but all I'm saying is there's an algo range here. I don't know why there's an algo range here, but there is an algo range here, so you need to watch out for that. Right, 10:58 right here, 11 right here as well. I'm not saying we're gonna visit it. I'm not saying speculate on it. I'm just saying if you see some sort of pullback, right, expect that to be the best safe exit for them, and then let them decide what they want to do with cycle time confirmation. But when they create certain algo ranges like this, I have to mark it because, yeah, I'm not saying that's the only setup too, but you have to think about it, right? They created the divergence on the floor. They made everybody bearish by going below the previous LOD and the POC with no volume and no MACD, and then they're bouncing it. So the setup is also long since then. But yeah, I'm just saying. You see both sides of the story. Set up for long, set up for short at some point, right? They could go up here too. They could go up here as well. That is also true. We don't really know yet. Which is fair. Right? Just because the market ran up right now too does not mean you gotta be like, oh man, because like, yeah, it's gonna cycle and it's gonna be okay. So whether it goes higher later, whether it goes higher lower or lower higher right now, it's okay. You gotta learn to be okay with what the market does, whether it prints without you or not, right? And then just be okay with it because it's just setting up another setup for the next one or the next time or the next future, whatever it is. But you want to not hope and speculate. You want to deduct. You want to go with confirmations, basically. Confirmations. We went higher into 11:10. We went higher into 11:10. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. We are at 188 likes, 200 likes. Thank you all very, very much. We have hit the goal for the day. Thank you all very much. This is now the most liked video for me and my live stream. So thank you all for your support. Time is 11:12. Deciding what to do into 11:15. 11:10 rejected into 11:12, 11:10. 11:10 bouncing at 11:12, deciding what to do into 11:15, 11:13, and 13 seconds. This thing can go higher, but all I'm saying is if there's smart money that went long here, they probably left into these big candles here. So for now, I'm going to call out best safe exit at 11:10. They can break this higher easily, but I'm just saying because of this algo range here too that they created, they can pull back too. The chances are there. So if that's true, you want to leave in max one cycle profit. You want to let them do whatever the fuck they want to do, and then let them go down and balance, or let them, go higher or whatever, and then just get the next setup. So that's all I'm saying. I have no idea. Don't make me speculate. don't make me speculate right now. Right? Please. I don't know. But the reality is, yeah, it's 50-50 right now, deciding what to do into 11:15. Time is already 11:15, so we're about to find out in 2 minutes, 3 minutes or something. Or maybe that's going to be small cycle fake too. Nobody knows. What we really do know is when things go truly, we get the momentum. We get the volume. And when things go, even small cycle, there's cycle confirmation that tells us that someone's winning into here, someone's winning into there, someone's blah 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 blah. So, right, 11:15 deciding what to do in between the what? 11:10 and the 11:10 candle, right? 11:10 rejection, 11:12 bounce. So this is fair game for both sides. They're deciding what to do. Small cycle into. Bears are showing, but I don't want to say the word. Okay, I don't want to say the word because that's not even a lot of money. But bears are coming now. This is bearish cycle. Right, best safe exit at 10:11 standing, or 11:10 showing for now. 11:10 rejection until 11:15 for now. QQQ not really. So I don't want to say this is a good short. I don't fucking know. They're rejecting off of 11:10 until 11:15 is all I can say, and the cycle is gonna happen here. That's the reality, right? That's fair. That's logical to say. So I literally say things that are happening live, logical, reality things, and I do not make people, biased. I do not say, oh, bullish, bearish, whatever, because of whatever, because I don't give a fuck if it goes higher or lower. All I really cares about is about the cycle. All I really care is about the risk and the reward for me and the setup. So, okay. Time is 11:15. 11:15. It's bouncing in between the 11:10 candle on QQQ. Right? So this is not a good algo range to draw because this is not even testing. This is another algo range that is being created on QQQ, 11:10 to 11:10. So the risk is absolute for puts and calls right now. Let's just put it like that. You know what I mean? Do not speculate on this algo range that I made at 11. Do not, please. All I'm saying is, there's freaking like 5 algo ranges today. So how do you know which one's gonna test? How do you know which one's not? Right? That's fair. Let's put it like that. Right? This one up here clearly didn't test. Right? At 10. So all I'm saying is let's let the market cycle. Let's let the market do whatever it wants because it is clearly gonna make people trap and make people hope on certain things and then trap them. This is channeling. QQQ is channeling upwards. SPY is channeling downwards. Trying. It's either about to break out or break down. One side is about to be wrong into 11:20. Oh my ears. My headset has been crushing my ears. Like yesterday, I was not feeling good physically because my head was getting crushed with my headset. But yeah, now I'm feeling a lot better. I'm feeling a lot better after everything happened too. I ain't gonna lie, I don't really care. But yeah. Let's see what happens. QQQ, the wind direction was right? South from 9:30, high today, to 11. The wind is north or neutral, right? It is north or neutral since 11. That is what the candles are showing. That is what the cycles are showing. The wind is north or neutral since 10:50. That is what the wind is showing. That is what the cycle is showing, right? We could reject that sometime up here to make people think on the LOD, and that is a best safe exit before LOD, and then that's true too. But all I'm saying is, right, that is set up for some people later, right? It does not have to happen now. It could, all we do know is there's small cycles being built to go higher, small cycles deciding what to do, small cycles playing out. Time is 11:20. This shit looking trappy as hell, both sides, but I don't know. I don't want to say it's gonna look, oh, I think it's gonna drop a little bit lower, but like, I don't want to make, people hurt, so I don't know. The MACD is dying bearish. Things are looking really bad for both sides. Why? Because both sides are thinking on both, and both sides are hoping on both, but it's looking bearish on SPY. Time is 11:20. I would not be surprised if this should try. This is a confirmation shorting now into 11:20 happening. Okay, I'm gonna go in small. I'm gonna go in one tiny put. I would not recommend. One tiny ass put, SPX, 1K. I'm gonna leave in one candle, most likely. Time is 10:20. We are literally hitting the top of the algo range right now, right? So this is most likely best safe exit. I just have no money, so I have to leave. I have to wait a minute or two. I have to wait a minute or two to leave and profit. I'm up literally $40 or less. This could be a trap at what? 11:20 to go higher into 11:25. So let's just be not biased right now. I'm going to leave within minutes into 11:23, 11:25. Okay, bounce trying at 11:20 trying. Okay, the risk is absolute. Why? Because only the puts from up here are printing, but they could also be trapped. They could also be trapped to go higher right now. So the risk is absolute for calls and puts right now. They're deciding what to do. 60-40, 50-50. Okay, the MACD pulling back. Bearish, bullish, bounce trying at 11:19, 11:20. Now I'm down. I think I entered. I don't even know how I'm down. I entered here and now I'm down. Okay, now I'm up. Crazy stuff. Yeah, nah, but yeah, I'm basically break even. Okay, I'm in a cycle. Right? Just because they went confirmed 11:10 to 11:15 to 11:20 does not mean 11:20 needs to go lower, right? 11:20, right? It literally meant it went lower, and then the thing could bounce into 11:25. So the risk is absolute tremendous. Either we see 643 or we see 645. 643 or 645. 11:20 bouncing, trying. 11:23 coming in 3 minutes. QQQ is bouncing at 11:20, strong. 11:18. Just give me one nice candle and I'll leave. Into 11:22. And then they can bounce at 11:20, 11:25. We got 442 people watching. Let's hit the like button, folks. Thank you all very, very much. I'm going to leave in a minute or two. Time is still 10:20 and we're going lower into 10:22 showing. MACD volume showing, but that does not have to. Time is only 10:20. Sorry, 11:20. We are at the top of the algo range, bouncing off of 11, showing. This is a fake down breakdown showing for now. Until it really does, it's not. So Gotta call out what it is. I'm literally break even. $1,020. QQQ bouncing. SPY. Time is 11:25 in 15 seconds. QQQ going into 11:25. Bear trap trying. Bear trap coming. 5 second. We get a confirmation. This thing might boom north. MACD pulling back bearish. And 2 single candles. The bear trap showing now. Alright, you see the slight difference. 11:18 signifying 11:20, 11:21 signifying 11:20, bounce into 11:23. Bulls are in control in QQQ, showing clearly. The bulls are in control, they're showing clearly into 11:25. So I think we might see a drop and then a pop. Or I might be wrong and they bear trap everybody into somewhere VWAP 2 and then they do something later too. So I don't want to speculate on one side right now. Time is 11:25. I'm going to leave in 2-3 minutes now because now it's getting risky. I'm in a cycle and they are bear trapping. I am in the cycle now. $11:30 in 3 minutes. QQQ going higher. Stair stepping up. SPY following. It is looking bad. It is looking bad. Time is only 11:25 and they're going higher into 11:25. Not even 11:30. It's going. It is looking bad. MACD is completely neutral now. MACD is a bullish on QQQ. Let's go look at IWM. IWM also bouncing, trying. NVIDIA. NVIDIA bounced again from the floor, making a flag. Oh, time is 11:25. They are testing me. If they go up one more level, I am scared. Right, I'm wanting somewhere down here, but that is also bad because I'm trapped now. So QQQ is going higher. SPY. Stair stepping, laddering. The MACD is not bearish, it is dying. 5 minute bullish. QQQ coming in. Time is 11:30 in 30 seconds. Now they're running up. Yeah, puts are being eaten now. Time is 11:25. Building liquidity, draining puts. Man, I really should leave right now, right? But time is 11:30. they're making it perfectly to not leave, like making it perfectly to not leave, not run to 11:30, and they're pulling back, and they could run into 11:30. Well, like the calls are barely going up right now, and the puts are dying on this. Right, 11:30. No confirmation to short. They're just going higher. Small cycles are going higher. 11:30 is within the 11:25. Come on. I'm wanting somewhere down here, and then they bounce the shit like nuke it to VWAP. Like, but I'm so scared right now. Because that is only one possibility, and there are basically, 3 or 4 possibilities that are bullish right now, right? So the only possibility that would bring us down here is that this was fake, and this was the real my bad, my mic died. Somewhere confirmation to go higher, lower here, and then go higher, or something, or bounce or something, but that is, yeah. 1 out of 4 or 5 possibilities, and the bull possibility is coming back instantly. 11:30. $11.30. Not going anywhere on SPY. QQQ. Not going anywhere as well. Just the MACD coming in bearish. Come on. Here we go. Come on. I think it's about to do what I'm saying. 11:30 about to be somewhere here. 11:35, and then we're about to go higher or something. Why? Because there's a bunch of bulls here. 11:30. Or maybe there's a lot of bears here to burn. I don't know. 11:30 bouncing at 11:29. This is one single cycle. Now its cycle is confirming to go higher or lower now. 11:25 to 11:30 and 11:30 bouncing. Let's see what happens here. Let's get the like buttons up, guys. Like buttons up. I'm leaving soon. I'm leaving real soon. Time is 11:30. Most likely best safe exit is somewhere here. Okay. Now the bears are coming in. 11:30 rejection into 11:35. Or this could be best safe exit here as well. I do not know. I'm thinking this shit goes a little bit lower now. There's a lot of bulls up here. And then we bounce it somewhere above LOD. Somewhere at the algo range. Or we could bounce right now too. Alright, I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I will draw it like this. 11:30 bouncing. 11:30 bouncing. Whoa, fuck, sorry. I think a little bit lower and then higher. That's what I'm thinking. Time is 11:30. Going lower into 11:30. 11:35 coming in 2 minutes. on. Fuck, give me one more red candle. One more nice ass fucking red candle and I'll leave. Come on. Time is 11:33 and 30 seconds. I'm at 1.1k right now. I think it's about to do it to 1.2 or 1.3. I'm trying to leave at 1.2. Come on. Just fucking film me. Just do it. I know it's about to do it. I don't want to be greedy as fuck, but I'm being greedy as fuck right now. I'm at $11,020. Come on. Bouncing at 11:30 trying. Time is 11:33. MACD is super bearish now. QQQ. This shit's about to go. Shit's basically going into 11:33. It's going. SPY is delayed. QQQ already went. Time is 11:33. This is most likely best safe exit. If we see a big ass red candle here, it's best safe exit before LOD. This shit could already be best safe exit right now. This is 11:30 bouncing. MACD dying. Bearish. 11:30 dying. 11:30 bouncing. 11:35 bouncing on QQQ. Huh. Fuck. Now I'm break even. Alright. Man, whatever they're doing, they're basically big cycle and not small cycle. Not 9:33 best safe exit. It's either 9:32 or a little bit later. That is stupid wild. We are at the algo range at 11. We are testing, retesting, whatever. Time is 11:35. They're playing with everybody. 11:35. And this is why I tell people having price targets or price levels are fucking very dangerous, because imagine you speculate on somewhere hitting and it bounced like fucking nothing, 10 cents like 10 cents before, a dollar before, right? So still bearish. Time is 11:35. They're just reloading. Right, somewhere maybe here and then bounce, or maybe they're loading here to go higher, and that is also true. It's just looking bearish. That does not mean it is bearish. That does not mean it is bearish. All I'm saying is if it does pull back, it is leave before LOD for me. Safety reasons are there. Time is 11:35. It's going up, down, up, down, up, down. I'm at 11k. My contracts are going up, down, up, down, up, down like nothing. Okay, but I know it's coming. QQQ going. SPY lagging or not going. Time is 11:40 in 2 minutes. Come on, fucking go, SPY. IWM might be holding SPY right now big time. Okay, they're not going. They are not going. This is not going. IWM is holding SPY. $11.40 coming. I am being trapped. I am not leaving because of greed. I'm being trapped. 11:40 is here. 5 seconds. 11:35 bounce into 11:40 coming. Or we are within the 11:35 candle. Shit could go higher. Going higher. So 11:40. is bear trapping. It's bear trapping. What a spike up, spike down, now spike up. 1140. Man, they're making it hard to print out on calls. Puts are just, this is a show, basically. MACD completely died bearish. And now they're trying to show very boom. Contracts are dying. 1140 is here. Shit sucks. I should have left in $100 profit. Now I'm down $100. Like, this shit sucks. Now I'm almost at breaking. Like, this is crazy work, dude. Whatever they're doing here is crazy work. Right? Crazy work. They're confirming to go higher, and then they fucking reject it out. Yeah, this is fucking stupid work. They're cycling like crazy. This is bigger work at picture. Nobody knows if this is going to go higher or lower. Let's do a poll right now. Who thinks this shit's going higher? Who thinks this is going lower? Let's do a poll right now, bro. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio on the group chat now, too. Come on. Alright, everybody do a poll. ZW says lower. Ken says higher. Okay. There is a lot of puts at 6,450. An insane amount of puts at 6,450. I don't know why there is. That is scary as hell. Look at the amount of puts at 6,450. That is crazy work. So I'm gonna leave into this red candle. That's crazy fucking work. In 20 seconds, 1040 time is 1040 rejecting into 1040, and we're in between everything. Come on, one nice red candle, I'm out. One nice red candle, I'm out. Come on. One more minute. Man, crazy no money. Oh my god. Data working, dude. Data working big time. I'm in 6,455, but like 6,450s have a ton of puts. That is insane work. And huge bounce trying off at 1140. Huge bounce strong off of 1140. Oh my. That is trash. They're burning everybody here. Or they're consolidating here. Can we not get $5 low on SPX? Come on. Please. $5 lower and then bounce. They're crazy, man. I'm down like $50. I'm gonna leave, but like it's giving me 1,000 every time I'm trying to leave. $11.45 time is. They're making it bearish to go higher. Is what's showing. Making it bearish to go higher. So I'm expecting another red candle or two and then go higher. But every single time it comes low here, it bounces. I'm break even every single time. Time is 11:45. We're testing the bottom of the algo range, 11:40, 11:40. 11:45. So risky, man. Thinking one spike's gonna come and then green. We're making it crazy hard. It's now or never. It's now or never. Time is 11:45. This is my leave candle, I think, coming right now. QQQ. If the low of the 11:35 breaks, this is going to be a spike candle, and then this is most likely a spike candle to go along too. But spike red candle coming is most likely not going to break the LOD, and it's going to bounce like crazy. Most likely happening coming. 11:45 time is. IWM is holding SPY like crazy right now. Right, most likely red spike candle coming. It's going to be a leave put, and then it's most likely going to be a call from near the floor happening. There's a lot of fucking puts here, that's why. A lot of fucking puts here. They're just going slow down so people don't even get paid out. Look at this shit. Time is 11:45. Slow down so that people don't get paid out. They join more puts and they get killed into a bounce. Not even going lower than 644. Way too many puts. Way too many puts. What the f... Yo, we're near the floor. Oh, that is not good. We are too near the floor. Data working like crazy, folks. Nah. This is not good. Fucking nuts. They're, oh my lord, they're making it bearish and making people hold like crazy. This is not good. I can't even leave at 1.1k. It's fucking stupid. 11:45 bouncing at 11:46 trying. Time is 11:50. So dumb. So dumb. Now it's at 1.1k almost. Come on, hit it. Just fucking hit it. Let me the fuck out. So dumb, guys. So dumb. This shit is so hard to trade right now. Come on, book me. Book me! Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Man, I'm being greedy. It's not even it's not even fucking booking me at the top because of the damn computers. Okay. I'm out. 1080. The risk is fucking nuts. That was so dumb. That was so dumb. That was crazy. Like, they literally did go lower, but because of time and data, they're making no one pay out. There's a ton of puts down here. Be aware of that. There's a ton of puts down here. 1150. Now that I left, maybe they might spike it, and then yeah, there might be a red candle, but I think that red candle might be a long. The SPX put to call ratio is insane right now. I'm gonna send it live again. The risk is crazy. Holding anything right now because time and data is doing absolute work. Okay, I'm sending the SPX put to call ratio. If you guys want to take a look, it is in chat. Thank you all for hitting the like button. We have 260 likes for the day. That is amazing stuff. Hope you guys all did good today, deducting through the day, intraday, whether it was going down, going up a little bit. I hope you guys are all staying safe so far, and hope you guys are all doing risk analysis and, you know, doing good, staying safe. That's all it is. You know, cycle analysis, and they are now going lower. I am not in anymore. I don't give a fuck. There's a shit ton of puts down here. You gotta be careful, okay? Somewhere they're gonna bounce it big time here, I think. I'm not longing right now, but I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying, just because I say it does not mean it's gonna happen too, guys. So do your own deductions, do your own, you know, risk analysis, do your own due diligence. This is the reason why I send the SPX put to call ratio, because I'm literally not fucking horseshit lying to you. So do your own risk analysis. This is the reason why I send the SPX put to call ratio, and I literally tell you guys live the reason why I make the trade I do. I tell you guys the deductions that I make live, and I tell you guys certain things, right? They might not play out exactly the way I play out, the way I wanted to think, you know, 100%, right? But I do make 85% right deductions. Is that not right, boys and girls? Is that not right, boys and girls? Holy shit, look at that. 1150, right? Big red candle, and this might be a long candle. Let's see. Right? That might be a long. Why? There's 95% of the calls and puts are literally puts down here at SPX. This does not mean we go lower. This just means we are testing the floor. This means it is leave before the LOD. That is all that means. Okay? What a fucking cycle. Sorry for my language. I love you all. Sorry for my language. When I get excited too during amazing days and volatile days, because the market is literally crazy every single day. You cannot lie. Yesterday was crazy. The day before that was crazy. Everything is crazy. Why? Because we're at all-time highs every single time. And people that are deducting constantly through the day, throughout the day, intraday, whether they're freaking out, whatever, other people are freaking out, are printing big time. And they will into lotto, because the market, it is always, they are deducting through the time, they're deducting and making possibility deductions in the possible, you know, choices that there are in the time slots that there are. Time slots meaning 11:50, 11:55, 12, 12:50. Let's say time is 3:50, 3:30 p.m., right? We have the HOD and the LOD set. We have a more clearer understanding of, right, if they're going to close in between the pivot points, if they're going to break the LOD, if they're going to break the, you know, whatever it is. They're bouncing at 11:30 trying into 11:35 showing.
11:35. Yeah, sorry, 11:55. What am I saying? I need some water, man. Oh my lord, I've been talking like crazy. I need some water today. I've been talking non-stop since 9:30, and my friend said take a break, take take a chill pill. But like, yeah, I have been excited, man. I've been up since midnight, right? I was up till 5 a.m. and I went to sleep for 4 hours. I'm telling you, bruh. I had a great night. I had a great day today too. But I wish yesterday didn't happen. I'll say that because I would be a fucking mega right now. I would be a mega right now if yesterday didn't happen. But seriously, I mean, you go through some shit and you remember the shit. You struggle in life and there's a reason why you're struggling. You remember, and in order to be, you know, this is what Steve Harvey says, right? I look at a lot of inspirational videos, guys, but Steve Harvey once says, in order for you to be extraordinary, you gotta do extra stuff on top of ordinary. And the reason why, right, it is very hard to be extraordinary is because everybody is ordinary, and that is fine. It's just in order for you to be special, you need to do work and very, very extra stuff, whether that may sound cringy or not. That is the reality truth, you know what I mean? To become extraordinary, to be special. And Jack Ma also once said, right? I don't want to keep saying quotes, right? But Jack Ma once said, right? The day after tomorrow is you know, like sorry, he said tomorrow is hard. The day after tomorrow is even harder, right? But the day after that, or tomorrow morning, is literally paradise or greatness, and everybody quits tomorrow during the hard times. So you work through the hard times, you work through the hard times, you do, you practice, you do as in do it, right? That was the name of our group chat before, do. It was like do it now or something instead of reality group chat, but you do the things that you are set out to do, you do the things that you say that you're gonna do, growing your experience, growing the things that you are doing, making yourself better at what is going on. There's an algo range here, small time. We are playing at the floor. This is floor hoping. We are near the floor. There's a lot of puts down here, and there's a possibility we could trap the bears here and run up. And all I'm saying is we are near the floor, so we could break the floor too if it's really, really bearish today. But let's just see. Time confirmation. Okay. They're making it look scary as hell to go long. That is for sure. But all I'm saying is there's a ton of puts down here. So it's fucking scary as hell to go short too. You know what I mean? You'll be chasing and you'll be what? All shorts are hurt until 1150 low breaks is how you look at it in this small cycle, right? From since 11 we were bullish until 1125. Since 1050 on SPY because there's a divergence on the floor. We were bullish until 1125. We were pulling back since 1125 into 1155. We are at the middle of this little pump up. We are deciding what to do. That is a fair analysis. That is a fair thing to say, right? Instead of being like, oh, I think it's gonna go here. Oh, I think it's gonna go from here and then go from here to there. Oh, I think it's gonna go from here to there to there to there to. That is literally throwing shit at the wall. Okay. What you can do is tell people, oh, I'm making a deduction. The cycles are looking like this. Oh, I think it's gonna go from here because of this time. Blah 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 blah. Which is what I do. You get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to shit talk anyone, but I'm just saying if you're gonna talk about time, if you're gonna talk about cycle, if you're gonna preach about all that, then you better be doing it 24/7 instead of just going off the candles. If you're time is 11, time is 12, time is 12. All right, QQQ went lower into 12, SPY did not. This is LOD floor hoping basically happening right now. SPY, I have no idea what's happening right now. There's a lot of puts on SPY. That's all I know. I cannot see the put to call ratio on QQQ right now. So Chris says long. Sukhill says long. Jungjae says long. Philip long. Mel says long. Don long. Raj long. We have two people voted long as well, and nobody voted short. No one voted long. None as well in the group chat. $11.50. Right, bounce, 1150 rejection, 1155 confirmation to go lower into 12, but there's an algo range here. So we will draw this algo range that is being played right now. Okay. I'm sorry to say, guys, but there is literally 8 algo ranges. It is not like that every day. Okay, yesterday, what? We had 2 algo ranges, right? The day before that, what? We had one at like 2 to 3, right? And then the day before that, we had 1, 2, right? And people printed fucking nice into that, right? Midday 2. But all I'm saying is, there's algo ranges everywhere today. So it is absolutely paramount to look at everything, right? What do I mean by everything? Previously 4 p.m. close, PCE top and bottom, previous day 9:30 open, previous day LOD, LOD itself, previous LOD. You know what I'm saying? How the fuck do you trade without looking at charts? Is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, respectfully, you understand what I'm saying. Time is 12 and we're testing the floor on QQQ. Time is 12. Time is 12 and we are near the floor on QQQ. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but we could go lower a little bit and then bounce before the LOD2. Or we could break the floor, create a divergence at the floor, and then go higher too. I really could not tell you, you know what I mean, perfectly if the thing's going to go higher or lower right now. All I'm saying is there's so many bigger things at play and there's so many bigger players at play than us. So, yesterday, right, I shorted looking at the SPX put to call ratio, right? And what did they do? There was literally 95% calls, 90% calls, 10% puts, right? 5% puts, and everybody that shorted got killed. Everybody that was short got killed because that was the setup, right? What if the setup from here to here is to go a little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower, and then bounce? Or what if the setup is to go lower, break it, and then bounce? Even though there's a ton of puts, right? We don't know, right? We don't want to speculate. We don't want to hope on one thing, which is SPX put to call ratio 2. So we want to basically deduct using everything that's going on live, meaning candles, meaning time confirmation, meaning LOD analysis, meaning, you know what I mean, meaning SPX put to call ratio 2, meaning everything. So this is previous LOD turned into resistance or support. Okay, happening on QQQ as well. Right, you see this, right? 10:15. So let's see if this is real. This is previous LOD turning into resistance or support. That's what I see. So I'm going to call out what I see. That does not mean that's 100% perfect, but I'm literally seeing that's what I see. So time is 12. Let's see if the 12 bounce that started at 11:59 stands. If this is true, this is showing what? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, showing best safe exit for puts at 11:59. If this bounce is true, all puts will get crushed. If they did not leave at 11:59, this candle says 643.71. This candle says 643.73. So 1150 is lower than 12 on this cycle. Cycles are different, right? They're bouncing near the floor anyway. Why? There's a ton of puts down here. Going long now. QQQ going long off a previous day. HO low of the day turn into resistance or support for now. This is what we mean by you just wait, and you print in your cycle. You know what I'm saying? You just wait, and you print in your cycle because you literally wait and then you see certain deductions and you're like, oh, I want to go based on that. You're like, oh, I want to blah, blah, blah based on that. Oh, I want to go on SPX, but whatever it is, and then you bank on that. Time is 12:01. Time is 12:01. It's actually a really good bounce. That is a crazy candle coming north now. 12:05 is up here. We're within the algo range. We're breaking out. We are back in the algo range on QQQ. 1150. 1150. Let's see what happens. Right? That is a fair assessment. That is a fair thing to say. Right? So that is what we're going to say here. Right? We broke out. We're retesting the top. We're at the middle. 570 on QQQ. 569.49. So basically 50 cents. Right? They're playing with 50 cents. Time is 2:05. Let's see if 203 went higher than 202. It did. So this is 205. Sorry, 12:05. MACD coming in bullish to help. MACD coming in bullish to help, but QQQ is within the 12 candle for now. It is going though. Let's go look at IWM, QQQ, and everything else. Or IWM, NVIDIA, 173, making a W pattern, right, off the floor. Okay, Tesla, bouncing off the floor, 335 trying. Let's go look at Apple, Meta. Okay, Apple also bouncing off the floor at 1156. Okay, things are looking pretty good so far. Everything's bouncing. There's a 1 minute gap on IWM here. This shit is gonna fill at some point or another. That is not good. Okay, that might fill at one point or another. 1 minute gap, IWM. So it is going long. It is good printing long. Just be careful. I'm gonna call out at some point best safe exit because of that, somewhere up here looking like, even though it's looking super bullish and even though it's gonna go. I'm just saying, because of certain things, it makes things risky, even though they look like one side or another, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? So hope you guys understand what I'm saying. 1204, MACD super bullish into 1205. So they're printing right, but somewhere up here is going to be best safe exit. Best safe exit coming up. Right, that does not mean the IWM gap has to fill. Alright, all I'm saying is the risk is there for puts and calls. Why? Because there's a fuck ton of puts down here, and why? There's an IWM gaps now. And there's an algo shit going on here, so right. I typed out in the WhatsApp group 15 seconds ago. Best safe exit coming out somewhere up here for calls because of certain things, and look at that fucking rejection. Look at that fucking rejection. Oh my god. That is literally deduction at its finest. Come on, like, that is deduction at its finest. I don't know if it's gonna go higher or lower right now, but all I'm saying is there's multiple things at play. Right? There's multiple things at play that everybody's looking at all times. They gapped down earlier, gap filled, right? Gapped up. This thing could hold for 20 minutes, could hold for 5 minutes, could hold for, until 3:30, but nobody knows. Could hold till tomorrow, but all I'm saying is there is a gap, so they're wedging like crazy now at the bottom too. They're whatever flagging down here. They're barcoding down here. This is, you know what I mean? This was nice run, 5 minutes, you know what I mean? But like, I'm gonna call out in a massive green candle, best safe exit. What is a massive green candle? Up here, I'd say that for now, so I called that for now. If it goes higher, I'm still gonna call out best safe exit because of IWM gap, but nobody knows truly at the moment right now. There's a lot of puts, a lot of calls. A lot of puts, a lot of calls, so nobody knows right now. There's a lot of puts down here, but the IWM gap making things. This shit is crazy. This is crazy. Crazy hard to look through. Right? IWM went back up. So somebody have your eye on this. Okay? Somebody have your eye on this. It really depends on how this plays out. If this breaks out and we run, this is going to hold for a little bit and they're going to go on that and they're going to come back to it later. If this somehow rejects, then we're going to see some kind of game here. Right? It's looking both long and short at the same time, which is absolutely fucking crazy. This is 1205 rejection into 1205. 1205 is bouncing into 1210. Right? It's looking crazy. Cycles are getting super tight too. They're trapping one side or another big time right now. Like always, but yeah. Nobody really knows what's about to happen except, you know, the fact that they printed from here to here, 12 to whatever, whatever to where. They have printed from here to here, whatever it is, based on something, and then yeah, something is going on. IWM holding the gap, trying to show. But to short down here is absolutely nuts. You have to go look at the SPX put to call ratio right now. And to long is kind of scary because of the IWM call, IWM gap, but I mean that shit does not matter. Gaps can hold up or down any time of the day depending on the setup. Right? If there's a lot of bears, if there's a lot of whatever it is, it really doesn't matter, right? If they go up higher and hold it, what happens? All the puts get killed with theta, right? So that doesn't really do anything for IWM, right? IWM gap can fill literally 2 hours later, or at 3 or 4. So tomorrow it could even, you know what I mean? So yeah, we'll see what happens with this into the end of the day. But I'm pretty sure our friend Chris De Niro in the group chat or in the YouTube chat will keep his eye on that for sure for us. Time is 12:10. 12:10 is in between the algo range. We are barcoding within every single algo range, whether it is 11 or whether it is 1150, and we are deciding what to do from 11:10 into 11:15. This looks eerily similar to FTSE yesterday. Looking beautiful. Ugh. It is pushing. QQQ 1210 SPY pushing. Honestly, the setup is though there's a lot of puts and they should burn it, right? This thing should hold. It's just it keeps doing weird ass candles. Like if it just flies, breaks out of the 200, okay, SPY going anyway. QQQ going, maybe Nvidia going as well showing. Yeah, I mean the setup is literally burn a lot of fucking puts. There's so many puts at 6.4. I think it was 6.450 or something, 6.440. I kept sending the SPX put to call ratio, but yeah, it is so many. 6.450. Time is 12:10. It's looking nice. The MACD is looking strong too. Let's go look at the 5-minute candle. We will go look at SPX, how SPX has played out today as well. Look at the 5-minute MACD coming in bullish. So the theory is there. The long is there for sure. The burn puts theory is there too for sure. We could theta burn here a little bit and then go higher, but like yeah, the theory is there. The MACD in volume is supporting the longs from the floor of the previous LOD, turning the resistance support test at 12 and turning into a floor hope trap on SPY as well since 1150, 12. That was a floor hope trap. 1150, 1155 up here is the midpoint, right? So small cycle, but a lot of bears getting big time hurt on that, right? Small cycle, but a lot of bears getting hurt big time into this. 1210. 1210. That is one hell of a nice from the long at the bottom. Someone long down here, right? Someone here too. Nice. It just took some time, you know what I mean? Because too long is scary and they drag you down. But like, what did I say, right? I said there's a ton of puts down here, and I said somewhere down here we're gonna see a red candle, and then somewhere down here is probably a good long, even though it was terrifying to go long, most likely, right? Who held long? And tell me, was it scary or was it fun? Because it was probably terrifying as fuck. But like, you are getting paid out now, right? With time, confirmation, and everything helping. But yeah, that is beautiful. 12:10 breaking out into 12:15 on QQQ. SPY as well. Time is 12:13. I did not long, but like, yeah, now that I'm looking back in hindsight, I'm like, damn, FOMO, right? But I mean, the setup was there, and I kept saying it. It's just, yeah. I'm doing so many things too. You know what I'm saying? That is amazing, right? Z said me. Public said holding longs. Riley said I was down 1.8K at one point, but I'm holding strong. Nice, dude. But literally, sometimes they make you fucking scared using candles, and then the moment set up literally everything and then burn them. The setup is there. Let's see how it does at 12:13, 12:15. That's dope. But while they're doing all that, yeah, I'm just drawing. I'm literally, depicting, but I am talking about it. If that makes sense. 12:15. We are below the V. Well, let's go see where POC is. I want to go look at SPX, bigger picture. Right, we're making a flag down here, and there's a lot of volume down here. Right, you might wanna watch out on long just for this reason, because there's so much volume that's crazy. Like a lot of volume coming up here, and for now we are burning puts, but it's just like it's there's a lot of time left until 4 p.m. meaning they could play around and then hit VWAP or POC at some point. Not POC, but VWAP sometime, like maybe Lotto too, but yeah. Just to watch out on how they do what they do. We could run up in midday, and we could run up at end of day. You know what I mean? Depending on how they do, right? The data is gonna literally be played with. So, literally, what happened with me yesterday, right? Right. I'm pretty sure people, right, were also thinking there was gonna be a drop yesterday, because the day before that there was a massive drop at the end of the day. Like 1K put went to like 7K or something. So that is probably why emotionally and psychologically they were like, oh, we're gonna make these people think it's gonna drop, and just go higher, and then the MACD was super bullish, and now it's slowly pulling back off of 1213, slowly pulling back off of 1213, and let's see if there's another boom or not into higher than 1213. Okay, higher than 1213. QQQ went from 569 to 570, so that was a good bottom bounce. Right, look at that W forming on QQQ. So bottom bounce is happening. Right, that second retest floor is the one that's scary as hell to hold though. Second retest floor is when people go long into 12:15, 12:20 here in 42 seconds. 12:20 here in 42 seconds. 12:13 candle being broken into 12:20 trying. Time is 12:15 into 12:16. We're going higher, forming a W. I don't know how high that W gonna go, but it is forming a nice W. W. 11. Sorry, time is 12:15. Time is 12:20 in 10 seconds. Okay, 12:20 in 10 seconds. $12.20 in 10 seconds. They're working puts on this. Puts are all dying on this move. I need about another 50-cent bump to VWAP basically, and it would form an epic W. Epic W to the top of the algo range too. Alright, that would be epic. It is right at VWAP, so that is looking real nice. 12:15 into 12:20. Time is 12:20 on QQQ as well, going higher. Looks like, but it did not yet. Okay. That was one hell of a LOD floor hope trap, right? That was one hell of a LOD floor hope trap. Right, we see that happen so many times than not. That is so nice. LOD floor hope trap from 11:50 into 12:20 at the minimum. So 12.15 at the minimum on QQQ. $644.67 SPY's at. QQQ is at 570.37. There is a divergence in this small cycle. I mean, they could pull back a small time with a divergence, but that does not depict the real direction, right? I mean, the setup is multiple setups, bulls and longs right now, but they're just taking their time, not doing things fast. Okay, pullback slightly coming off of 12.20, slightly coming off of 12.15 into 12.20 on QQQ. No confirmation shorting. This is just algo range being played or whatever it is. I don't really know. Okay, so the W did play out. It's just, you know, now they're trying something else, doing something else. It's POC. This is why I said watch out for the POC, because yeah, this is POC is goddamn dangerous right now. There's so much volume down here right now. We're making a big like B shape or D shape volume at the bottom, which means it's gonna act like a magnet until it doesn't, which is why I said we might run at the end of the day or something, right? So we could run up here midday and then come back down and then do it again at the end of the day too. But I don't know. I don't want to speculate, you know what I'm saying? But like all I'm saying is there's POC and there's massive volume down here. So there's massive volume down there until there isn't, or until they move it a little bit in some way. But until they do, it is literally like that. So 12:20 time is 12:20 rejected into 12:20, 12:20 deciding what to do into 12:25 from 12:20. I'm going to draw a small cycle arrow here so you guys can understand what I'm saying. We will see by 12:23, 12:24, 12:25 what the fuck is going on in this small ass cycle. And that does not mean anything. That just means there's going to be something going on different. So QQQ and SPY right now. I'm sorry about saying that. Let's move on from that comment. But yeah, that just came out of, you know, the tip of my mouth. I probably shouldn't have even said that. But yeah, no hate at all. I just want positive things and real things for people. Is why I said what I said, because that is literally the truth. So, you know, until something changes that tells me otherwise, I'm just gonna say what I see. Just people need to listen to what is actually being said, though. Is the crazy part, right? We all listen to what is actually being said, but sometimes it is literally too much, too fake. 12:20. That's what I felt like, and I got kicked out, and he made up some fake ass shit about me and kicked me out of the group too. But like literally, that is so. We're gonna move on though, man. Half probably. Time is 12:20. Time is 12:20. 12:20 bounce, right? They're going higher still in QQQ. If 12:17 breaks, the bulls are still there. This is no confirmation shorting, and they're about to go higher into 12:25, 12:20 showing. Right? 12:25 is here in 48 seconds. The candles and the cycles are a bit different on QQQ and SPY. That is something to take note of. Let's go look at IWM and NVIDIA. IWM is holding the gap and flying, trying. NVIDIA holding, Tesla falling, but still holding. So things are looking strong but weak because of Tesla and NVIDIA mixed, and maybe other things too. And also IWM is strong. You do the math and do the deductions through the indexes, you know what I'm saying? But I call shit out the moment the real things happen. The moment real things happen. I used to post this exact chart in the group chat But there was a day where I think it was December when we were going down like crazy, right? There was a day where he was just wrong, 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 and every 15 minutes the thing was rejecting, and all I was doing was sending pictures. And his friend or his modator guy from Ohio kept calling me every single morning, and he was like, "Hey, stop posting stuff, stop telling people, stop this. You're here to learn, right? Blah blah blah." He was like, "International numbers can't even be here unless you pay," and blah 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 blah. And at the end of the day, after a couple of days, Josh sent a picture in the group chat saying, "Oh hey, somebody said that I lost a lot of money because of Jeff, blah blah blah," and he just made some high school fake ass WhatsApp group message up from a bot number sent to him and sent that and then removed me. But I know that's fake because before I got removed, about 10 to 15 other people that were main members last year that used to print like crazy, they all got removed because quote unquote they were making stuff up, quote unquote they were, you know, like sending fake screenshots, which I get. I have kicked out people for, you know, making up fake profits, for saying, "Oh, I'm up thousands on every single drops, every single pops," because I don't do that shit either. My group chat's called Reality Market, so I understand that, but I have never went out of the way to make stuff up like I'm in high school to do weird stuff. I have kicked people out and I have sent their DMs every single thing to our members in the group because I don't care about, you know what I mean? I literally share everything in that way. And I don't have things to hide, but like, you know, when your business relies on you gotta be certain, you gotta act like a, you know, weird kind of thing. I understand that that's your business, but at the end of the day, you don't want to be ratting good-hearted people when they're good-hearted. You want to be good to good-hearted people. You want to weed out liars. You want to weed out bad-hearted people from your community. I understand that. I do that too. It's just when you step out of the way and when you make things up to do certain things to kick out good people, if they're showing good things and they're backed up by things, right? Then there's something weird going on, right? And I'm half of the person's age, and I know this because I left high school 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and you know what I mean? I graduated college in 2008, 19 or something like that. You know what I mean? 7 years ago, 6 years ago, and it's just I know how to be a man or a woman for myself at my age, right? I'm not even 30 right now. I'm getting old, right? I'm getting there. But I'm just saying, I'm never gonna do high school stuff because I grew out of that a long time ago. Yes, I am Jeff. But I used to be in the group basically last year into December, and yeah, I used to send this picture, just this SPY picture, just like this, and I'll be like, "Oh, let's watch out for the cycles," but like, you know, I actually got done dirtied, and that's fine. It's just you, if you're gonna do that to numerous people, then they're going to talk about you. If that makes sense, right? And if you're going to do that to 10, 15 people, then they're probably talking about you somewhere, and then yeah, that's because you are doing that, not them, if that makes sense. Which I'm okay with. Which I'm okay with. But time is 12:20, 12:30, okay? 12:26. Okay, but I had a lot of good friends that were, you know, basically helping me, you know, too. But every one of them got removed one by one, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm out. But it was long overdue. Let's just put it that way. It was long overdue. There's a gap here on QQQ, 1 minute gap on QQQ. They're going lower into 12:30. Right, MACD coming in bearish since 12:20. Right, we called out maybe best safe exit because of POC, and then now they're confirmation shorting. Right, 12:20, 12:20 bounce to the 12:25, 12:25 rejection to the 12:30. This is why we draw out this arrow, because we wanted to see and wait and see what happens to the 12:25, 12:30 basically. But I'm not trading this right now. This is quick work, and yeah, we were distracted. I was distracted on other stuff. So let's go see what's going on IWM. IWM is pulling back. There is a gap here. I'm not saying it's gonna gap fill, but there's some gain going on right now. Okay, POC being touched on SPY. POC pulling back on QQQ. Man, I call out setups and deductions. I call out setups and deductions, and I call out best safe exit. I call out best safe exit for a fucking reason, right? For a fucking reason, which is fair. You know what I'm saying? So you tell me if that's fair or not, because this is fair to me. It has been fair to me. I could deduct without having any sort of situational bias or any positional bias and just make decisions through cycles, make decisions through cycles, go long, go short comfortably, and then just be okay with what they're doing, because I understand that what they're doing is literally what they're doing and is what they constantly do. So I can't constantly. Oh, there's a 1 minute gap here as well up top. This could fill up here, so this is now dangerous for shorts and dangerous for calls. Remember what happened yesterday, right? And there was a gap above, gap below. IWM did not fill the gap below. So let's watch QQQ also. 1 minute gap here at 12:25. 11:30. 11:30 at POC. QQQ forming a flag at POC. POC acting like a magnet. Right, we are not busting through the floor, but we're not going higher yet. We are going higher with cycle and time. We're just pulling back to POC. Game going on. Data game going on. Bigger picture. Bigger picture. Someone said, can we still hit 646? I think we're going to hit it at the end of the day, looking like to me. Or they're making it look like don't go long, but like I feel like at some point or another we're going to hit it, but you know, that doesn't mean, you know, just because I think, you know what I mean, doesn't mean, you know what I'm saying? I really don't know, but like when I literally see it, when I see the MACD and volume build, and when I see that, oh, like time, like, you know, I'm going to say time is lotto. When you're near lotto, you would kind of use time and see more if it's going to stay in between a pivot point or not, and you can see a better decision, make a better decision, but like, yeah, intraday, you would have to just go on cycle and MACD and just not break rules, basically. Not break certain rules that you set out for yourself. That's all it is. QQQ, 1 minute gap, 12:30, bounce trying at 12:27. 12:27, showing us best safe exit for this cycle confirmation short, 12:27. So literally 5 minute cycle, 5 minute lower, and then 5 minute bounce into, trying into 12:35, right? So let's see what happens here. We hit POC out of nowhere, and now we're flying. QQQ 1 minute gap filled. I'm pretty sure IWM 1 minute gap filled as well. Right, IWM gapped up and gap filled. So there's now another gap here. So whatever they're doing, this is a massive game to them. All this shit is a mental game. Things change constantly, and you got to be able to look through the cycle constantly, because this is crazy work, like always. Crazy work, like always. 12:30, 12:30. Right, you know what I'm saying? Somebody just asked, are we gonna go to 646, right? In this candle, it literally looks like it's not going to, and then in this candle, it literally looks like it's going to. So it's like crazy work, but you gotta be able to see through everything that they're doing. This gap could have, you know, held for 5-10 minutes and then filled, but it did not instantly. So who knows what's about to happen, man? They're grabbing. All I could do is send the put to call ratio right now, and then also help deduct through the cycle and time that we see. Today it is noon right now, 12:30. So there's no news coming out that is major. No major news coming out. SPX put to call ratio being set now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. I hope you guys all are having a God blessed day. Honestly, that's all I can say. And I hope you guys are all doing good so far, whether it is going short or whether it is going long, at what time or another. I genuinely feel that so. Time is 12:35. SPX put to call ratio being set now, or has been set. That is wild. Going up and down. Time is 12:35. Oh, bulls are coming in. Thick candle coming in into 12:35. Time is still. They're running into 12:35 from 12:30 showing. Let's go look at IWM and see how it's holding up. Right below VWAP on SPY. IWM pushed up too. You know, I don't want to keep saying it, but like, you know what I mean? Maybe it is good to take profit somewhere here too, right? They might go to VWAP. They of course could flip VWAP too, but there's multiple things at play. Right, I don't want to keep saying it. I don't want to scare anyone out. I'm just saying, you know, hopefully everyone's printing big time into this. Hopefully everyone's doing okay so far. It's just, you understand what I'm saying, right? How do we know if they're going to time confirm and gap down and then literally bounce in 5 minutes until it happens, right? And we can only literally tell after it happens, the moment it happens, so, with setups and different things, so yeah. Hopefully it's not scaring you out. Hopefully it's giving you confidence for the things that you're doing. You know, whether it is leaving in profit, whether it's reducing risk in profit, whatever it is, whether it's taking loss or whether it's taking a trade, right? You basically want to get confidence, right? You want to have some sort of a logical reasoning to back up what the fuck you're doing. You know what I mean? Which is basically giving you confidence for your trade. So. Yeah. Time is 12:40. We have 467 people watching right now. Let's hit the like button, guys. I have no idea where the spike is coming from now, but like, thank you all very, very much for being here. And hit the like button. God bless you all. Hope you are all having a great day. That is amazing. Where is all these people coming from? I don't know where. Alright, 300 likes. The most likes I've ever gotten on any single video. Time is 12:40, and they're going higher into 12:40, 12:40, and they're pushing it higher. Let's go look at IWM, Nvidia, holding strong. Let's go look at Tesla, useless. IWM also looking strong. So it is creating a nice W. Twelve forty has gone higher into 1240. So 1235 went higher into 1235, small time rejection into, and 1235 pulled back, then went higher into 1240. The back team volume is coming in, bullish to help. We are 644.91. Let's go look at the 5-minute candle. The 5-minute candle is still nice and bullish. We just had that one weird pullback at 1225 out of nowhere. One weird pullback at 1220, 1225, and then continuous higher into. Time is 1240. Above VWAP. We went from 575 to 569, and now we are at 570 or 568.94. There's a lot of puts to burn down here. There's so many puts to burn down here, and they are burning it down here. So 1241. They already did burn it down here, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot down here, and we kept calling it out as they were going lower. And they classically burned them. 1241. How are you guys doing with calls? Is it going up nice, or is it going up in increments? I have not entered, and I have not been looking. Monitoring. It's up like 40. It's up basically from 600 to 945 since 12. So that's great. 45 minutes, right? So from down here, literally at 12, it was the lowest $580, and then now it went to the highest at 1,000. So I mean, I'm gonna call that best safe exit. You know what I mean? From 12 to 1240, somebody printed 100% here. So the thing can go higher, but yeah, the call is real good here. You know what I mean? On this little move, they were scaring them out, but like if somebody did get it from 12 and then held into 1240, it literally says 100% almost. So that is nice. 1245 is here. It's 1240, 1245 going higher on QQQ. $12.45 below, 12.40. Give me 1 second, I'll be back in a minute. I got a couple. Alright, I'm back. 12:45. We haven't went anywhere. Small, tiny wedge building. Trying higher. Let's go look at SPX 5-minute candle. How today was. SPX 5-minute candle is super bullish right now, right? But we super dumped from the top. That is absolute, by the way. 6,508, and we dumped 65 points on SPX, which is absolutely nuts. That has to be like 200 points on the NQ. And then now we are above POC, bounced POC at 12:30 on the higher time frame, and then went higher into 12:45. Right. So pumped like crazy yesterday at 1:20 into 4 p.m. with no volume, no MACD, and then we dumped that into the morning, and then now pumping crazy or trying to come back, showing. Oh, we are at VWAP, right below VWAP. It's looking nice. It's looking nice. I have no idea where QQQ POC is on the 5-minute, but SPX just looked super nice. Now, are we going to hit the top range of the algo? Is the bottom range of the algo is the question. 645.21. 645.21. Sorry, 645.20. Alright, that was an absolute bull push. 12 to 12.45 at the minimum. At the minimum. The SPX 5-minute candle just confirmed. 5-minute chart just confirmed that, Right, 12.45 at the minimum. We're super bullish into. Now 12.45, let's see what happens. IWM. Making a wedge at the top as well, but super bullish. Keep an eye on everything. Some delicious water. Essential water, guys. 9.5 pH. It actually does something for your body. Right, if we see a rejection here, it is no confirmation shorting, by the way. There's nothing that says it's about to go lower. That is what it is. 12.50. 12.45. Cycle happening. It's tiny. Okay, no confirmation shorting. This is just literally one single candle, but this is one cycle building into something. Could be fake into 12.40. Sorry, 12.48, 12.49 as well. Right, it could fake instantly into 12.50 as well in 1-2 minutes. So let's just see what happens. Let's see what happens. It's looking nice, or it looked nice for bulls, at least into 12.45. So now that we're at 12.45 into 12.50, 3 minutes, let's see how it does. Right, but the bigger picture, if you see, right, who was getting hurt right? 1/3, 2/3, they printed nice, right? And then 3/3 getting trapped into this bull run, right? However long it is, bull run. 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3 as well. If you technically look at the bigger time frame, right? I'm not saying it's gonna reject here. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? This one makes sense. Bull cycle, bear cycle, right? You could draw in the small term picture too, inside the bigger picture, but I'm just saying, like, you know, going up since 1050 into 1125, 1125 lower into 12, 12 to 12 higher into 1245 is actually what's really going on. But like, I just want to show you guys, you know what I mean, how the cycles would play out, how the cycles build in the smaller cycle into the bigger, So 1240 rejection into 1220, 1250 small as hell, 1245 rejection into 1250 growing. No cycle confirmation shorting. This is just one cycle building, and they are shorting off the top. If somebody shorted at the top, it would most likely be a best safe exit in one or two massive red candles. They're gonna let the thing bounce at 1250 and they're gonna figure it out. Eddie said, you want to say that? You want to say it? I got you, bro. If you're in a position and you want to print, I got you. Just say the word, I'll do it. Say the word, I'll do it. Alright? Bullish, bullish, bullish. Bearish, bearish. What do you want? Alright? What do you guys want? I'll say it. It probably will do the exact opposite of what I say. But I mean, I got you. If you want the word to print. Okay, now they're rejecting it to 1250 still. This is most likely a best safe exit. If somebody shorted at the tippy top here, somebody shorted at the tippy top, best safe exit most likely. And they're going to bounce it at 1250, 1251, 1252, or 1255, and then the thing might cycle to confirm to go higher or lower. This is no cycle confirmation shorting. I kept calling that out, but they're doing it anyway with the MACD. Thing is, most likely it's going to bounce. Most likely it's going to bounce, and something's got to happen here. Right? I am not in a short. Right? I'm expecting this shit to bounce big time in a minute or two. It's already bouncing right now. I am not in a short. Okay, I am waiting for a confirmation to go long or short. Man, there's a lot of things at play right now. So, time is 12:50 into 1-2. This is also confusion time as well. Big time. And if they're truly going higher, they're making it super, super hard to hold calls or longs like insane. Time is 12:51. Candle is deciding what to do from 12:50 into 12:55. $12.52 into $12.55. Damn, I am at 900 subscribers. That is absolutely insane. Thank you all for hitting the subscribe button. God bless you all. I would have never seen that coming. Today is the end of the month, August, and I feel super blessed. That's crazy. That's super crazy. Appreciate you guys all. Thank you, man. Good to see all the new subscribers and all the new supporters. That's amazing. And all the new additions to our community that we had today. Good to see you all. Time is 12:50. Time is 12:50. Still deciding what to do. Bounce off of 12:50, bounce off of 1250, deciding what to do. The MACD is bearish, but like it's not really bearish on the 5 minute, right? The MACD is bullish on the 5 minute. It's just pulling back slightly, so you could consider this a pullback to go long. You could consider this whatever, but it is just cycling. It's waiting and it's deducting into the next cycle, into the next setup. There's many things at play right now, so we will look at IWM, we will look at NVIDIA, we will look at Tesla, and then we will go back okay, to QQQ. And QQ Tesla had a stair step down today. That's weird, into 1050. So all this is literally perfect drop into 1050 today, into 11, or was. And now I'm bouncing since 11. The wind is north or neutral since 11 on QQQ. The wind is north or neutral since 1055, right? That is just what the cycle says, that is what the time says, that is what the pivot point says, that is just what it says. It says that for now, we're not, testing the floor. We are going towards the midpoint. For now, we were making people hope on the floor right here, right? Floor, and then we are near the middle. So this is burning bears theta-wise. This is burning bears theta-wise. I don't know about calls, but it's like if you go long on a pullback and you're printing big money right now, you know what I mean? If you long on a pullback and you print a fuck ton, if you longed on a pullback, you fucking printed a fuck ton. If you longed on a pullback, you might be printing a fuck ton real quick to whatever this cycle is, but the puts are the ones that are getting dragged up, so they're losing, and losing, which is bad. But I literally called out, there's so many SPX put calls here, or puts here. I called out 95% is puts down here for some reason as we were going lower. So that was the best deduction. And yeah, hopefully someone printed 120%, 110%, whatever that was, from 12 into 1245. It's just the risk is kind of there to hold because they're going up and down, making it scary, right? But as long as you're not holding a put right now, you're doing okay. As long as, yeah, you're not. Right. As long as you're not holding a put from down here and you're not having like a, real bad time, you know what I mean? Time is 12:55. 12:50 is bouncing into 12:55. 12:55. So this thing could really go into one because every single pullback is going higher for now, technically speaking. But this could also be the confirmation to short into one as well. So let's wait. Okay. If this breaks higher, this thing's gonna run to VWAP and maybe break above it. If this thing rejects, then we might see a cycle here to go a little bit lower and then go higher at some point later on too. That is a fair statement to say. A cycle is being created right now for a confirmation to long or short. Small red candle, trying. Nothing much. Small red candle trying off of 12:55. There's no confirmation, nothing right now. We're just in a wedge, nothing. No confirmation to short, no confirmation to long as of right now. Just market deciding. Time is 1. Time is 1. We're in a tiny ass wedge. Just still deciding what to do. The MACD is bullish on the higher time frame. The MACD was bullish or is bullish on the higher time frame still. Time is 12:57. 12:57. So it is going higher into one, technically speaking here. It's just cycles are absolutely tight right now. On QQQ, SPY. Yeah, look at how different it is on QQQ and SPY into that one single minute. So take calm. Just look at everything that they're doing. I can't believe we're not hitting 645.20 yet. Okay, that is. That was a perfect touch of the previous low though. At 12. Perfect algo little game, mini game being played here. And now what is going on here? Into one. Let's see if there's any major news coming out today. Do you guys see any global news coming out today, or any White House, press conference or something like that? If you guys do, please type in chat, let us know. I do not see any scheduled, public announcements or presidential live streams. One, rejecting, trying. There's a little wedge being created here. Tiny ass wedge. Tiny ass wedge. We are in a bull flag, technically speaking, so basically nothing going on, but just tiny ass cycles happening. Going lower into one showing, but 1240, 1250 did not break yet. 1250 is now breaking. This is a good short now, showing into 1 p.m. Okay, now this is a good short, showing into 1 p.m. I am not in, but that is making me feel FOMO. 1 p.m. rejection into 1. God damn. That is a crazy candle going south now. That is a crazy candle going south now. What the fuck? Confirmation to actually short happening. There's a gap here on SPY, so that's probably going to fill. IWM. Gap down. That is weird. Okay, something crazy going on now. Okay, gap on 1 minute. Gap on SPYs. Holy mother of all shorts. Time is 1. That is crazy work. Wow. What the fuck? Gap down and going. That is dirty. Dirty. Alright, there's a gap here and a gap below on IWM. And we're hitting the top range of the Algo range on QQQ right now. This is not a coincidence. This is fucking crazy work. This is most likely best safe exit for puts. We'll see. This should go a little bit lower and then bounce up higher too, but yeah, I don't know. This shit's moving super fast. That's all I can tell you. It's moving super fast right now. Right, dirty ass mini games, and then setup, and then dirty ass pullback. Right, super dirty pullback into 1, and there's a gap here on one SPY. Super nasty. QQQ going so low now. SPY at the middle of this little push up since, right? What did I say? I said at least from 1050 into 1245 it is absolutely bullish, right? And I said at least into 1245 at the minimum it is bullish. I kept saying that, and then they confirmed it lower. But it looked absolutely bullish at 1245, did it not? The 5-minute candle, we were going around looking at everything, right? And it looked absolutely bullish at 1245, and I called out, right? It is most likely best safe exit because it looks absolutely bullish, and there could be a time confirmation to go higher or short. And that literally happened, right? And time is 101. So it really did look absolutely bullish from 12 into 1245. It did look absolutely bullish from 11 to 1245 on SPX. That's why we looked at SPX in the 5-minute candle, so we can have an understanding of the higher time frame, MACD, volume, everything. Time is 105 now. Now this is showing as a 1 p.m. rejection into 105. Okay, this is still 1. But if this goes lower in 45 seconds and breaks that low, it's going to be 105. Okay, looks like it's happening on QQQ. Looks like it's happening on SPY. It is 105. Time is 105. They rejected at 1. Big time. Gap down. Gap hold into 105 is happening. The bears are here, and the bears were here since 1 to 105. Now the thing could bounce. I don't know if it's going to go hit the, you know what I mean? I really don't know if it's going to go hit the top of the algo range, but I mean, this shit is crazy fast. So just be careful. Time is 105. 105. Man, that was a crazy nice short, but I'm not chasing that shit unless I went in the wedge. Right, there was an opportunity to go inside the wedge, and then if it broke higher, you take a loss. If it, Jesus Christ, 105, top of the algo range, everything hitting. Bottom of the algo range, almost hitting on QQQ. Wow. Time is 105. One hell of a short. Sim said, closing my last put. Good job, buddy. Good job. Whoever shorted when I literally said, holy shit, that's a nice short, and they're about to go. Wow, man. Wow, man. That is absolutely dirty. What the that was the setup. Whatever. You see this shit, right? Bottom of the algo range being tested right now. 1150 on QQQ. That is some nasty stuff. Crazy bearish. Crazy bearish. Almost even breaking the floor bearish. This is crazy stuff. Nah, floor tested. That is nasty. Okay, we gotta watch out what happens right now. Let's see. Let's see. What was that? Right? What was that? What was that? That is crazy work. I'm not gonna lie. We gotta go look at what happened to IWM on that. The IWM gap filled, I'm pretty sure. Alright, if it gap filled, you guys owe me a cookie. Okay? It's about a gap fill now. And it gapped down twice. What the fuck did I say earlier? That's probably most likely a setup into later. But like, they held that thing for what? Since 11:55 until your best safe exit coming right now. I'm not gonna lie. That is most likely gonna fill and it's gonna revert crazy. Or it might not. Best safe exit most likely coming. That is crazy work. Man, I'm about to go eat good after this, dude. I'm about to go eat some ribs after this shit today again, too. Okay, they're not gap filling, and they are bouncing at 105 showing. Okay, I don't know if this bounce is real, but all I know is this gap is not filling as of now. It did look like it was going to fill, but it did not fill. That is a crazy bounce, and filling the top. Okay, I literally, what did I say in the group? Right, at 1:06 p.m. at the most bottom, I said best safe exit most likely due to IWM gap filling. They are not gap filling, and they bounced anyway. 2, gap fill higher. So yeah, I do deductions live, and this is what the fuck I'm talking about by looking at the 1-minute candle, looking at certain things, and making deductions based off certain things, because there are things that tell you the setup. I'm telling you, this is how smart money is printing right now. You know what I mean? 1150 algo range, right? Retail would look at this and be like, what the fuck is he talking about? This is retarded, right? But look who's printing. You know what I'm saying? Look who's printing today, and look who's not getting trapped, because this is what they do every single day. Every single day there's a setup, every single day there's a confirmation, every single day there's a fucking trap, every single day there's a hope factor somewhere, and they just get everybody. Everybody that is not hoping, that is not speculating, that does great. There's a LOD hope trap playing out on QQQ with the IWM 1-minute gap right now. This is bigger stuff at play. Okay, no, you do not have the control here. Big players have the control here. right? People that have IWM control, SPY control, have control here, not you. So let's see what happens. Evaluating the floor. I think this is a great time to send the SPX put to call ratio live now in the group. The SPX put to call ratio is being sent now. What a volatile day. There's still so many puts. It's like 50-50 at 6,450 now. And 6,460 calls are you getting hurt. 6,455 calls are also being hurt on this. So the risk is there for both sides now. $11, 105 bounced into 110. 105 bounced into 110. 110 is rejection trying at 108. 108 rejection trying. 109 rejection trying on QQQ and SPY. I'm going to go in one SPX put right now. The risk is absolute for 1K. It just looks super bearish. That does not mean we're going to go. But I mean, I'm in for $980. The risk is absolute. It's about 50-50 right now. Let's go look at IWM. IWM is wilding right now. Okay. I'm most likely going to leave if there's a spike red candle. Okay, I'm going to leave into this right now. Okay, 1,400. 1,040. Okay, I'm out. $1,020. No money, but it's little money. Just trash trading almost. You'd make some money if you have a lot of money in that, but like I'm not doing shit on this. They're just looking bearish. Might be enticing bears to go higher, clearly. 0DT especially. Right, longer term picture, something different going on. Calls are being hurt on this. Just no bounce confirmation yet. $110. Not breaking 105. 110 bouncing. Something weird going on now. something weird as hell going on. 10:15 time is 1:15, I mean. Calls are getting killed. Puts are spiking for 1 second and getting killed too. Crazy work, basically. Okay, they might push it down into 115, but like might is, yeah, I don't know. I'm leaving it in one fucking candle. I don't care. That was almost $100 profit, but I kind of got a bad entry, so I like chase entered almost. It would have been like $100 profit if I didn't chase enter, right? But I literally chase entered. What am I gonna do? I'm leaving. You know what I mean? Okay, time is 1:15. 1:15 is actually pushing lower. This is really doing it. Okay, this might be best safe exit in 1:13. This is small ass cycles happening. There's a ton of bears here, so you have to think about this. 1:15, best safe exit most likely right now. It's hard to get puts down here, hard to get calls too, because they're just hurting the calls a little bit, but then there's a gap here, so they could run up easily. And they're going lower, but tiny bit with time and data, so you barely get printed out. You just have to leave. You have to join, and they pull. You have to join, and they pump, and then leave, and they basically right. But you can't. If you chase, you're barely making any money into the shit. Basically, it's very hard. People just cycling here, burning some time here until end of day run or something. QQQ trying to break the floor, right? Actually trying to break the floor. So there may be a floor break, divergence coming. IWM SPY might go near the floor. IWM might gap fill, and then we might come up. This shit might go a little bit lower. The MACD bull side can be used bear side right now. It is being used bear side right now. Okay, the bears are coming, but I don't know. The bears are coming. The bears are showing. Man, bears are fucking showing up big time now. That is crazy. Man, I did not hold that. Fuck. Time is 1:15. Wow. LOD broken on QQQ. LOD broke on QQQ. Right, divergence at the floor. SPY is going near the floor. QQQ is at the floor. Wow. Look at that support turn into resistance. 10:15, 11:15. It's looking like this is 11:15 or 1:15 into 1:20, but yeah, 1:20. That's crazy. $1:15 time is. Man, QQQ is so damn bearish right now. 568. What the hell? The MACD bullish being used to push down into new LOD. SPY. 1:15 bounce strike. Wow. They're printing in different ways though. One's going for new LOD, one's not. One's near the floor. Let's look at IWM. Look at IWM gap fill. Okay. IWM gap filled. IWM gap filled, and there's a gap here. SPY has a 1 minute gap here as well. Alright. They're pushing down crazy now. What the fuck? Now I'm feeling one. Now I'm feeling FOMO on that one contract, but like I don't want to get reverted on two. They were deciding right here what to do. Alright, I just took a red candle at the moment I saw it, but I mean, 115. Wow, that is strong. $115 near the floor. POC is where we are. We left POC at 110. We left POC at 110 into 115. Alright, I'll send the SPX put to call ratio again, and we'll go from there. And tell me if the SPX put to call ratio was helpful, because I sent that 15 minutes ago. Right, and now we are at where there's a lot of puts. 6450, it's about 60%, 60, 70% puts, 30%, 35% calls. $115 bounce trying into time is 120. Right, LOD is not breaking on SPY. LOD broke on QQQ. IWM gap filled below. Okay, IWM gap filled below. Time is 1:20. Something interesting is going on right now. Previous LOD turned into support as well as right algo range. Wow, look at that perfect algo range touch. That is fucking disgusting. Right? Who remembers this algo range that we drew at earlier in the day? At 11. It just tested now. That is disgusting stuff. So that is a clear proof of right there why you draw certain things like that. That cannot be a more perfect touch. Right? That literally cannot be a more perfect touch for puts. 11, 1150, both of them touch, so. Right, that may look confusing as hell for people, but that is what happened. Hopefully, it was helpful. We will leave that as of now. Like that. Okay. Is that a lot better? I know there's a lot of lines and things are looking crazy today, but I mean, you know what I mean? I'm doing the best that I can, and hopefully the things that I'm showing is helpful. And hopefully the things that I'm showing you can apply to your own experience and your future as well, your future endeavors as well. But I'm not drawing this to throw people off. I'm not drawing this to make people confused, you know what I'm saying? I'm drawing this because I have to draw it. I'm drawing this because those are price targets for me to, you know, basically not hope and speculate a lot on, and just these are things they're playing, so yeah, hopefully it is good experience. at the minimum, right? If it's not something that you're printing on right now, at least something it's experienced. Even the IWM gap and QQQ and everything too. Okay. The Ichimoku cloud, I like the Ichimoku cloud. I used to have that on sometimes, but it's just if you are doing primary factors like time, cycle, deduction analysis, then Ichimoku cloud and everything else comes secondary, right? What you need to do is perfectly perfect your cyclical pivot point, wind direction, bull, bear, hope, trapping thing, and once you perfect that, right, then you can start worrying about price indicator, price level, like Ichimoku, whatever it is that people worry about. But it's just the primary things are primary. Primary things will never change. So in order for someone to learn the primary things, right, you need to basically reset yourself. Like, it's literally how I did it. Like, you have to basically just be like, in life I just learn a bunch of new stuff here and there, and I'm gonna learn something from this guy, something from there, and then pick it up here and there, and I'm gonna come up with my own system, blah blah blah. It's just how I did it. But at the end of the day, you do this thing over and over and over and over and over again, and if you are confident and you print, you will become confident in yourself, and you will become a deductor, not a speculator or an estimator. And that word, deductor, is a very, very highly, it's a word that I very, very much live by. So it takes a lot to be a deductor instead of a hoper or a speculator, and there's a very, very fine line. It's like a, very, very fine line that makes something different from guessing or estimating and being biased, and something that's like logical, that's perfectly right. But it's just like, at the end of the day, sometimes you're going to get wrong, sometimes you're going to get right, but it's just, if you do follow certain systems, you will be right more than not. You will be right 75%, 85% of the time, to the point that you will be able to go green 4 out of 5 days, 4 out of 6 days, 3 out of 5 days, whatever it is, confidently, instead of doing whatever it is that people do with small money, big money, or whatever it is, and just see if it works, because that's not trading. Time is 1:25. Time is 1:25. Something like this is happening right now. That is not trading, that is speculating. And our forefathers and our foregrandmothers in the 1920s, in the 1980s, already did all of this before. They were speculating, they were estimating, they were blah blah blah. And I want to be someone that's special, that deducts through moments like this. I want to be special, that deducts through the moments that, they don't want you to deduct through. So, I love the shit I do, and I appreciate what I learned through all the hard times that I went through to be able to learn what I learned, because without going through what I learned and without losing everything and regaining everything, I would not have learned what I learned, and I would not be in the position that I am now to be able to spread information and to help people, right? So I think, in a way, all the shit, all the struggle is blessed. Like, it's blissful in a way. A deducting, right? If you go on YouTube and look up Amazon Prime show, right? I'm not a deductor, blah blah blah. It'll show you like a Amazon Prime TV show of like this guy, Ahmed. He's like a interpreter in like Iraq or something, like some American, TV show. But he's basically like, oh, like, just go look at the scene is how I could best describe it, because I saw that scene like a year and a half ago, and it just stuck with me. But basically, it means to, make a guess or estimated, educated guess on things that are going on, instead of, like, I can't really explain it, but like, yeah, you have to go look at that TV show from Amazon Prime. It's on YouTube. Maybe I will stream it for us at the end of the day. But yeah. Let me go look up what it's called. I will tell you. Okay, the scene is called Amazon Prime. Ahmed saves John from a traitorous ambush. The Covenant Prime Video. It's an Amazon Prime TV show called The Covenant, and the YouTube title is called Ahmed saves John from a traitorous ambush. But it's like a 4-minute video. If you guys want to go look at it, feel free to. But it's very, very, it's very, very like go look at the scene actually. It's kind of cringy, but also like you could apply it to life in a way, but like that has really applied. But yeah, time is 11:30. Time is 11:30. So 11:20 rejected into 11:25. 11:30 is lower than 11:25. 125 for now. So we are 130. We are 130. We hit the not the algo range. We hit the previous day. Turn into resistance or support on QQQ. We're barcoding here right now, clearly. Alright, what we're doing is we're barcoding. The previous low of the day turned into resistance or support. This is also previous low of the day turned into resistance or support at 12, but I don't want to draw it because I don't want to piss people off, right? But like that is another line technically like they could draw, but we'll see. We could barcode here in between those two lines. Nobody knows, right? Time is 1:30. 125 rejection into 130 showing. Cycles are very, very trappy and tight right now. Super, super trappy and tight, clearly. Right? They're super, super trappy and tight. After they did moves down, up, and then now this is some fucking mini game going on. Some evil game going on. And we either see a crazy V-shaped recovery, or, you know, we somehow stay somewhere here, barcode, or we chop down or something. Time is 1:30. Yeah, you guys tell me what you think of that video. Right, I think some people left to go watch it. Yeah, John Stephan knows. He said translator versus interpreter. That's exactly the scene. He's like, technically, sir, I'm a interpreter, not a translator. And he's like, I'm interpreting things through the things that are going around in my life, real life things, right? And he's basically saying that this guy is leading us into an ambush. But like, yeah, it's a funny scene. It's a funny little scene. This is a 120 pullback into 125, 125 into 130 pushing up. Right, V-shaped recovery trying. I literally said cycles are super trappy, right? Because it literally looked like 120 and 123 bounce, and then it looked like 125 rejection at 126, and then they faked that out, and then did not break the low of 123, and then went higher into 130. So cycles are super tight right now, and it's moving super fast. Just know that. And the reason is we are at POC. The reason is we're pulling in between previous low, turn into resistance, support, everything. We are at pivot point. We are in between everything. You get what I'm saying? Right, we're at the middle of everything. Why? To get more people involved, the bulls or bears, to see what they want to do. Yeah, some people that went to go look at that video, please tell me what you think of what the word deduct means. Right, and then see if it could apply to, you know, your situation, how you could risk analyze and just basically blah blah blah, because that's what I constantly thought. Like the market constantly makes us forget about everything else and just constantly focus about ourselves and just like what we're feeling internally, and that is not good, right? That is what they want us to do. So what you want to basically focus on is like the good feeling that you get of deducting the cycles right, because you get absolute euphoria just like you're printing when you're right going long or up, right? Just like you're doing the other thing. It's just like you are feeling happy for yourself because you are being risk smart, because you're deducting right, and you know what I mean, and you're seeing it play out. Like that's what I mean by it. Oh, what the okay, some crazy thing going on now. 130 rejection into 135 playing in. But nothing, just barcoding at the middle. So I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do anything. Calls or short, looking kind of crazy. There's no confirmation, no nothing. Just going up, down, looking like. Now this could go lower into 135, but I'm not in. I'm not in. This because it could bounce. So looking crazy. Somebody went at the tippy top of that, right? When it was looking crazy, that was nice, sure, in one candle, but like I'm not chasing that shit. Why would I? When I don't need to. 130 rejection into 135 trying. Right? It might be a spike candle and then revert after a minute. So we'll see. IWM says IWM gap filled. It's trying to be bullish rather than bearish, right? The MACD on the 1 minute is bullish. Nvidia is the one coming in bearish right now. It's the only reason why we're going down right now. Nvidia is pushing us lower. QQQ is being pushed down lower on that. It's the only reason. So somebody have their eye on Nvidia. Okay. But this is what I said yesterday. I said to me, right, the setup for these people would be the Nvidia, everybody got roasted, right? And then into Friday, into today, they have what, 0 DT options that are expiring, puts and calls, and these people are going to go print one way or another, which is Nvidia going to 173 instead of 200, you know what I mean? So this is the conversation that me and my friend Mito was having yesterday. And yeah, he was like, I'm thinking tomorrow it's gonna, I mean, not tomorrow, he was saying, I think next week it's gonna make some big moves or something, right? And he was in SPX puts expiring next week, Friday or something. But logical sense, right? But also another possibility was they literally killed everyone into Thursday yesterday, and then now Friday, today, options expiry is 0 DT. Everyone's gonna leave, calls and puts, and they're gonna basically make one side print out, which I thought we would go up or down. And the market started going down overnight, so I was like, okay, this is looking good. XOXL started dropping since 4 p.m. yesterday when I sent the CNBC news, right? It was like, oh, the market's bullish off of IWM and chips being blah, blah, blah. And the moment that news came out, 4 p.m. to what, 4:15, we saw a mega drop on XOXL, right? And I sent the literal news, and I was like, that is literal manipulation at its finest. And look what happened into today, right? They dropped the fucking thing to rock bottom. SPY dropped like nothing from 649. We are at 643, and QQQ literally went from 575 to 569 because they did not want to drop it yesterday, because they wanted to drop it today for the setup of everything. Nvidia, SPY, QQQ, everything into today, which is perfect if you can perfectly analyze and deduct that, right? But I mean, I got screwed yesterday too. I got screwed yesterday from, I think, up top to literally getting all the way up top. It completely crushed all my puts, and I was like, dude, I'm doing this just on the SPX put to call ratio with no confirmation shorting, blah 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 blah, and I got crushed. So, you know, you break your rules, you cry, you learn, but you have to remember why. Okay, 1235 bouncing. 1230 bouncing, this is into 1235. Okay, algo range being played. This is dangerous stuff now. So yeah, printed if you went in here, if printed, right? If you went in at the top when they're doing weird candle, and if you left, but if you chase into that, right, you got crushed, because they kill crushers and chasers. I mean, time is 135. I don't know if it's gonna reject that 135 into 140, but the market is deciding. I don't know. Okay, tested the POC. Tested the POC. I think it's coming at the end of the day. This parabolic move up or something to fill the SPY gap, IWM, everything. VWAP test too maybe. But they are not letting the calls come back up yet. Showing. Or they're about to fly, but yeah. MACD is bullish on the 1 minute candle. The MACD candle coming in nice. Right, everything looks super bearish into 115, and then now the MACD is pulling back bearish. So Maybe an epic bear trap forming, possible, right? We are at previous day low, turn into resistance slash and or support. Right, we passed the previous day low, slash and turn into previous whatever from the morning. Okay. Let's see. This looking so beautiful though, the algo range. Right, algo range, the top of the algo range being tested now. Right, now they're bear trapping, bull trapping, right? And they bull trapped and now they're bear trapping. You get what I'm saying? But like on algo range levels, meaning it's certain levels are best safe exit. Right, now they're bear trapping off of this small cycle into time is 140. Right, 135 here, 140 here, 135 here. Sorry, 140 here, 140 bounced. Time is still 140. We are at previous LOD turned into resistance and their support on QQQ as well. Top of the bottom of the algo range, 1150, trying to test on QQQ. Should we do a pull right now or no? Man. Should we do a pull right now or no? Time is 140. The MACD is looking nice. The MACD is looking nice for a nice run up. That is so much chop today though, if they truly do it though. This is crazy work, man. Burn the puts, burn the calls, burn the puts, and then what? Crazy work. Can't believe the LOD actually broke on QQQ, set a divergence, right? And we brought it to the floor, and then now we're bouncing off the floor. That was the setup. And two, time is 140. This thing could run into 145, like run, but yeah, it's showing something like this. It's showing, right, blow up into 140, 145, but it's kind of looking too easy to me. It's kind of looking nice and too easy to me. Time is 140. Trying to run into 143 possible. Candles are coming in, stacking. I don't know. There's a lot, that's a lot being played with. But that was one hell of a nice V-shaped recovery since 115, right? It's one hell of a V-shaped recovery since 115, we can say that for sure. So 140 deciding what to do into 145. But yeah, this is how we stay safe, even with the divergence and the floor, and they make it everybody bearish. We just look at other things. We make deductions, even when everybody is fearful, when everybody's euphoric, so much losing, so much printing, right? We literally just look at the chart, just try to relax and look at the chart. And call out that we're near the floor, blah, blah, blah. What did I say when we're dropping, right? I was like, oh, I'm not going. I did go, and then I scalped, but like, I was like, best safe exit somewhere before LOD, right? I did not know they were going to drop it, but they clearly did. It's just to hold into that 15 minutes is a nice run, and then to run up from 115 into 140, 15 minutes again, or 25 minutes, right, is nice. You just got to be able to hold based on the cycle and deductions and what they're doing. The only way you would have gotten long here and hold is basically looking at the fact and saying like, oh, the LOD not breaking, LOD hope trap, boom, I'm out. One cycle or two cycle, max profit, or like previous LOD testing, okay, new floor, okay, we're making everybody bearish. You know what? Floor not breaking, I'm going in. Right? You could go long like that easily. It's just setup is there, deductions are there. You gotta make the setup and deduction while it happens. 140, bounce into 140, rejection from 140 into 145. This could be 140 or 135, so this is choppy, crazy work. I don't know if it's going to go higher now. Should look like it was going to go higher, but like right 2 EC high, and then they pull back, and that cycle looks a little bit different now, so time is 11:45. The QQQ is going lower from 11:40 into 11:45. SPY did not yet. Did not yet. Man. That's what it's looking like to me. The Nvidia thing, the Nvidia drama that happened, like they were basically went nowhere, made nobody print out, and they printed out on 0 DT puts. Well, calls are running. Time is 1:45. Oh wow. So Josh was right. Filling up the MACD to go higher. Trying. Time is 1:45. Time is 1:45. So 140 rejection into 145. This thing could run into 150 for 2 more minutes. Okay. I don't know if it's going to reject that 145 or 150. So, well, this is a 140 bounce into 145. So yeah, we'll leave it like this for now. Nice, one hell of a run. That MACD was filling up the gas actually right here. It was actually going bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. So actually fill up the gas and go a little bit higher into 11:45 at the minimum. 11:50 coming in 40 seconds. Okay, 40 seconds, 11:50 coming. That was one hell of a nice. One hell of a nice. Yo, that is crazy V-shaped recovery though. No, bro, they kill off the calls. They boost off the puts, and then they kill the puts, and then they like wow, what the off the LOD too. Look at this crazy chop on QQQ today going downwards. Man, look at this crazy chop on QQQ going downwards today. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Crazy work. SPY holding the floor at 1050. SPY holding the floor at 1050. So IWM is definitely helping SPY right now. The video was being used on QQQ to go a little bit lower, it feels like. Right. IWM looking nice and strong since the gap fill, right? Look at that fucking gap fill, and then where are we? Above POC. So IWM playing nice. QQQ. Time is 150. So 145 high for now. 150. 150 is here. Deciding what to do. So that was one hell of a deduction, right? People make deductions live in chat. You just gotta see it and read it. Do your own due diligence and you know what I mean? Make deductions yourself based on the gang. So all the ladies and gentlemen that are here are all helpful, and basically we promote, in our WhatsApp group, especially guys, we try to stay active as possible. So if you are trying to join the group, if you are requested to join, please stay active, and we will remove inactive members. So just a disclaimer. It is not just a free alert service, right? People get hurt if you think this is a free money fucking shit, right? You know, you're not paying anybody for alert service, right? So this is a group community to be active in. This is a group community to get help from each other. This is a group community to teach other in. And we are basically, right, deducting live in the group chat right now. So that's all it is. If you are gonna think it's a free alert system, you're gonna lose a fuck ton of money, because you're not gonna be doing the same thing you're doing, and you're not gonna be making deductions that you are making. So just a disclaimer on that. 11:50 time is the MACD is actually coming in bullish still, and everything is building still. Right into 11:50, it actually went parabolic, right? Josh, someone called out in group chat earlier. Here is about to be parabolic. You would have never seen that coming, but it actually did go parabolic, right? 5 minutes later it was going parabolic, so that is nice. Call out 150, 145. That really is a nice call out. You know what I mean? Like a little V-shaped recovery, back to where we dropped off from, to gap fill almost. So gap fill most likely coming. And when that gap fill comes, I'm probably going to call out best safe exit. IWM gap is also here, so it has the possibility to pull back a little bit and then nuke up, or it has a possibility to trap a little bit and then go high and then blow up and hit VWAP and everything later. But it is right there, so it could hit it right now too. I'm just saying, things are there. Okay, there's a lot of bulls too, because we just went parabolic too, so recognize that too. Right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 if this is truly a bear cycle. So we're gonna draw out what's going on SPY now. Okay, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going north. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going south. Right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going north. Nobody knows how far this is gonna go. Nobody knows how, much it's not gonna go. But all we do know is that there are cycles that tell us the wind direction is north from here to here. The wind direction is south from 1240 to 115, meaning, all calls are getting pushed, all puts are dying, all calls are dying, all puts are winning, all puts are dying, all calls are winning from here to here, allowing you to deduct through the cycle, time, confirmation, and make better risk analysis based on where you are, instead of hoping on candles and not knowing where you are, not knowing what the fuck is going on. And yeah, time is 1:50. Gap is filled on SPY. This is best safe exit. Come in for calls now. Okay, most likely this is best safe exit. IWM did not gap fill. IWM did not gap fill yet, so that is also true. VWAP may be pushing coming, okay, but I'm calling best safe exit out because of POC right here, or not POC, but 1 minute gap fill, and they're going crazy. Time is 1:51. That is a crazy candle, so that is the reason why I'm calling out best safe exit 1:51. That is a crazy candle. Wow. QQQ going parabolic truly. Okay, IWM gap fill is here. IWM about a gap fill right now. Gap fill done. Okay, now this is truly best safe exit. Okay, 1:52. Okay, VWAP now hitting, right? Now this shit could flip. But all I'm saying is, we just filled everything, right? All I'm saying is, somebody just printed fucking huge on calls, right? From the true bottom at 1:15. New LOD on QQQ2 from 568 to 570. Somebody just went from 643 to 645, so hit VWAP, right? Finally, we actually might go up a little bit more and hit the top range of the algo range, but for now, we hit the SPY 1 minute gap filled. We hit the high WM 1 minute gap filled. Everything has been filled. That was an absolute smart play. What Josh was calling out, right? He said, "Oh, it's kind of getting the volume to go up higher." This is literally why, because the setup is right. There's fucking gaps they're leaving on purpose to go fill, right? There's gaps they're leaving on purpose to go fill. Man, crazy work. 153. I don't know it's gonna go that easy though, to be honest. That's the only reason why I didn't go, but I don't know it's gonna go that easy. But wow, time is only 150 and they did it. I really thought they were gonna leave that until the end of the day or something, or like 2 p.m. Well, man, that's when you do it though. When things look super bearish, right? Nobody's thinking about it's about a parabolic go up high and then go with VWAP right now. But man, that is how you do it. Crazy play. Okay, 150 boomed up into 155. We hit VWAP, we hit everything on the gap, and now we're rejecting, trying off of 153. So 151 was not base safe exit. 152 was not base safe exit. 153 was best safe exit for now. Okay, please try to keep the chat to what we are doing to a minimum, please. I know what we were doing earlier was fun, but for the sake of respecting each other and what we are doing, I would very, very much appreciate it. Time is 1:55. Rejection at 1:53 trying. Okay, tiny. No confirmation shorting. These people are probably going to short at the top and leave into a massive red candle or two. This is no confirmation shorting. The market is going to cycle and it's going to do something. Most likely, I don't want to say higher or lower, but yeah, the market is cycling and deciding what to do. Oh, one hell of a play. That was one hell of a play. Man, you cannot lie. That candle was historic. From somewhere here at 143, right? 135, 140-ish, right? It was historic. Right? That is historic. We boomed up into 145, 150 boomed up into 155. We gap filled on spike, IWM, everything. So that takes massive amounts of money to do from the floor. I'll tell you that right now. Right? It takes massive amounts of money to rip down from the midpoint to the floor too, or from the roof to the floor. But time is 1:55. Going into. Why do I keep writing 11:55? 1:55 going into 2 p.m. One hell of a day. Hope everybody did good from the top, from the very beginning. I know we had like 100 people or something in the early, or like 160 people in the early morning, but like yeah, everybody did good. A lot of our main members literally printed so big and left in the morning, but like hopefully we're doing amazing throughout the rest of the day. This is the end of the week. This is the end of the month, August. Right? Let's end the day. Let's end the month on a good note. Right? September 2nd, Tuesday, will be the first day that we are back. Monday, September 1st, we have holiday. So enjoy your time off. Take a break from the market. Go do what you love. Go do something. Enjoy life. Go paint. Go on a walk. And then we will come back refreshed. Okay. Rejection coming off of 155 into 2. MACD completely pulled back. I did not short at the tippy top or nothing. I was waiting for a confirmation, to be honest, but that looks like a very, very small confirmation. 155 rejection, 155 bounce, 155 rejection at 156 to go lower into 2. So I don't know if that's going to bear trap to go higher, so I can't chase at this point. If I went in here, easy money, right? Easy fucking money in one candle, but I mean, I don't really give a fuck. I care about the cycles and the deductions that I want to make, so most of the times I don't really care about the candles looking crazy red, crazy green. It's just, to me, what gets me hyped and what gets me happy is the fact that I deducted right, that I didn't get trapped, that I made the wind direction, you know, the trend direction, whatever it is, small cycle or big cycle, and that I'm basically risk managing and I'm doing things on rules, basically, on rules. You're still going lower into time is 2. 155 lower into 2 showing, but I mean that's a big doji candle that could flip up instantly, so let's see what happens here. Right, I'm not bear bias or bull bias. I'm literally just cycle bias, you know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck if they go high or low at $20, $50 today or tomorrow. Like, I literally just care about my cycle, me printing, and me not getting trapped mostly. Cause it is hectic out here. 155 low into 2, 2 p.m. bounce trying. Time is 2. Time is 2. If you guys like the time confirmation and if you guys liked what you saw today, feel free to like the like button, and thank you all very, very much. For those of you that have done that already, we actually have 330 likes and 400 people watching, so I mean that's 75% plus 80%, so thank you all very, very much. I feel very, very blessed, and thank you. Thank you. Captain says, how do you normally deduct the cycle? I mean, the thing is, every cycle is different and every single setup is different, right? But what is the most important is that you will see certain times like this. You see this low at 117? 117, that basically represents 120. Okay, I have the cycle basically mixed up like this, like 120. Okay, 120. What is this high? 1257, right? What does 1257 go more near to? 1 p.m., right? Does that make sense? So you have to basically practice looking at the 1 minute candle and then deducting that into the 5 minute candle, but every time it's different, right? This is 1227 signifying 1230, right? And then by 1230 we're already up here, right? 1229 we have a big green candle and we're already above the algo range. So it's just, if you're short, you leave into a massive red candle looking at the time, because certain times represent best safe exit, right? If you're in a call, you ride it and then you leave at certain times because it represents best safe exit, like 11:45. Sometimes it could be at 12:57. Sometimes it could be at 11:56. You know what I'm saying? Nothing's ever perfect, right? 10:40. It could represent 10:01 representing 10. It could represent 9:53 representing 9:55. You know what I'm saying? But the only way you could truly understand this is if you do it. That's the only fucking way. Is if you do it. You practice it, practice it, practice it, and you do it. 9:42 represents 9:40. So like, yeah, you just see it. The more you do it and do it and do it. But like, that is the reason why our community is here, right? So that we could ask, questions. We could ask like, oh, how do we? Because yeah, time is 2. God damn, they going low. Since 1:55 to 2. I am not in. I'm just watching. I'm just talking to. Commentary. Well, hopefully the commentaries are helpful. Hopefully the commentaries are helping you make the right deductions and the right choices and the risk reward analysis at the right moments that you need to. But it is my true honest belief that this is what hedge funds and this is what smart money printers, big money institutions, like big money institutions are doing. Because there is a system and there is a direction and there's a trend direction, there's a wind direction and there's a pivot point and there is a way that these people are printing, right? Pivot points take massive amounts of money, billions and billions of dollars to like change, wind direction. All of that is changed by the whole entire market deciding to do that move, whether it's to go up, break the roof, whether it's to go down, break the floor, together, right? We are all deciding to do it together, right? And everybody that is against the trend is getting crushed. So best to be with the system, to learn the system as fast as you can, to appreciate the system for what it is, and to be with the system, because that's all it is. That's what I think. So yeah, I love this country. I love this system, and I love what we do, because I don't know, this is, feels democratic for me, right? All this shit feels democratic to me, if that makes sense. Like, everybody can do whatever they want, right? Everybody sees whatever they see. We all see different things. It's just, it is up to you as an individual, as a man or a woman, to decide to speculate. It is up to you as a man or a woman to decide to, choose something for yourself, or it is up to you to, whether to trade or not, right? So at the end of the day, all this shit is to inspire yourself. It is to grow yourself as a human being. This is rejection at the 205. They're going lower, trying on SPY, and that is literally all it ever is. IWM. Let's see what's going on with IWM. IWM dropping like crazy. Okay, so that is weird. Okay, NVIDIA. Let's see. Holding. Something weird's going on right now. IWM dragging SPY down now to the floor. We're showing top of the algo range hitting. This is most likely best safe exit if somebody's in. But yeah, this is crazy V-shaped recovery, right? Crazy parabolic mountain, and then they're selling that mountain from the tippy top to the top of the algo range. If somebody shorted, they also printed big money, right? After somebody printed big money calls, you know what I mean? Because the cycle and time is absolutely fucking astronomically crazy. When did I call out best? Somebody look in the group chat right now. 150, 152, right? When did I call out best safe exit? At the tippy top, did I not? 155. Right? I waited and waited and waited. I also agreed that we were gonna go up, boom, 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 boom with Josh, right? And like MACD, everything building helped. And then once we hit VWAP, once we gap filled, I called out best safe exit. And then now we are literally at the bottom of the algo range. So that shit is crazy. Time is 2:05 and 3:30. And this is all it is, guys. We just calm down. We go from cycle to cycle. Right? You choose the thing you want to trade, and then you print, and then you leave, and then you literally let them do whatever they want. And then into time is already 2. You know what I mean? In an hour it's 3. In an hour and a half it's 3:30. Robin and option closes, and then it's lotto. And then we got the pivot point to play from 3:30 to 4, which will allow us to deduct even better. So. Even better. You know what I'm saying? The closer we get to the end of the day, even fucking better. Even better. Right? Midday is kind of scary. Right? Even I deduct, right? And even midday to me is sometimes scary because there's no volume, and when that thing goes one direction or the other after, confuses, like that one moment it confuses people when it goes the other direction, like, man, is it fucking hard to call your losses and go the other way. I that's what I fucking think, but that's what I honestly don't want to trade midday. Midday fucking sucks unless you see some crazy ass trade like this, right? But that's the reason why I didn't go big either, because I don't want to get trapped. Like, I don't want to get trapped after I print it on that morning dump. Like, I'm good. Man, time is 2:10. But dude, I literally wanted to hold from the morning. Like, you guys don't understand, because I was thinking, like, in the pre-market, as the thing was dropping, I was like, man, like, this is truly the setup. If these people truly got puts at the top, right? Look at where SPY top was yesterday, right? If these institutions truly got puts at the top at 649, they're gonna fucking push this shit so down and make him print. But like, I literally was at 8K with 2 contracts here, so I fucking sold immediately, you know what I mean? And then I hold the one profit all the way to max profit or something somewhere down here. But man, if I held the whole shit, it would have been like 12K, 15K profit basically. I don't really care because I'm still up anyway, and I basically made up my whole loss yesterday and today, but I don't really give a I literally don't care because, yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm playing with millions of dollars right now, and sure, if I had 10 contracts, I could have sold 7 and maybe hold 3, but like, I'm gonna book my profit and then go into profit with the other one, or try to. But yeah, still a good day, one hell of a day, one hell of a week, ending the week green, ending the month green, so I am happy with everything. Right, yesterday I literally said was the worst trade of the year for me, right? Yesterday was the worst moment of the, like because they kept running up into 4 p.m. So I called out that is literally the worst day of the day, and I literally said after I booked the 5K loss, I was like, I'm going in a 4.8K, 2 DT September, 6,500 SPX from 3:55 p.m. because it was super crazy up, and puts got killed into that move, and I was like, dude, if the market's gonna go up or down, they're gonna bring the puts up a little bit, bring the calls down a little bit, and they're gonna go from there, which is a midpoint. Basically, where we are midpoint, right? And that's the reason why I did it, but it completely paid out. If I held that shit, I would have been 10K up green today. But honestly, I'm fucking happy. I don't give a fuck because, a win is a win and a loss is a loss. So you lose, struggle, you remember for the greatness that is going to come into your future. So just remember that. Remember that your struggles there's a reason in why you're struggling, right? Kobe Bryant, the basketball player, he once said, right, greatness comes from remembering every single missed shot that you took. Basketball, whatever, right? For him, it was a basketball court, right? What he dedicated his life to, and he was like, for me, I would remember every single missed shot that I took, so that I could like blah 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 blah, and like literally, it sounds cringy but like all these people that are doing great things in life, whether it's anything, they're absolutely dedicating it to what they're doing, right? And if you're gonna spend a lot of time, if you're gonna spend a lot of money trading, you need to absolutely dedicate yourself to the craft. You need to absolutely cut the speculation and estimating and everything out, and you need to absolutely dedicate yourself to the system that you have crafted for yourself. Time is 2:10. I'm gonna shut up and drink my water, and let's see what happens. Time is 2:10. 2:10. Let's go look at IWM, Nvidia. Are there any stocks you guys want to look at? Are there any indexes that you guys pay a lot of attention to? VIX, XOXL, whatever. Let's go look at SOXL. Did terrible today. Nvidia dropped like a rock today. IWM, did we look at that? IWM. IWM coming in bearish. SPY and QQQ flying. That is weird. Right, we are chopping down here. POC. Possibly about a nuke at the end of the day. But the gaps have been filled before. Gaps have been filled before. We are seriously chopping here all day long now. Big time. That is crazy how they went lower, higher, lower, higher, lower, higher. Made a new LOD on QQQ, went higher. That is crazy work. Absolute. SPY 1 minute gap down. Right, the bigger picture, that's what it shows, right? We were just playing down, oh up, yay printed, oh down printed, oh yay up printed, down, oh printed, a up, right? But like literally bigger picture, they're chopping like crazy. Right? They're chopping like crazy within $2 range. Right, 645, 643, 13. So Captain said Bitcoin is down to 108,000. Okay, nice. Let's do a poll, okay? You believe this is going to go higher, type in chat higher. You believe this is going to go lower, type in chat lower. Or the third poll is nowhere, but that is for the people in the community. Why? Because things are so uncertain. We are at POC on QQQ. SPY looks like it's going to run. IWM is pulling back, so it is a time to do a poll so that we could see what the market sentiment is. It is what we think times basically 100,000 people. So EC says higher. Tyler says higher at the end of the day. I low-key agree. Charlotte says higher. Wayne says lower. Steven says sideways. Fair. Commenter says lower. Sydney says lower or sideways. And Guide says nowhere. Yep. Sideways. We have 6 people that voted. 7 people that voted higher. 1 person that voted nowhere in the WhatsApp group. That is interesting to see. Okay, so we will see into 2:30-ish 3. Okay, this poll is basically from right here at where we're gonna mark where we did the poll. Okay, poll. We did the poll right here. Let's see what happens from this poll level. It looks like, right, a lot of people are saying higher in the community chat. It looks like a lot of people are kind of mixed, but also saying higher on the what's in the YouTube chat as well. So, what color is the fucking best for this shit? There you go. Poll. Time is 2:20. Sorry, 2:12. We did the poll somewhere here. We'll leave it as. So 2:15 bouncing at 2:13 trying as well. And this is 2:15 bouncing for now. Okay, we don't want to get too distracted on this poll, so let's see what happens. 2:15 bouncing at 2:13, signifying 2:15 bounce on POC as well. MACD volume is slightly, nothing. It's crap. MACD volume slightly crap. We gotta go look at IWM, NVIDIA for some direction. IWM making a wedge, right? It might break down the wedge, or it might make people think it's gonna break down the wedge and then go higher, right? NVIDIA also testing the bottom trend line. This thing could break down and make people bearish and then could fly on that, so let's watch that as well. SPY QQQ looking bullish into 220. This is 220. The MACD looking crazy. The candles looking bullish. But the MACD looks not bullish so far, unless it's like popcorn bullish. So this is just like a opinion, you know, like a thing, you know what I mean? Like this does not mean long or short clearly. This just clearly is just trying to say like, oh, it looks like a fucking uncertain ass moment, so we're doing a community poll and then we're about to find out what the hell happens. But that is literally the best thing we could do, right? if it's an uncertain moment, we could see what people are thinking, and then we could go off. Basically, what happens with the market and cycle confirmation. But I mean, I'm saying this pull is gonna be just fun, right? That's just a fun thing to have. But no trading based off pulls is what I'm saying too, because that shit is literally straight up hoping to. No systematic deductions. So time is 2:20. Creating a wedge again inside. POC and VWAP inside the algo range, inside the little 155 to 205 drop, 155 to 205 drop, so wedging in between everything. Yo, Roy, you funny, man. But yeah, I need to go eat my lunch after the market closes. You're funny guy. Time is 2:20. We chopped like crazy on QQQ today too. Unbelievable chop. Bear flag. Unbelievable chop and a bear flag today. Look at the volume. Insane volume near the POC and near the floor and at the flag. Wow. That is a big rejection. So that was a short, but like, wow. I did not take that. Nvidia IWM going lower to make everything look bearish. This is what we talked about 5 minutes ago though. Time is 2:20. So 2:20 bounce is fake, looks like. And 2:15 bounce fake into 2:20. 2:15 bounce fake into 2:20. That is crazy candle on QQQ too. Look at that, testing the bottom range of the algo range. Crazy work. Crazy work. And then bouncing. Alright, we have 20 votes in the poll. Let's see how people voted. We have 10 people that voted higher, 4 people that voted lower, 5 people that voted nowhere at 2:15. We are technically, we went higher, we went lower, we're nowhere. So everybody's right, technically speaking, since 2:15. Time is only 2:15. We are going nowhere since the poll, technically speaking, but we went higher, we went lower. Right. I don't know if this is going to go lower. We're at POC. All I know is there was a short and then I missed it. So I mean, I'm not gonna fucking chase that. I'm gonna just watch it. But that was basically a short based on the video on IWM looks like, and SPY and QQQ was holding it for no reason. So like the realest people remember, we were going around looking, and then we made that line on the video too, right? Holy fuck on IWM, right? What did I say on IWM earlier, right? I was like, it's trying for the floor, and look at the video breaking down. So that is literally a bear trap possible, but that is what we deducted 5 minutes ago when we were up here at 217. That is what we deducted when we were up here. But we're going nowhere. Algo range being played. Going higher, going lower for now into 230. And 3 power hour coming. 120 LOD. Do we break the LOD or do we hold the LOD and then make a run to the VWAP and beyond is the question. That is a very, very important question. We've been chopping through POC like nothing today. We went lower, higher, lower, higher, lower, higher, lower, higher. So basically it went up, down 6 or 8 times. That is crazy work, right? The price of control, the point of control, sorry, is not a fucking joke. It is not a joke, right? How many times do we break down below it? 1, up, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, right? 15 times. So that is insane work. Choppy. And throughout the midday after the morning drop is what happened. But they were going lower in the morning, continuously lower, like we were in London open dump like yesterday at 4 a.m. That's crazy. Royce had been scalping 6,500 P's all day, $10,000. That is crazy, bro. 0 DTE, because that's what I was in for September 2nd. That is crazy work. Good for you. Dude, dude, guess how much them puts are at right now still? $4,600. Man, what a day and a wow. Man. You know, I'm okay, but like still I went from $17 to like basically 30 something, right? 30 something dollars, and I sold the last one at like basically 4K, 4.5 or something like that. But yeah, that thing ran up to 5.3K each. If I had all of them at 5.3K each, it would be today would be a $16,000 day for me, and I lost 5K yesterday, so it would have been a $11,000 profit day. But I am okay with what I made. I am happy with what happened. So, but yeah, there must have been someone in our community that basically printed like fucking nuts though in the morning. That was crazy dumb bearish. Crazy dumb bearish. Right? Every single cycle, every single 15-minute candle was going lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, and all we were literally doing all morning was just time confirming. We were like, damn, broke. Oh wow, retested. Okay, more short guys. We're like, oh wow, and we were like, oh wow, they just made an algo range. Weird. Okay, they made an algo range here. Weird, and they broke that down, and I was like, wow, what the wow. And we were just fucking going at it like crazy. Well, like yeah, crazy, right? And we went to 643 from literally 647 open. So that is a gift from the market. Gift. Purely. Setup was there. Gift. Right? Weekly puts. I don't know, depending on where they took it, but they got printed out. Big time into today and tomorrow or on Tuesday. It's just depending on when they took it. So yesterday they printed big time. If they took it on Wednesday, they printed big time. If they took it on Monday, Friday, they would be in profit. If they took it on Tuesday, they would be in loss still. So, yeah, depending on where and how and what they took, right? Right, people from here printed. It's just they ran up, dude. I fucking shorted it. Oh my god, I shorted up here. I shorted up here when SPX was at 6,507. Right, I shorted up there and I left in the morning. I left my last put somewhere down here too. But yeah, that is one hell of a fucking day. Right, 0 DTA puts. I kind of did small, but like I could have went in big, sure, but like I just didn't want to. QQQ. Time is 2:30. Time is 2:30. Let's go look at how IWM, Nvidia, and everything is holding up. Making a wedge on IWM. Breaking the trend line on QQQ and Nvidia. Breaking the trend line on QQQ and Nvidia. SPY, trend line as well. Different trend line. Time is 2:30. We did the pull at 2:15. It is chopping slightly. I'm about to send the SPX put to call ratio now in the group chat. There's a fair amount of calls, fair amount of puts. We are at the middle. We're just in the middle. I have a lot of puts and a lot of calls. This is why I'm not shorting, I'm not longing yet. I'm just waiting. That's crazy work. Right, now they're bouncing off of POC, off of 230, 239. Right, as soon as I sent the SPX put to call ratio, I was like, we're diddling in the middle. They are pumping that thing to the roof. When time is 2:30 into 2:35 in 16 seconds. Is this really gonna go into 2:35? The MACD coming in super bullish on the 1 minute candle. Time is only 2:35 though. So, man, that is what they're doing. A lot of puts, a lot of calls. They're burning calls. A lot of puts burning too. And this one single one single minute, one single bounce. I mean, man, MACD coming in out of nowhere. 230 into 235 right off a POC on SPY. And whatever V shape this is on QQQ is also holding POC above now as well instantly in one single cycle. Let's see what happens. I don't know. There's a confirmation to short or long happening, to be honest, but like, yeah, bigger picture, right? This was a 230 to 235 long. Best safe exit most likely 230 230 right here for now. Most likely, and then figure out what happens from this pullback, and then what happens, yeah. But this is 230 as well. So this is not 235, this is 230 still. The MACD is coming in ultra bullish on the 1 minute candle on SPY, trying to show QQQ looking a little bit weaker. Okay, NVIDIA says we are coming back to the broken trend line from earlier, trying. IWM says we are gapping up. Okay, there's IWM 1 minute gap now, so be aware of that as well. Okay, this thing might hold and then fill later. Why? There's a lot of bears here. There might be a lot of bears here, so they want to burn them. They want to burn them into close, and then they figure it out. But we'll see what happens with IWM. Big play going on now. QQQ 1 minute gap up as well. You guys see that? QQQ 1 minute gap. This thing could gap up and gap hold. All I'm saying is there is a gap on QQQ and there is a gap on IWM for some reason. Time is 2:30, running higher into 2:35 showing. There is no confirmation shorting. There is just cycles going higher. The MACD coming in more bullish on SPY than not on QQQ. Maybe there's more puts on SPY to burn. Maybe. $235 pushing higher into, right, QQQ is just delayed going higher into 235. The MACD volume coming in nice. I don't know if people believe this or not. I don't know if it's really true, or I don't know if it's artificial or not. How could I know? All I know is the MACD's coming in like this. All I know is the candle's looking like this. So 235. There's just a lot of calls and a lot of puts. That's just the thing. We're above the trend line. Rejection at 235, trying into 240. 240 is in 7 seconds. This could be fake. This is no confirmation shorting. So the long could still be there. The bulls are still there. Just below trend line. That's the only thing. No confirmation shorting, so this thing could go back up above trend line into 240 as well. Time is 240. 235 into 240 as well, and then 240 could bounce to 245, and then we can figure it out from there. There's a gap, possibly filling. It is not filled. Very important to see what happens right now. They might be bear trapping in this tiny 5-minute cycle. Tiny 5-minute cycle. Things are getting very tight into close. is 3 p.m. power hour, 3:30. Options close on Robinhood. All retail traders, Dunzo and SPY, and then it is going to be big boy time on SPX. Big boy time, meaning by all the degens in the world come out to trade. All the big boys coming out. All the big boys coming. So. Time is 2:40. 2:40. Rejection is here, but the cycle is just no cycle confirmation shorting above the trend line. The cycle is most likely going to bounce at 2:40 to confirm to go higher or lower. We are going nowhere. Pull was at 2:15. The pull was, are we going to go higher or lower? We went higher, lower, higher, lower. We're at nowhere. We are truly nowhere since 2:15 is when we did our pull. So that is kind of okay. QQQ 1 minute gap filled. IWM, let's go check. IWM gap did not fill. So that could hold, that could drop and fill. Okay. That is MACD is completely dying now to kill the bull chasers, right? People printed from 230 into 230, 235. It's just the chasers at the end is now getting hurt. Okay, into 240. MACD completely pulled back. MACD was weak on QQQ and is pulling back into 240. 240 is at the neutral point of this little cycle. Right, so they're doing some dirty ass game right now. They're clearly doing some dirty ass game right now. We just need to be wary. That is it. Okay, we just need to be wary of what they are doing. Right, so just be careful. I don't even want to draw this, but I'm going to draw it, okay? Because QQQ has it, so I'm going to draw it, alright? Please do not trade. Please do not get biased. Please do not think anything because of trend lines, because of sloping support, because of anything, okay? These are for people to literally see. These are people for, you know, they're making it look bearish, clearly. That's what we called out at 215, so, you know what I mean? IWM gap filled. Okay, so just, you know, I don't know, make deductions off of certain things that are there. But do not go off candles alone and then say this is going to go to the depths of Tartarus, this is going to go to heaven and be like bullish, bullish, bearish, bearish, because that is going to ruin people in the long term. And that is ruining him if he's trading real, but I truly don't think he's trading real. But I don't care. Time is 2:40. We all have our personal opinions. Time is 2:40. MACD completely died, but this thing could completely come back and then go back to trend line. So just be aware of that. Right? They're gonna do whatever they want to show, whatever they need to show, whenever they need to. Right? So best thing you could do is to be on the sidelines and just to wait and see your cycle, and when you see the moment to deduct, you do it. Right now it's looking risky. It's going short and long at the same time. It's going short with time confirmation, it's going long with time confirmation off of POC somehow, and it's literally staying in the middle of everything. This is crazy work. right? Nobody knows if it's going to drop. Nobody knows if it's going to go higher. But like this thing is not going higher right now. This thing is not going lower right now. We're just literally here for 2 hours. Not 2 hours, 1 hour. We're here since 155 into 240 almost. So consolidating whatever the hell we're doing for 1 hour into 330. Into 330. My candles are coming in massive red. Did anyone short this? Who shorted this and who left? And who did not leave into this? Let's see. Guys, I'm gonna start putting timeouts on people that continuously, you know what I mean, bring up what I constantly ask to let's not bring up and to move on from. So please, please. Thank you. Okay. Commenter said I shorted. Chris said, yep, shorted. Nice. Did you guys leave in profit or did you not? Let's see. Because that is the most important thing, right? To whether to call it or not, and to depending on, you know, what did you do what, and that is important to know and why. So that you could understand into the future why you did where, you know, where you got caught because of what, and to look at the time and more, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So. Okay, 5-minute timeout. Roy, I love you. 5-minute timeout. Alright, let's move on. Pug said, I'm still in put since 2 p.m. Okay, nice. Hopefully you get a nice exit, and then hopefully the thing bounces, and people that are in call also get nice exit, and then the thing ends happily ever after. But you know what I mean, the chances are it might not, and one side might get screwed. But yeah, hopefully, you know, the people that are watching, people that are deducting, are able to print and then leave a massive profit. That is what I'm hoping for everyone. I don't hope a lot, but I do hope. Shit, I hoped last night that this thing was gonna go lower, 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 and hold. So I mean, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. Okay, I did not short. That's okay too. You know what I mean? Like 235 to 240. Sure, like oh, puts printed, but like you know, it's okay to let them go. It's okay to do whatever they're doing because you don't know what they're gonna do. You don't know, you know, what the setup is into what. So if you're not uncertain, if you're not certain on certain things too, that's okay too. You know what I mean? But if people are certain and they deducted on something and blah blah blah, and they entered somewhere and they exited somewhere based on something, we want to know because that is literally how we get better, and that is literally how we practice what we are doing live for yourself in your life. So 245 bounce coming, weird candle, spike coming. As soon as I was looking at that candle, spike coming candle at 245, I don't know if the bounce is real or not, but the MACD is pulling back the bearish instantly. So 235, 240, 245, 245 bounce trying in one single minute. We don't know if it's real or not, but this is the reason why we ask, right? Did somebody short somewhere, and then where did they take profit? Did somebody short where? Where did they take profit? Where did someone go long, or where did they take profit? Because that also allows us to know. I've also been in shorts where, you know, they barely pay me out, and they trap me. I've also been in longs where they barely pay me out, barely pay me out, and they trap me. So, you know, it's just better to know what is going on, how they're doing it, and then to use that into the future as well. I'm not saying every single situation is going to be the same. It's just more likely than not, you see certain things than not, sometimes than not, which is kind of crazy too. Let's go look at IWM, NVIDIA. QQQ is going lower, NVIDIA is going lower. Okay, NVIDIA is actually selling now, big time. IWM is trying lower, holding. So we could be dragged a little bit lower on NVIDIA right now. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to, but Tesla, it's just looking bearish on NVIDIA. Tesla also looking bearish. Okay, Tesla is also doing a breakdown to the floor knife or something, and then maybe pop back up. But now this is getting dangerous. Okay, they did go lower from 235 into 245. They did go lower into 245. All puts are trapped until the low of the 247 candle breaks, signifying this is a 250 bounce for now. Whether it's fake or not, it is happening for 30 seconds. This is a 245 bounce into 250. It is happening for 5 minutes, whether it is real or not. We need to see. We need to let the market be. Right, so we did the pull right here at 213. Look where we're at. We literally went higher, went lower, went higher, went lower, went nowhere. So this is absolutely crazy work, and this is what they do a lot of the times than not during 2 to 3 or something. Is the reason why we do pulls when the volume is dog shit poo poo, right? When the setup is dog shit poo poo, and we just look at the candles and then we just do a pull and then we just see what happens into the future, right? We are literally 30 minutes into the future and we're looking back seeing, oh, the MACD was dog shit poo poo, it was literally set up was dog shit poo poo, and then they literally filled blah blah blah. This is dog shit poo poo for now, right? I'm not saying it's gonna go higher or lower, but I'm just saying, like, is the reason why we do pulls, because that literally gives you an insight into, oh, the next time the community pool is dog shit poo poo, or like nobody knows if this is gonna go higher or lower, I need to be careful, because that is literally why it's happening. You know what I mean? Nobody is certain here at 214. At 214, no one is certain here, right? All you can really go off is time confirmation, weird ass trend lines forming and not, yeah. So that is, yeah, take the however you want to take. That's cool to see. Time is 250, 250, 250. Power hour coming up in 11 minutes. Power hour coming up in 11 minutes. Uh, 250, doing crazy moves, basically. Going lower now on SPY, but yeah, crazy moves. SPY going lower. They may be going a little bit, but I don't know which side is getting faked out right now, right? The MACD 1 minute coming bearish, but it's just dangerous to be like, oh, they're gonna go lower, oh, they're gonna go higher on every single cycle, because the MACD is coming in different every single time. The MACD is coming in weaker, but it's coming in, so maybe they're dropping on NVIDIA. It looks like on Tesla. Okay, let's go look at NVIDIA. NVDA is not dropping. Tesla, they're just showing bearishness now, right? Why? Tesla dropping. IWM dropping like nothing. So yeah, that is, I don't know, man. This is definitely some dangerous stuff going on. There's two 1 minute gaps on IWM. That is not normal. Two 1 minute gaps on IWM. That is not fucking normal. Okay. 250. Rejection at 250. And then bounce at 250. So the cycles are super tight. I cannot even begin to tell you how tight the cycles are right now. Right. Some crazy work. Let's go look at IWM. I'm pretty sure that IWM gap filling now. Yeah, one of them filled. So This is, yeah, professional level trading going on. Okay, 3 p.m. is here. IWM 1 minute gap on one of them staying open. IWM has a big sway on SPY. That is the reason why you have to look at SPY in accordance with IWM. You need to look at QQQ in accordance with the biggest mega stock of the day. Today, that is Nvidia and Tesla, maybe Apple and other things. But yeah, you need to look at different things at different times and see how they're depicting whatever they're depicting. 250 bounce into 255. This is 255 rejection trying. This is 250 bounce, 250 rejection into 255. Very, very tight. We have 440 people watching into the power hour, 3 p.m., 3:30 close, and SPX Lotto time. So please hit the like button if you are here for the first time, and hit the subscribe button if you want. Thank you. Wow. MACD died completely bearish. Rocket trying. It is trying off of 250. MACD dying off of SPY since 251. Trying bullish. Did I say trying bearish? I'm sorry. Trying bullish. I'm a little bit tired too, guys. I'm literally running on 3 hours of sleep, 4 hours of nap, from last night, and I gotta go to work after this, and I'm going to take a massive sleep after work, after I eat. So after I eat and go to work. So yeah, a little bit tired, but I'm ending the day very happy, very energized, and very blessed. So thank you all for being here. Hope you're all also feeling the same. Okay, 255 time is. 255 time is. Market is bouncing off of 250 into 255. The market is cycling. We're figuring out what to do. We are in between. We are at the pull. We are basically at where we did the pull. So that is very interesting. Yeah, it's the YouTube algo, man. I get pumps out of nowhere. Just like I'm doing options, right? The view count goes up out of nowhere and then it goes down out of nowhere. It's literally algo working. But yeah, it's because you guys have liked the like button for people to see it on their feed. That is basically why. But thank you. And that's why I keep asking to. I don't want to keep being annoying, but yeah. That is why. 255 rejection trying. No confirmation shorting. We're just chopping. We are bouncing continuously at the previous pivot point. Or not pivot point. Previous algo. Top of the algo range at 11. That is true. That is true. We keep bouncing here, so 644.25. The volume is not bearish. The volume is not bullish. We're just bouncing here. We just keep testing here. Time is 2:55, 3 p.m. in 1 minute. 1 minute. I work as an IT worker, so basically programming stuff, and I work as a semi-truck driver over the weekend. So I work like crazy too, but yeah, thanks for asking. I have said that to my inner, small group when I first started streaming. There was like 40, 35, 25 people maybe that watched constantly in the beginning. I'm so thankful for them, and I've told them in the beginning, but yeah, that is what I do. I used to work for Amazon, right, delivering across cross country, driving big 53-foot semi trucks back in the day, in like 2020s, 2019. But yeah, that's back in the day. Back in the day. Right after I graduated from Rutgers too. After I left college. But you do things in life, you remember it. Time is 3. Time is 3. Power hour is here. Power hour is here. Time is 3. We are evaluating what to do. QQQ is coming in more bullish than not. That's SPY. NVIDIA coming in more bullish than not from the floor. Testing the top range of the trend line is a possibility. IWM. Looking weak. SPY and QQQ looking strong. Some push coming. I don't know if it's a push coming, but you know what I mean? The MACD is dying. The MACD is pushing. It is pushing into 3, trying, but I mean, I don't know if it's going to go higher, but we're literally just going a little bit up, going a little bit down, going a little bit up, unless massive volume comes. Unless massive volume comes, and then it takes over everything, and then it just starts kicking up, 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 candle stack going higher, 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 5-minute candles go, 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 and the MACD comes in bullish, 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 and then we can go. But time is only 3. The MACD is coming in bullish, however, it is growing, right? Growing more on QQQ than not. 644.50. We're getting some sort of a red candle. So, yeah, risk is there. Basically, barcoding here, right? Risk is there to short, risk is there to call. Looks like 5-minute cycle happening. 5-minute confirmation into 5 minutes. So, let's see. On SPY. Okay, we will look at SPY. Into close, right? We are either going to run up to somewhere in the midpoint, or we are either going to close in between the 2 pivot points that we set for the day, right? So option 1 is 646 somewhere up here. Option 2, and somewhere, not somewhere up there, but somewhere up here, right? 645, maybe at the top of the algo range hit. Option 2 is we break the floor into 355 and then we revert into 4 p.m. And option 3 is stay in between the 2 pivot points, right? Or break the roof. But yeah, we will see as we get closer into lotto times. With the volume, with the MACD, with the cycle time confirmation helping us. Floor was at 1050. Oh, that is SPY. Okay, QQQ floor was at 115. My chart literally froze. Time is 3 o'clock. Time is 3:01. The MACD is coming in more bullish than not. The candles are trying to get liquidity to go higher, but the risk is there because we're barcoding here. So they could be grabbing liquidity to go a little bit lower too. Into 330. Time is 3 into 330. So this is basically all SPY options gaming. And then SPX put to call ratio comes on. Yeah, you could say whatever you want to say about me respectfully, but I mean, I actually care about time and cycle and confirmation and the things that I say I care about. So, yeah. Nobody has taught me this shit other than myself in my life. You can say whatever you want to say, but at the end of the day, I know what's true for me because I know what has worked for me instead of hoping and speculating on bullshit and candles. So, you could say whatever you want about me, all you want. You could believe in whatever you want to believe. All I know is I literally believe in what I believe in. So I don't really care about what you believe is going on or what you think is literally this or that. At the end of the day, right? I know things that your guru and you don't even know, right? Like CPI, PPI, 8:30 a.m. candles, and PCE, you know. But I don't even want to get into it. But all I will say is that there are many people out there in the internet or in the real world that gives you experience, that provides you knowledge instead of scamming you for your entire life saving while you continuously lose in that alert, quote unquote alert service, and get scammed on. So appreciate you, but respectfully, I'm Gucci. Yeah, so we're gonna continuously move on from that, but like please, right? You are not to be on this channel or this community or this YouTube chat to continuously talk about him or to be like, oh, it sounds like, oh, it looks like, oh, you got this from haha. I don't care, dude. I don't care. You do what you works for you. I'm gonna do what works for me, alright? That's literally all it is. But like I don't really care about what you think because I know what I'm doing is literally what institutions and hedge funds are doing and hedge fund managers are doing, not what your little guy's doing or what you're doing. So I'm okay. If that makes sense. That's why I'm literally cool with all this shit because this is not what I am making up. This is not, you know, this is not something that I am copying off of someone on YouTube. This is literally what institutions are doing. This is what smart money is doing. I keep saying smart money, dumb money, but I'm fucking telling you this is what smart money is doing. So you either get with the program or you don't. And you know what I mean? Respectfully, I hope you understand what I'm saying because that is literally the truth. At the end of the day, MACD coming in super bullish on the 1 minute candle. I don't know if it's gonna run. Time is 3:05 into 3:10 in 2 minutes. But yeah, if you're gonna talk about cycles and time and all that, then actually talk about cycles and time and all that, and actually care about cycles and time and all that, and trade on cycles and time and all that. Instead of telling people, you know, you think it's gonna go here and do this, it's gonna go up here and do this, it's gonna go reject here and go up here. You don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. No one in the YouTube chat knows. You don't know. I don't know. Nobody ever knows. So you do not do that. No Diddy. You know what I'm saying? You do not do that. You call out the real shit. And then you make deductions before it happens. You don't say, "Oh, I lost 70K today. Guys, I just made half of it back on lottos." All right? That's how you do it, guys. See you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. That's not how this shit works, okay? You fucking print live by deducting live 24/7 live. You do the lotto live too, and you go up and up and up if you're right. But if you're wrong, you're wrong. That's it. You're not right because you're blah 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 out. No, no, it's not how this shit works. It's never how this shit works. This is reality trading. This is a reality group. This is real life trading. So I'm telling you, bro, you can make shit up. You can do whatever you want. I'm not naive enough to believe it without proof. I'm not naive enough to literally just go on someone's word. I need to see things to fucking actual example and proof and actual see things that are playing out, and then I'll be a believer. And then you got me, and I'll do whatever the fuck I need to do to learn, basically, right? Everything to basically do that to the perfect teeth. But like, I'm honestly, yeah, prove this shit scientifically is what I said, bro. But like, literally, can you? Can you say what you're doing scientifically, or can you say what you're doing confidently with a systematic approach? Is the biggest thing. If you can't, you can't. If you can, you can. Okay, MACD coming in, helping the bulls into time is 3:10. QQQ chop in 5-minute coming in bullish. Let's go look at NVIDIA, IWM as well. We are getting some sort of push off of 250 looks like into time is 310 and maybe beyond. Okay, IWM, NVIDIA, everything important to watch. IWM recovering from the floor, trying for basically 5 minutes, 3 and 2, 310, 305. 10 minutes. Okay, NVIDIA gap up there as well. Sorry, IWM gap up there as well. NVIDIA broke out to the trend line or the retest and then is breaking down, but it's still bullish on QQQ. Everything is still looking bullish except NVIDIA. Time is, wow, we're almost at VWAP already. That is crazy. Time is 3:10 and we're literally almost at VWAP in that one single candle going crazy up now. Before even 3:30 happening, so into 3:30. They're bear burning everybody on QQQ. They're bear burning everyone on SPY, showing into 320. We did the pull here at 315, 215. Are we going to go higher or lower? And they went higher, lower, and then went higher. Using trend line, using the top of the algo range. Let's see what happens right underneath VWAP. Let's see if it busts through VWAP or not. Who thinks this is going to break through VWAP? Who thinks we're going to get a rejection and then a breakthrough? Or who thinks we're not going to break through VWAP right now? Right? I'm doing a pull. Alright, SPY says no trade for me. Charlotte says breakthrough. Italian says gonna break through. Dimitri says LOD. TP says please break. Leaker says chop. Ahmed says no way to break. Don says I needed to break. And Harmonic says rejection all the way to the LOD. People are voting. This is a 2 people voting breaking VWAP, 1 person voting rejecting, then break VWAP, and no one voting reject VWAP. Let's see. There is a bounce trying. Time is 310. 310 rejection to 310 bounce trying. QQQ going higher into 310. SPY might go higher into 310 still. Alright, if the bulls are still truly there, if this is truly bullish, they're gonna go run it above VWAP and probably touch the 645.20 most likely if we do go higher than that, but that is a if. Let's go look at IWM. IWM has that 1 minute gap above, so did not get fill yet. Trying. Right, if they run VWAP crosses, that will get fill. But the thing is, if we do not do it right now and we do it at 340, 355, then that means they're going to kill the calls here. So the risk is astronomical right now. We got to see what happens. They are rejecting at 310 into 310. 310 is going to decide what to do into 315. Right? It looks like 310 rejecting at 310, 311, 310 deciding what to do from right here into 315. Right? This does not mean a short. This does not mean a long. It literally means they're going lower from 310 into 310. 310 rejection started at 308, and it is deciding at 308 what to do into 315 right here, right now. Right here, right now. MACD pulled back. 310. Time is 310. We are under VWAP. Trying. IWM did not gap fill currently. The MACD was super bullish into that though, into 308, right? It was 305, 305, barely any pullback into 310 happened. No confirmation shorting, but they're going lower, trying again. Time is 3:15 and 33 seconds. So 310 still here, deciding what to do. Time is about to be 3:15. They're going, trying to go lower on QQQ. Showing. Time is 3:15, and they're trying to bounce, trying at 3:15. So it did go lower from 310 into 3:15, just barely any. And now that it's at 3:15, it's now deciding what to do into 3:20. 3:14 bounce trying, 3:13 bounce trying at 3:14. 3:14 p.m. $3.15 bounce trying. Man, I don't know if I want to go on a long or what. Like, it is so confusing, right? It is so confusing right now. I'm not gonna lie. It looked like a short, and then now it's looking like a long, and I just don't know if they're showing that on purpose or not. But yeah, this time is 3:16 going into 3:20, and QQQ is going higher into 3:20 showing. Okay, QQQ is going higher into 3:20 at the minimum. SPY is deciding what to do into 3:20. Right, this should roll up, right, on this. It should roll up, but I think IWM wilding out on this right now. Yeah, IWM stupid right now. So, kinda weird. It's like, are they about to go, but like they're faking, or time is 3:20 into 3:30. I said 3:20. Yeah, 3:20. Time is 3:20. what a day. What an absolute beautiful day today, right? And what an absolute ending to the week. What an absolute ending. Lotto time is coming up in 10 minutes. Lotto time coming up in 10 minutes. Either we break out of VWAP and hit the top of the algo range, or we break down this and go hit the bottom of the top of the algo range. That is most likely the scenario going on. Right, the two possibilities that I see as of right now into 330, but you also have to think about the bigger time frame, right? There's a lot of bears and they're trapping them to 320. Okay, time is 319. I think it's the most perfect time to send the SPX put to call ratio live in the group chat now. Let's all take a look at the SPX put to call ratio and see how it is looking into 330. Right. This data is about $400 a month to have in real life, real live data, but this is what the institutions and hedge funds are using constantly live, so it is most imperative to have this when you are trading. That is what big players are doing. Okay. Time is 3:20. QQQ, SPY, both trying to go higher. 3:20, right? This was a confirmation long into 3:20. 3:20 is already here though, breaking that cycle higher. We just don't know how high that thing's gonna go. That is showing a cycle confirmation long though. That is showing a cycle confirmation long into 3:20, but time is already 3:20, and it's 3:20 for 2 more minutes. So let's see. There's a lot of puts and there's a lot of calls. That is what we see. At 6,460, 6,450 itself, and they're in between everything right now. That is what we see. They're holding up the puts into 330, closing them out in super pain. Okay, calls are trying to go above VWAP now. Time is 3:20. VWAP kiss. This is VWAP kiss at the minimum. Right now, do we flip this or what? Flipping. Time is 3:20. Finally flipping north. Finally flipping north. That was a confirmation to long. That was a confirmation cycle to long into 3:20 showing. Okay, I have no idea when this thing is going to run into 3:22, 3:21, but we are above VWAP as of right now. As of right now, we are above VWAP. Okay. It's just the only thing is right above here, it's super close too. Right here, it's 70, 35, like, you know what I mean, 65, 35 puts, which is a lot of puts, and they're burning them all. Over here is like maybe 55, 45. Like, I don't know. You guys can describe it in the group chat. So yeah, we will see. 6460 is about 55, 45. We can fairly say that. A rejection coming off of VWAP. This is no confirmation shorting, just VWAP. Just VWAP. I'm going to go into one SPX put right now. $470. The risk is there. It's tiny as fuck. Tiny. Okay. I'm at 540. I'm going to leave in 2 minutes or a minute. This is no confirmation shorting. Time is 3:20. 3:20 to 3:20 rejected big time. Time is still 3:20.
If there's a red candle here, it's an exit most likely because one single cycle, no confirmation shorting. One big ass red candle anyway. Okay, I'm leaving into the shit. Out, $550. I'm out. This thing can bounce at 1040, or sorry, 320. This thing can bounce. I got the short as soon as it fucking rejected. As soon as it rejected. This thing can bounce at 3, time is 325 actually. So they are going lower into 325 from VWAP, looks like, for 5 minutes. This is no cycle confirmation shorting, but it is off VWAP. Most likely the thing's going to bounce at some point or another here. Right? 321 rejection. Time is 323, signifying 325. Let's see what happens right now. Let's see. This thing can bounce at 325 into 330. 330 could decide what to do, and then we could hover here into 330, kill all puts, and then decide what to do at 330 into 4. That was literally nothing. That was just a VWAP short. VWAP rejection short for a minute or two. No confirmation shorting. I called that out, but like that turned into a 320 into 325. I thought it was going to be 320 to 322 and then bounce at 322, but they're bouncing at 325, 323. There's a bounce trying. This is the confirmation to long or short into the medium picture, bigger picture playing out. MACD completely died in a weird fucking way. Weird way. So weird what's going on right now. Candles, MACD, everything. Candles are coming back in green, back to the midpoint of this little drop that we just had from 320 to 325. MACD coming in bearish with the candles green. MACD's coming in bearish, but the candle is green trying to run. That is weird stuff happening right now. MACD on QQQ. Candles are going lower on QQQ. Let's go look at NVIDIA, IWM. I'm telling you guys, when I stream with you guys, I have my shit open. I have my SPX put or call, whatever I'm looking at, open for the setup that I'm doing, and I literally join or leave instantly, and I type in the WhatsApp group 15 or 10 seconds or 5 seconds after, and then I leave, and then I say verbally, that might be delayed, 5-15 seconds, but I type in the WhatsApp group instantly as soon as I leave, and I did in the morning too. So IWM gap filled. This is the best thing I can do, but yeah. WhatsApp group maybe delayed tiny less. YouTube delayed 15 seconds more. In Discord live, when I start doing Discord live later, it'll have no delay, but yeah. Time is 3:25. QQQ went lower into 3:25. SPY is holding into 3:25. 3:30 is here in 20 seconds. 3:30 is here in 20 seconds. All options on Robinhood is closing now. All options, SPY, 0DT, puts to calls are closing in 5 seconds. And then now it is 3:30 to 4 p.m. Lotto, SPX time. Gapping down on the 1 minute candle. The MACD coming in bearish. Okay, now the bears are trying to push into 325, 327, 330. Gapping down on the 1 minute candle. This does not mean bearish. This just means there is a cycle confirmation to short into 330. But 330 is already here, so we don't know if it's going to bounce at 327, 328, 330, right? But all that literally means is that somebody shorted up here and they're getting a cycle confirmation a little bit lower, and I don't know how the fuck much that's going to go, but that is literally what's going on. Right? That is literally what's going on. Okay, 330 pushing lower. MACD coming in super bearish. Let's see where this thing goes. I am not in anything anymore.
I'm just watching. Time is 3:28. Coming in super bearish, but bounce trying at 3:27. Bounce trying at 3:28, signifying 3:30. Signifying 3:30. 3:30. There's a QQQ 1 minute gap here, right? QQQ 1 minute gap. $3:30 time is, and they're going lower into 3:29. Candles are coming in, red as fuck, man. Wow. Wow. Okay. Not that much, but I mean, if somebody did like, like 10 contracts of that 600, maybe that would have been like a real quick print. But still, I did dog shit tiny, so I literally left in one tiny ass candle. Time is 3:30. This is just flashing up and down. Look at where we did the pull. We did the pull somewhere here, and we went up, down, and we're at somewhere where we did the pull. So we are not hitting the top of the algo range. We are bouncing at 3:30, trying. Let's see what happens. Yeah, you guys should join us, right? Right, come to our group whenever you want, but we do live stream the news and the White House press conference, President Trump going live, and those news conference and news catalysts line up perfectly with these time deductions and time confirmations, and we print like crazy using those. So we will see you guys next week. Most likely there will be a lot of news coming out, and more and more. So data and everything, more setups to see. Time is 3:30. 3:30 bounce trying at 3:29. 3:29 showing us best safe exit for puts that took it up there. Best safe exit for puts that took it up there, and is basically hurting them in this bounce. MACD, look at this. I'm telling you, these people do whatever they want, however they want, whenever they want, right? That shit is crazy. It's crazy. It's instant. It's instantaneous, right? But you gotta look at the 1 minute candle to exactly see what's going on. And this is a 3:30 bounce into 3:30 at 3:29. So yeah, this shit is crazy. Right under VWAP too. We're just zigzagging here. Look at where we tested. QQQ. Algo range from earlier. Right? What is this? 1150 level. 1150 level QQQ. Algo range tested. SPY did not go lower. Time is 3:31. 3:35 in 2 minutes. So let's see if this bounce holds from 3:29 into 3:35 or not. Or this is a cycle confirmation to short again. Right? This is basically a cycle bouncing and deducting live, which is crazy, but they do this shit even at the end of the day. They do this shit in the beginning of the day, they do this shit in the middle of the day, they do this shit throughout the day, right? So time is 3:32. 3:35 is coming. 3:35 is coming. Right. SPX put to call ratio. Let's go send that live in the group chat now. I think it's very important to have a live analyzation of what the fuck is going on even into close. So right. We are in the middle of everything. Of all the puts and all the calls for now. I don't want to short or long. This is looking crazy right now. Time is 3:35. Market is deciding what to do. But it's going to be so fast that I don't want to chase either. Right? There's so many calls, so many puts everywhere. Literally everywhere. 6455, 6450, 6465, 6470, 6475, 6445, 6440. It is absolutely insane what they did today. It is so damn volatile that they went up and down so goddamn much. There's SPX put the calls everywhere. Everywhere. And the picture I'm sending is 0 DTs. Like, realize that, bro. That is astronomical. 335. SPY is at 644. 64. QQQ is at 570.70. Oh man, so they're basically at the median of last week, dude. This is the 1 minute gap that I marked. Yes, like, dude, this is the 1 minute gap that I marked somewhere here too. And then we pulled back like crazy that day on Wednesday, right? And then we touched that gap, and then we, man, absolutely crazy, absolutely crazy. We are at 6570.70. SPY went a bit lower, 644.44. So this might be the median of last week too. Yeah, almost. Right, 640. So basically went a lot lower today, but today time is 3:35 and the bears are pushing lower. Time is 3:35 and the bears are pushing lower. Out of nowhere, the MACD's coming in bearish. 3:35. Right. Top of the algo range, about to hit on SPY. Is probably best safe exit. Right. Best safe exit. I have no idea how much this thing's going, so I can't go. Right. I'm calling best safe exit right now. Most likely. Time is 3:35 only. Right, they can still go lower, that is true, but time is 3 because we're touching the top of the algo range, so the MACD is coming in super bearish, yes, but yeah, this thing could go test the, somewhere here and the bear trap near the LOD, that is true too, but okay, algo range being touched. Okay, this is the gameplay. I have no idea how much this is going lower, but it's testing the top of the algo ranges in 2 minutes. I don't know how fucking low this is gonna go, but we will extend all the algo ranges and see what the hell happens. I am not in a put. I am not in a put, nor am I in a call right now. Right. This is 330 bounce, 330 rejected at POC into 335. 330 rejected into 335. It happens so damn fast, right? It happens so fast that if you chase, you can only get 1 single minute payout, which is barely anything. If you go before you make the deduction based on certain things, SPX, whatever the hell, you can get printed out, but yeah, risk. Okay, but I called out the short since 320, right? I just left mad early, but 320 into 335. This thing could have bounced at 325, 332 though. That's the thing. So this was basically the confirmation, right? I said the market's cycling. It's either the confirmation to go long or short, and they did. And then now that we're at 335, it is bounce trying. Time is 340, signifying 337. I'm getting a text once. Alright, I'm back. Time is 3:38. This is bouncing at 3:36 exactly, right? At 3:40 until 3:36, standing as best safe exit for now. Let's see what the fuck happens. We are at the top of the algo range since 10, 11, 55, 11. So a reasonable safe exit, right? And then we let the market do whatever the hell it wants to. It will give us a setup into whatever it is doing. So that is okay. IWM says we made a new LOD, or we're testing the floor on IWM. That is the reason why SPY is dropping at the close like that. NVIDIA bouncing, QQQ looking strong. That is why. But IWM dragged us lower from 320 POC or VWAP to 335, and 335 is bouncing at 336. Best safe exit that we called out in the WhatsApp group live. I literally called out when at 3:35 p.m. Best safe exit, most likely, right? So that is how we do it, folks. that is how we fucking do it. Because in massive red candles, massive green candles, I look at deductible things, I look at the time itself, and then we look at the cycle and we risk analyze. But we have to do that shit fucking fast, right? Instantaneous, or you're done. So that is how it is done. Okay, for now. Okay, now there's some different cycle going on. So whoever shorted, whoever left, good. Whoever shorted, whoever left, good. Whoever shorted, whoever got caught, I'm sorry, I don't know if it's going to go lower. It could, it might, but you know, if it doesn't, just remember it for the future. But you know, best safe exit we called out at 3:35, right? And it went lower for one more minute. So let's see. And when I say best safe exit, it's just psychologically, I'm telling you, right? You do your own due diligence. You do whatever you want to do. I am not telling you to buy or sell any securities or investments. I am just saying reasonable, logical things that could possibly happen. Okay, that is what I am saying in those chats. So realize that. Okay, realize that, please. Time is 3:40. Time is 3:40. We bounced at 3:36 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes into 3:41. Time is 3:41 into 3:42. So they're going higher anyway. They are burning all bears that chase. They're burning all bears in this cycle, making this shit neutral. Into 340. We do not have to go test the LOD. We could close in between the two pivot points. The two pivot points are the LOD and the HOD. The LOD is at 120. The LOD is at 1050. We are reasonably in between the LOD. So 20 minutes left. 20 minutes left. But today, I truly got saved by the bell. I'm not gonna lie, that saying is so cringy, and I've never said that in my life. But I wanted to say, as I was waiting into the morning drop, and as I was waiting into the morning open, I wanted to say, saved by the bell. But holy crap today, man! Holy crap today has been one hell of a fucking day. One hell of a fucking day. Right? Dude, you don't understand how much futures people printed last night too. People were printing 1.4k, 2.8k on every single drop, and we were dropping from 12 to 3. We dropped from 3 to 4 because of the London Open. We dropped from 4 to 5 like crazy. I woke up and we were even lower, and the PC data popped up a little bit, right? But I mean, we dropped like fucking nuts past PC data, so that is crazy work. Right, I did not know it was going to go that much lower too. That is why I sold 2 out of 3 of my SPX somewhere near open too. That is the reason why. But honestly, God bless the day. And God bless country that we live in, guys. And God bless this president that we have. God bless the system that we have. God bless the country that we live in. 3:45 time is 3:45. We are under VWAP. We are about to break VWAP. MACD coming in bullish on the 1 minute candle. I would not be surprised if we break the VWAP now. Right? Because it would burn all puts on SPX2 into close. It does not have to. We came down really far down today, so it's easily doable. Let's see if the POC flips. Time is 3:44, 3:45. I really don't know if I should go on an SPX call right now, so I'm just chilling. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm being 100% with you right now. Okay, this shit could fly though. I don't know how much it flew already, but we are at VWAP. This shit keeps rejecting at VWAP too. That is true. How many times did we test VWAP technically speaking? 1, 2, and this is the 3rd time. So you know what I mean. We don't want to hope. We don't want to speculate. But I'm just saying, like, today has not been that nice for bulls. But yesterday they were not nice for bears. Right? Big fucking time, and they use the 0 DTs for the moves. So just take caution into close. 3:45, 3:50, 3:55, 4. Okay, 3:55, 3:49. Rejection trying off a POC, no confirmation shorting. The thing is though, we like the 3:57 candle represents 3:55, and then we can revert into 4. So it could look very, very confusing for people. The only way it doesn't look confusing for people is if they practice, right? That is literally how we got the lotto yesterday or the day before that, and that's how you do it. So you gotta practice before you do the lotto 1 minute to 5 minute candles, because you will see how 3:57, 3:59 represents 4 p.m. and then we revert. What happened yesterday? We boomed up into 3:57, signifying 3:55, and then we started going straight down into 4 p.m. right? Island reversal from the top, and I said, I'm in for 4.8k at 3:56 or 3:57 p.m. I'm pretty sure I said that, or 3:55 p.m. exactly, or I don't even know. But it was somewhere after the rejection, but that is literally why. And I said that on the live stream, and I said that on the WhatsApp group after the market closed. But yeah, that is how these people do it. They pushed it up high as fuck into 3:55, 3:57, 3:59, and then they revert into 4. That does not signify anything, right? But I'm just saying, like, sometimes let's use a setup into today. That is sometimes, we run and make a LOD into 3:55. Sometimes we run and make a HOD into 3:55. Right now, LOD is impossible by the way. Impossible. We're gonna close somewhere in between the 2 pivot points. Right? We're gonna close somewhere here. I don't know where, but like it looks like to me we're about to look somewhere close here. Either here, or here, right? Because of there's a lot of bulls here now too, so they could pull back to POC into close. But yeah, I'm just saying, right? The LOD is out of the question, because LOD is where 10:50. When was the last time the market made people hope on the LOD? 3:55 p.m. when we called out the best safe exit at 3:56, right? 3:30, 3:36. So as you can see, the market makes people hope on the floor, the midpoint, the roof, whatever it is. The floor hope, right? Floor hope, floor hope. You get what I'm saying? Floor hope, midpoint hope, roof hope. Oh, they're going now. MACD coming in. Volume is coming in. Bullish as fuck. Time is 3:50. So they're actually pumping the calls now. I don't know how much calls are going up. Now it's going up, okay? Time is 3:50. They're closing in between the pivot points. They bounced at 335, pushing into 340, 345, and 350 is here. 355. Okay, they might touch the top of the algo range. This is best safe exit somewhere here. If it does, okay? I don't know if it's going to, but if it does, okay? And 355 coming. 350. I told you there was 0% chance that we're going south, right? I told you there's 0% chance going for LOD. I wasn't talking about this breakout, but let's be careful here, okay? I was looking about going long, but I didn't, because I think the risk is there. It was like 500 something dollars. I saw it fly from 550 to 6, and now they're pulling back like crazy. So they might be hurting the chases. They might be hurting the chases. We might pull back and close in between the pivot points. That is also true. So let's be careful. The MACD came in crazy bullish, and then we went above VWAP, and then we're back below it. So it's either we reject below VWAP or we go back up and hit the algo range. There's no confirmation to short. That is just a reality. Time is 350. Oh my lord, I need to go get food after this, guys. I need to go get a food and a fucking drink after this. Okay, time is 350. I got Coke on alcohol. Time is 350. My voice is out. I've been talking all day. Alright, I've been talking all day today. 350 rejection coming into 350. Time is still 350. There's no confirmation shorting, so smart money shorted up here and they're leaving into a red candle or two. That's all I can say. I don't know if this is going to go lower. I really don't know if it's going to go. All I can tell you is that there's two pivot points today, right? HOD at 9:30, LOD. Holy crap, candle coming. What is that for? I literally, dude, look at the deductions that I make though, right? I called out live that they might reject this at the above VWAP. I don't know if this thing. I have no idea if this thing's gonna go lower, but this thing could be a leave in one single candle, and then they trap every chaser now. Time is 350. All right, they're making an algo range at 350. Oh, there's spike candle in now. Okay, going lower. 350 candle. This is crazy candle coming now. Crazy volume coming now too. If you saw that on QQQ. Going crazy low now, man. That is a crazy fucking rejection. Holy shit. All calls getting shredded. Wow, man. I am not in that, but it's, I don't know who traded that shit, but congratulations. That is crazy work. 100% in 1 minute, basically. Somebody got 100% in 1 minute because of that spike candle if they held into that, but that is POC being touched. Wow. Let's see if they go lower than this or not, but that is a spike candle coming into 350. Crazy spike candle coming. Man, that is an absolute crazy spike candle coming. They might even, test the LOD and then revert into 4, but this is absolute. There's literally 7 minutes left. If they continue this candle, they go lower, lower, lower. This is absolutely possible. That is crazy work. I don't think LOD is gonna break on QQQ. That's $1 away, $1.20 away, but that is absolutely fucking crazy. Okay, huge spike candle. Huge spike candle. Scotto said, boo-hoo. Lotto, 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 644.23. Nice. So I'm guessing you got somewhere here and got printed out big time. Good shit. Good shit. Now let's be careful, okay? Everybody is euphoric. Everybody is fearful. That means we need to fucking wake up and focus the most right now into 3:55, 4 p.m. There's 8 minutes left. Right? The MACD is the most imperative. The cycle and time confirmation is the most important shit ever. So let's see if the low of the 351 candle low holds or not. That is a crazy spike candle though. What the I would have shorted and left into this candle. I am not gonna lie, man, because I don't know if the thing's gonna revert like that, but like that is literally just confirmation to just boom it, big money. What in the hell? Time is 3:52 into 3:55. 3:55 is here in 23 seconds. 3:55. It's 3:55 into 3:57 p.m. and then it will revert or do something into 4 p.m. Alright. We are either going to close in between the two pivot points. We are going to close in between the two pivot points. It's just where are we going to close in between the two pivot points is the question. Unless they do some crazy nasty shit. But I doubt it. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes left until 3:59, signifying 3:55, and then it will be 4 p.m. close. Let's see what happens. since we did the pull at 2:15, we went lower, higher, lower, higher, lower, higher, lower. So you guys were all right. You know, don't fight each other. We were all right. Is how you have to look at this shit. Time is 3:55. It's just, you know, when were you right? When were you wrong? When were you right is the question, right? That is the question that everybody wants to know. QQQ is going lower into 3:55. But we could see a massive red candle here, but I mean, I don't know. Right, candles are coming in. QQQ. It's zigzagging here too, so that could be a severe bear trap too. Trap everybody into 4 p.m. too. So I am not in shit right now. 354. 354. Man, the puts are completely spiked like crazy right now to nothing. Like 100% in 5 minutes. Time is 3:55. Time is 3:55. We are inside the 3:51 candle. If this low breaks, massive red coming. Massive red is here into 3:55. They might even go lower. 3:55 is coming. Holy fuck, it's already here. 3:55 is going lower. Okay. That is crazy work. I'm going in for $540. It's FOMO entry basically. Huge bounce trying at 3:55. Huge bounce trying at 3:55. I'm about to leave. Yeah, this is not good. Bruh, algo range touched, bouncing. Right? Algo range touch, bouncing. This is not good. Alright, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Come on. Fuck. That is not good. Not good, not good, not good, not good. It's about to bounce huge. Or not. Oh my. We have 3 more minutes. MACD dying, completely bearish. Damn, I'm getting shredded like fucking nothing right now. Complete shredded. Oh my god. Red candle, please. Time is 3:57. They're bouncing at 3:55. Calls are winning. And 8. I'm gonna leave in the next candle, probably. No matter what. He said we can hear your legs shaking. Shh. Alright, bouncing. 3:55 into 3, 4. Alright, that is done deal. POC. Alright, I'm out. That is very bad loss. Real quick. Real quick. All puts, all calls destroyed into close. That is FOMO entry. Mad loss. But it's all good in the grand scheme of things. Fuck. It's all good. Yeah, Algo ranged. Algo ranged. It's all good though. They're bouncing off of 3:55 into 4 p.m. trying, and that is a done deal. Right, completely FOMO entry without having this line drawn, but yeah, extended. I mean, it is a complete bounce. We are closing in between the pole. That is it. Is the algo range an indicator? No. That is just what we drew intraday as the day progressed. Time is 4 and 53 seconds. Market is closing 644, 64. Nasty ass motherfuckers. I swear to God. Yeah, whatever. Alright, well, everybody, have a good day. Enjoy yourself. Have a good weekend. And I will see you guys tomorrow. They actually killed everyone. All puts, all calls destroyed into close. That is disgusting. But, yep, that is what happens. Alright, I'll see you guys